Chapter 2351. Higher Absorption. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhao Manyang had to keep his disguise even though he knew the enemy had the upper hand. He immediately burst out laughing. Even the unknown enemy was struggling to take him down. He had definitely made the right choice to become a pure defensive mage. He might have difficulties beating his opponent, but his opponent had no way of beating him either. But it seems to be heading toward the scorching river. Eagle Eyes frowned. Seriously? Zhao Manyang glanced in the direction of the lake, but the mist had thickened even though the rain had stopped. He could not see what was happening to Mo Fan at the lake. What the hell is Mu Bai doing? It's taking him too long to get rid of the venomous insect shaman. Zhao Manyang swore despite himself. They desperately needed backup from the ground army. It was meant to be a battle with over 100,000 men on each side, yet it felt like they had been fighting the enemy alone, while their teammates were merely reporters observing like bystanders, instead of backing them up. Those unreliable pricks! Zhao Manyang scanned the enemy camp with all the brown flags waving in the air. The Eagle Horse Skyriders were being hunted down one by the enemy. It was only a matter of time until they were wiped out. Zhao Manyang did not want them to suffer such a tragic fate. What did you say that area was? Zhao Manyang asked. The command center of the Brown Rebels, Eagle Eyes stated. Let's take a gamble and clear a path to it. Zhao Manyang made up his mind. He did not want to sit still and wait for his death. The Eagle Horse Skyriders were the strongest air force of the Federation Army. It would be a pity for them to be slaughtered by the enemy. Are you joking? Didn't you see there were 10 watchtowers imbued with plant magic around it? They will take down our Eagle Horse Skyriders before they can land. Eagle Eyes said. If I can protect them as they land, can you take out the watchtowers? Zhao Manyang asked. Well, if we can land on the ground, we should be able to destroy them. Our men are strong fighters on the ground too, Eagle Eyes agreed hesitantly. Let's do it, then. I don't want to stay in the sky and wait for my death. We must make them realize they don't want to mess with us. Zhao Manyang said in a heavier voice, like he was a real commander of the Eagle Horse Skyriders. Zhao Manyang's idea was extremely bold. They were clearly taking a beating, yet they were choosing to invade the enemy camp that was heavily guarded by the plant magic towers. However, it did not mean his suggestion had a zero chance of working. The area did not have a lot of strong mags, because it was guarded by the plant magic towers. If Zhao Manyang could guarantee the Eagle Horse Skyriders' safety while they were landing, they could destroy the towers and the command center before the enemy could react. Tell the riders exactly what I'm about to say, Zhao Manyang said. Don't mess it up, remember you are still disguising yourself as Lieutenant General Dutch. Eagle Eye shook his head. I had enough of your bullshit. If it wasn't for me, the Eagle Horse Skyriders would be dead by now. Do you think I really care about your lives if we aren't in the same boat now? Zhao Manyang swore impatiently. Eagle Eyes was left speechless. After all, Zhao Manyang had stopped the enemy's attacks and reduced the Eagle Horse Skyriders' casualties by a huge margin. As a matter of fact, even if Lieutenant General Dutch was still alive, the Eagle Horse Skyriders would not have come so far. The venomous insect shamans have been killed. Our army is on its way here. We just need to destroy the enemy's command center to make it out alive. Zhao Manyang told Eagle Eyes. Are you out of your mind? Our ground army is nowhere close to backing us up. Your lie isn't going to make a difference. Eagle Eyes protested. Don't you know how to quench thirst by looking at plums? Don't you know what people are capable of when they have a strong will to live? Eagle Eyes might be experienced at leading an army in a battle, but he did not understand what people sought in desperate straits. Charge with me, and I will use my trump card to protect your lives, but if you don't believe me, there's no reason for me to stay here. I would rather go to my brother, as he's more reliable than you all. Zhao Manyang yelled. Zhao Manyang had finally decided to use the magic artifact. He had no idea why he would bother doing so much. Perhaps it was true that no one could really be a bystander in a war like this. Fine, let's hope you can bring us a miracle, Eagle Eyes agreed helplessly. Zhao Manyan's strength had exceeded Eagle Eye's expectations. Dutch was more like an assassin who increased his men's morale by taking down enemy leaders, but Zhao Manyan's ability to guarantee the riders' safety was even more effective. The Eagle Horse Skyriders were more motivated to push forward when they had a reliable shield protecting them. We'll clear a path for the riders into the enemy camp. Zhao Manyang used his water magic, and a shocking circle of water appeared around him. Every Eagle Horse Skyrider that flew through the circle was granted a layer of watery scales as extra protection to absorb the enemy's destructive spells. It did not apply just to the riders, the Eagle Horses also had a layer of watery scales on them. The water scales armor had ancient seals on it with a unique light. They were Bashya seals that Zhao Manyang had unleashed with the wooden clapper, which would triple the damage absorption of his defensive spells. Even though the Eagle Horse Skyriders had to share the protection of Zhao Manyang's sacred water ring, their protection was imbued with the Bashya seals. The thin layer of protection could still absorb a lot of damage to increase the safety of the riders and their Eagle Horses. It was difficult to hurt the Eagle Horse Skyriders once they had the protection. After all, not every soldier of the Brown Rebels was an advanced mage. The only threat to the Eagle Horse Skyriders was their group spells. Sacred Water Ring. Zhao Manyang was protected at the center of the formation. The Eagle Horse Skyriders sensibly spaced themselves out evenly around the Sacred Water Ring to receive its protection. Zhao Manyang came up with a slogan on top of his mind and shouted it out, "Eagle Horse Skyriders, not even a blade of grass grows wherever we go." The Eagle Horse Skyriders seemed to think the slogan was great too. They all mimicked it. Not even a blade of grass grows wherever we go. The 10 watchtowers attacked the Eagle Horse Skyriders as they approached, but the combination of basic and intermediate magic struggled to break through the Sacred Water Ring's defense. Chapter 2352. Wilted Phoenix. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Grey-blue feathers scattered in the air before falling from the sky like heavy stones. Zhao Manyang had used the magic artifact his father left him. It was protecting the Eagle Horse Skyriders from the raging fierce storm like it was their father. Lieutenant General Dutch's death was not a surprise, as he had been fighting alone, like an orphan. Meanwhile, Zhao Manyang had become the core of the Eagle Horse Skyriders, acting as their shield. The Eagle Horse Skyriders had outstanding mobility, but their greatest weakness was their lack of defense. They would easily take casualties whenever the enemy fought back. Zhao Manyang had helped the Eagle Horse Skyriders to overcome their weakness. Their strength had increased significantly as a result. The troops of Brown Rebels which used to be a nuisance could no longer pose a threat to them. The Eagle Horse Skyriders could now slaughter them with ease. They were too scared to charge too far into the enemy lines previously, but now they had no trouble taking out the enemy when their safety was no longer a concern. The Eagle Horse Skyriders had been forced to relocate themselves quickly after harassing the enemy because of how vulnerable they were, but they were now able to engage the enemy in a direct magic brawl. They began their massacre close to the enemy's command center. The sudden attack at the main camp took the Brown Rebels by surprise. The problem was that the Eagle Horse Skyriders raised the command center to the ground by the time the Brown Rebel reinforcements arrived from the main camp. The Eagle Horse Skyriders had all returned to the sky by then. This is incredible. This is incredible. Eagle Eyes could not believe his eyes. The Eagle Horse Skyriders had changed completely because of a simple layer of protection. They were able to fight, withstand enemy spells, and move around swiftly. How dangerous was it to fight a group of riders like them now? Zhao Manyang did not expect that the effects of his defensive magic would be so outstanding, either. He just wanted the Eagle Horse Skyriders to put up a last fight and intimidate the enemy, but the Eagle Horse Skyriders had become unstoppable with his protection. The enemy's resistance has weakened significantly, Eagle Eyes pointed out. Zhao Manyang was having a great time stomping the enemy. He had not known the defensive magic he specialized in could make so much difference to a powerful army. Zhao Manyang was only trying to light a match, but the flames had grown beyond his expectation. They have lost their will to fight. Zhao Manyang looked at the sky. That's right, the rain has stopped falling. The rain had stopped for some time. Zhao Manyang had not noticed it, as he was preoccupied with the battle. The brown rebels had only come together because the Black Vatican's frenzy liquid had driven them to violence and made them rebellious. They had started to calm down and were wondering why they had involved themselves in the political conflict after the rain stopped. Meanwhile, the Eagle Horse Skyriders suddenly charged into their midst and massacred them, making the conflicted thoughts in their minds grow stronger. They were starting to get afraid, and realize that their lives were more important than winning the war. All these factors combined made the Eagle Horse Skyriders even more unstoppable. The Eagle Horse Skyriders had gotten themselves together again. White Leopard began to regret his decision of calling Wilted Phoenix back to the main camp, since it did not matter if they allowed Mo Fan to live a little longer. I knew we couldn't count on those people we recruited. White Leopard snarled. They will turn into your most loyal hounds again once the rain returns. Wu Ku promised calmly. The frenzy liquid played an important role in the war. If the frenzy liquid was not involved, the brown rebels might end up settling the conflict peacefully by asking the Federation for a piece of land so they could establish their own little kingdom, even if they did plan a coup from the beginning. The leader of the brown rebels thought overthrowing the Federation and claiming its land was his goal, but the truth was, the brown rebels would be mindful of leaving a way out for themselves. Wu Ku could not have cared less about the brown rebels' casualties. Even if the brown rebels were wiped out, other areas would have upheavals as long as the frenzy rain fell. Kill him, there's no one you can't kill in this world. Isn't that right, Wilted Phoenix? White Leopard blurted out. There's no one I can't kill, as long as I want to kill them, the person called Wilted Phoenix agreed with a cold voice. Wilted Phoenix was a woman. She was very young. She had curly hair the color of lavender, which set off her pale and attractive face. If she was not wearing a military outfit, she could easily be a character from an ancient elf kingdom, brimming with a sacred aura. He's a guy you want to kill. Wu Ku stated with certainty. Mo Fan stared at the enemy who had been sent here to kill him in disbelief. She was just a top student indulged in pursuing magic knowledge before the war broke out. Even though she seemed indifferent toward everything most of the time, she was extremely adorable whenever she found something she was interested in. Who would have thought that she would become the enemy's most dangerous secret weapon the next time they met? Sharjah, Mo Fan was still doubtful as he looked at the woman with purple hair. He thought the woman was Sharjah's identical twin sister at first glance. However, the look in her eyes had revealed her identity. She was the president of the Era Sacred Institute Student Union. But now, she was with the Brown Rebels. She had helped them to take out many powerful mags of the Federation army. She had become the Brown Rebels' secret weapon using the code name Wilted Phoenix. She had now come to take out Mo Fan too. Teacher, Sharjah greeted him in her usual calm voice. Sharjah, are you a Brown Rebel too? Mo Fan took a deep breath. One of my brothers started this war, Sharjah confirmed honestly. Mo Fan was stunned. Her brother started the war? In other words, Sharjah is the sister of the Brown Rebels leader? Mo Fan let out a relieved sigh after hearing her answer. As long as she was not related to the Black Vatican. Otherwise, Mo Fan would feel sorry if he had to kill a girl like Sharjah. The Black Vatican started the war, not your brother, Mo Fan pointed at Wu Ku. I don't care, Sharjah replied. Wilted Phoenix, stop wasting our time. You can easily kill him, knowing your strength. White Leopard urged her. I told you, he's not someone I want to kill, Sharjah said coldly. White Leopard's face darkened. Why was she treating him like a stranger, while she was talking to this man respectfully? He was a childhood friend of hers. Chapter 2353. Please enlighten me. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan was proud of himself. Who said he was the worst candidate to be a teacher? He had deeply taken root inside of his student's heart in just a few months. "Sharja, please step aside. I'm not after your brother, so it's not like we have to fight one another here," Mofan said. Sharja shook her head. "Sir, you should leave. I can make sure they won't hurt you." Sharja had no intention to step aside. "I won't leave until I have sent Wuku to hell," Mofan insisted. "Then I should apologize to you," Sharja bowed politely. "What are you trying to do? I'll knock you out and bring you away from here." "You are such an honest and good kid," Mofan let out a wry smile. Mofan was not going to apprehend Sharja and ask her a naive question like why she was helping the bad guys. Knowing Sharja was not related to the Black Vatican was his greatest relief. He just had to defeat her instead of killing her. Mofan understood why Sharja did not want to back down. If her brother was the leader of the coup, the Federation would go after him once the Brown rebels lost the war. He would be in trouble, even if he escaped to another country. There was no way out from a coup. Either they established their kingdom and forced the Federation to acknowledge them, or they died trying. The most Sharja could do was spare Mofan's life as his student, and the most Mofan could do was beat her without taking her life. "It's my pleasure to be able to fight you," Sharja said sternly. Sharja always had a calm appearance. Her attractive eyes always treated everything indifferently. But now, the glow in her eyes was full of passion and anticipation, like the day she first heard about the theory of merging different elements. She seemed nervous and excited, like a little girl who had met a celebrity she admired. The fact that she was behaving like this meant she had long looked forward to fighting Mofan. Mofan had known her for a few months. He knew there were not many people or things that could intrigue her. He was surprised to see her behaving like a battle maniac. "Didn't you say you aren't a fan of fighting and killing?" Mofan asked her. Her expression clearly showed how interested she was in fighting him. "I just don't like to bully noobs," Sharja answered. "The students in the Eris Sacred Institute are just noobs in her eyes?" Mofan was utterly speechless. No one dared to be more arrogant than him when he was still a student, but Sharja's words made him feel like he had finally encountered a female version of the Demon King. "Sharja, we are in the middle of a war. We don't have time for you to challenge him to a duel," White Leopard said coldly. For some reason, White Leopard was being a little impatient despite how calm he always was. It was obviously not because Mofan had stolen the 3 fundamental water crystals. Sharja did not even bother to reply to White Leopard. Mofan was the only person left in her eyes. To her, all of the officers of the Federation army she had killed combined were less valuable than the guy before her. She finally had a chance to witness Lecturer Mo Yifan's true strength. White Leopard's face was twitching with rage when Sharja ignored him. Ice Tiger did not dare to even breathe heavily when he saw White Leopard's reaction. Ice Tiger knew his brother had held feelings for Sharja for many years. He might not have made any progress so far, but it did not mean he did not have a chance to win her affection. However, Ice Tiger thought otherwise today. The respect Sharja paid Mofan and the passionate look in her eyes clearly indicated White Leopard was no different than a piece of rock by the road. "Do you really think you can do whatever you want here?" White Leopard did not dare to vent his anger at Sharja. He directed all his attention at Mofan instead. He went closer as the icy aura he was emitting swept at Mofan like a fierce hailstorm. "You finally decided not to hide behind your cannon fodder, you son of a B****ch. Mofan was amused. "Die!" White Leopard would not allow Mofan and Sharja to have a duel with one another, as if they were displaying their affections in public. It was time to end this farce. He would kill the young man and take the fundamental water crystals back. The young man would only be an unrecognizable corpse in the end, regardless of Sharja's interest in him. White Leopard acted swiftly. He was a super mage whose ice element had reached the 3rd tier of the super level. His speed at constructing a star constellation was the same as others casting an intermediate spell. Hail fell fiercely as soon as he spread his arms. It dove at Mofan like thousands of ice moths beating their wings rapidly. The riverbed had been chewed up, revealing the jagged rocks underneath. As a matter of fact, the bottom layer of rocks was fully revealed. If a regiment of soldiers was here, they would soon turn into sinister white skeletons after their flesh and blood were sliced off by the ice moths. Mo Fan did not expect White Leopard to attack first. He glanced at Sharja and noticed her waiting patiently. Mo Fan turned into shadow sparrows, flying off in different directions. White Leopard glared at the shadow sparrows. He could summon a new flight of ice moths every time he spread his arms. "The one on the left!" Damon shouted. He was able to see through Mo Fan's diversion. White Leopard immediately gathered the ice moths and sent them after Mo Fan's true self. The ice moths approached their target without leaving the slightest gap between them. Mo Fan's shadow sparrow was not overly fast. The army of ice moths soon caught up to him. He left the shadow and faced them, the back of his hands turned outward. His eyes turned golden brown. Circle of crystal teeth, Heaven's Gate. A huge gate emerged from the ground to stop the army of ice moths. The deadly ice moths rammed into the sturdy Heaven's Gate and shattered into powder. Even though Mo Fan only had a heaven-inferior earth seed, his earth magic was strong enough to defend him when necessary. It allowed Mo Fan to defend himself to a certain degree, even though he was a pure destructive mage. He no longer had to run for his life or fight back fiercely when he was attacked. The powerful Heaven's Gate consumed less than a quarter of the shards. White Leopard kept attacking with the ice element, which was relatively effective against Mo Fan, but all Mo Fan had to do was activate the shards nearby. He was using the energy left by the elite soldiers to fend off White Leopard's fierce attacks. He did not have to do anything to activate the shards. Mo Fan was not in a rush to attack White Leopard. He had to deal with many enemies at once, including Sharja. He had to remain calm and observe every enemy that might pose a threat to him, to learn what magic they were using. Chapter 2354. Magic Sword Tyrfing. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Sharja finally made her move too. Her desire was to ask everyone to leave so she could have a one-on-one duel with Mo Fan. Unfortunately, it was not realistic since they were in the middle of a war. It might be unfair to Mo Fan, but the world was never fair in the first place. She did not move or relocate herself for a better angle of attack. Her lips were moving as if she was murmuring an ancient chant. A book suddenly appeared in front of Sharja. It had a black cover, and the words on every page had a dark, mysterious glow to them as it hovered in front of her. The conductor cook had been behaving exactly like a music conductor when he used his magic, like he was performing in a concert hall in front of an audience. Meanwhile, the way Sharja was reading the book was like she was giving a speech in front of the students on a podium. She was dressed in neat attire, looking dignified and elegant. That being said, Sharja was not merely giving a speech. It was a magic book imbued with dark power. She was actually more like a witch from the medieval era. She sounded like she was summoning a devil. The young girl bewitched by the evil book was murmuring curses with a blank expression. By the time she came to her senses, the darkness the book contained was already crawling out of it. Mo Fan was unaware of Sharja's strange actions. He naively thought Sharja was a perfectionist who would not allow anyone to intervene with their duel, thus she would get rid of the outsiders first before having an epic duel with him. Unfortunately, Sharja did not behave like the typical beautiful elf from an anime that she resembled. She did not care if her opponent was being ganged up on or was alone, or if the opponent had an entire army with them. She would just attack as she pleased. The book contained the power of the curse element. The eerie light of the words was unleashing formidable energy, like the star orbits of elemental magic after they were connected. A long pitch-black claw appeared behind Mo Fan out of nowhere. Its fingers almost stabbed Mo Fan in the neck. Mo Fan reacted swiftly and dodged the claw, but it immediately chased after him, aiming at his throat. There was no way Sharja was planning to knock him out and bring him away. The evil being she was controlling was obviously trying to snap his neck in half. Flame Sword. Mo Fan created some distance between him and the claw and lifted his right hand high. Fierce flames burst out of it and quickly formed into a huge burning hammer. Mo Fan had no idea why the flames took the shape of a hammer despite what he shouted. Perhaps a hammer was better at smashing things to pieces? It was not like Mo Fan was an expert at using a sword. The hammer was not targeting the claw, but Sharja, who was blatantly reading the wicked book not far away from him. Mo Fan could not figure out what kind of magic Sharja was using. It might be the curse element or the summoning element, or some kind of forbidden magic. However, if Sharja had summoned the claw from the book, his best option was to attack her directly. Sharja lifted her gaze as the burning hammer came down on her. She hopped nimbly backward, like an agile deer, without any sign of panic. The book had already closed, but it continued to circle around her. After backing away to a safer distance, Sharja tapped her finger in the air. The book moved in front of her and opened itself again. Mo Fan did not show any mercy, either. He used Blink to close in on Sharja as she was about to read from the book again. Mo Fan was finally holding a sword this time. He lifted the sword that was formed with heavenly flames with 2 hands and swung it down in a full arc. "I have a sword in my book too. I hope you like it." Sharja did not back away this time. She was smiling confidently. The book flipped open to another page. It no longer had lines of glowing words, but a drawing of a pitch-black sword instead. Its hilt and tip even extended beyond the corners of the page. "Magic sword Tyrfing." Sharja called out the name of the sword. The drawing on the page flew out of the book with a great billowing of dark flames, like the flames of a furnace. The sword engulfed in heavenly flames sliced down at Sharja. At the same time, magic sword Tyrfing hovered horizontally above Sharja before clashing with Mo Fan's flame sword. A loud clang followed. Magic sword Tyrfing was clearly made of metal. The magic glow around it was only an additional effect. Meanwhile, Mo Fan's flame sword was formed with elemental magic. It was no match for a real sword. The flames on Mo Fan's flame sword scattered across the ground following the clash, but the magic sword Tyrfing was still hovering above Sharja. Its body was engulfed in flames, and it shuddered slightly while emitting a screech, like it was giggling with disdain. Mo Fan's sword was completely smashed into pieces, leaving him in awe. The sword he had formed with heavenly flames had broken, just like that. What exactly was the evil sword that Sharja had summoned? Most importantly, it was treating him with contempt, like it was intelligent. "Teacher, it's one of the most famous magic swords in the world. It has its own soul and is able to fly around the battlefield to take down enemies on its own. You better watch out." Sharja was the same polite student. She did not forget to explain the sword's background to Mo Fan before attacking him. The sword moved on its own, just as Sharja had said. The black blade let out brilliant sparkles and flew at Mo Fan without needing her active control. It gave Mo Fan a huge fright. He quickly jumped into the air to dodge the sword. The sword suddenly came to a stop. It let out a strange giggle and went after Mo Fan, defying the laws of physics. Mo Fan had no idea how he could defend himself while he was airborne. He could only use his telekinesis to form a wall. Mo Fan had used the same trick to stop a super spell before, but the magic sword Tyrfing was able to slice through steel like mud. The wall of telekinesis was nothing but air to it. The sword sliced at Mo Fan's arm without any resistance. The tip of the sword left a long bleeding cut from Mo Fan's elbow to his wrist. Blood was dripping wildly. If the cut had been just a little deeper, it would have sliced Mo Fan's bone off like it was just a match. Mo Fan took a deep breath. His arm was covered in blood, and he felt like it was burning too. The truth was, Sharja had gone easy on him. The slash could have severed his right shoulder and arm if she had wanted. Chapter 2355. Blood Pact of the Earth, Earth Spine. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephyzid. Edited by Aelrianth. Blood was falling from a height of 10 meters. Mo Fan's shirt was soaked in blood, from which drops of blood were falling to the ground. "Well done, Sharja." White Leopard was pleased. He immediately put on a mocking grin. Sharja did not attack further with her sword. She looked at Mo Fan hesitantly as he landed. Are you giving me time to stop my bleeding? Mo Fan was not angry at Shajara's reaction. Yes. I'm a lot scarier when I'm bleeding, Mo Fan pointed out helpfully. Mo Fan did not stop the bleeding. He was not trying to look cool when his blood was dripping as he hung his arm to the side. He just needed some help. Drip! Drip! The drops of blood landed on the soil, but they did not dissipate right away. They were dyeing the area around the scorching river brown instead. The drops of blood permeated the land and soon turned the ground around the lake and the ground on the opposite side of the river brown. Blood Pact of the Earth! The ground shook hard as Mo Fan uttered the words. Huge ravines spread from one side of the river to the other. An enormous hand covered in runes stuck out of the ravine, followed by a gigantic head poking out from the ground. The Rock Emperor had been summoned from its deep slumber. The difference was, Mo Fan had summoned it with his own blood. His blood was flowing through the runes on the Rock Emperor's skin, spreading like scorching lava over a vast black land. Splashes of lava rose from the intersections. Even the slightest drabs turned the ground into red carpets of flames where they landed. The Earth-Vein Rock Emperor was summoned using Mo Fan's blood. It was not an independent summoned creature. Mo Fan was able to sense a unique connection between the Earth-Vein Rock Emperor and his body right now. He tried to raise his arm. As he thought, the Earth-Vein Rock Emperor also lifted its arm. He did not have to control the Earth-Vein Rock Emperor on purpose. He noticed a pulsating black crystal in front of the Rock Emperor's chest. The huge amount of energy it contained was spread across the area in a circle of shards. Power of the Blood Pact, Earth Spine. The Rock Emperor swung its arms forward. It was the incarnation of Mo Fan's blood. It threw its arms at Shajara and White Leopard. A terrifying ridge emerged from the ground, formations of black crystal sprouted around it. The lake, which was several kilometers long, burst open as more of the energy of the Earth Vein surged across its surface. Shocking chasms scattered across the lake. The creature summoned by Mo Fan's Blood Pact of the Earth might only have one chance to attack, but it was surely going to cause massive destruction. More ridges emerged from the ground. It felt like the surface of the Earth was cracking apart and sinking rather than the ridges were rising from below it to reveal the Earth Vein below it. It was a black vein of huge crystal formation, like the backbone of an ancient beast laying across the ground described in myths. It also resembled the spectacular peak of an ancient mountain as it soared into the clouds. The Rock Emperor completely changed the terrain which had taken ages to reach its current shape. Even though Mo Fan did not turn mountains into seas and seas into land, it was still incredible how he had summoned enormous hills out of nowhere to replace the lake. White Leopard was trapped in between the ridges, surrounded by rocks that were several times stronger than his ice. Every time he cast an ice spell, the jagged edges of the hills shattered his ice into pieces. Mo Fan was also standing in the ridges. However, the rocks under his feet were moving freely beneath him. The Blood Pact of the Earth's power adapted to different terrains. The scorching river did not exist in primordial times. There was originally a huge ravine here when the Andes mountain range was formed after a tectonic shift. The popular black steel rocks that originated from the Andes mountain range were lying at the bottom of the ravine. Mo Fan's blood had permeated the soil and dove to the deepest part underground, merging with the Earth Vein under the Andes mountain range. Mo Fan could sense how destructive the energy of the Andes mountain range vein was. It was currently in deep slumber, scattered across the swamps, rivers, forests, and cities. Mo Fan's blood was able to awaken less than a 10,000th of it. However, that was enough to grant Mo Fan control over the jagged hills and ridges. His enemies would have to escape the interlocked ridgelines, which now covered a few kilometers, to be free of his control. It feels great. Mo Fan could clearly feel the crystalline ridges were his territory. The black rocks under his feet were serving as his throne as he reigned over the Earth Vein. He could summon tons of the black rocks to defend himself with a single thought. The rocks would also sprint like ferocious beasts as he waved his hand to crush his enemies. The magic sword Tyrfing had become a meaningless piece of iron. It did not matter which angle it was flying from and how great its momentum was, the rocks close to Mo Fan would protect the throne from anything at all costs. The magic sword Tyrfing was indeed an infamous weapon in ancient myths. Not only was it sharp enough to slice through everything, it could alter its own shape, too. If a single sword was unable to reach Mo Fan, the magic sword Tyrfing could split into thousands of swords. They scattered around Mo Fan's vicinity rapidly, like he was being watched by thousands of birds. Stabs, swings, slices, every duplicate of Tyrfing left a trail of black energy in its path. The wisps of energy interwove freely across the air. The magic sword which had been laughing at Mo Fan disdainfully was now screeching angrily. It had sworn to not stop until it cut Mo Fan into pieces and splattered his blood across the ground. On the other hand, the crystalline ridges held their positions like Buddhas who could fire a beam of light from their fingers to destroy any approaching demon. The rocks took the shape of shells, bones, and shields, defending Mo Fan's throne from every attack. It did not matter if the swords were able to slice through the rocks, as the crystals just kept rising as infinitely as the trees in a forest. The swords were eventually blunted before they could reach their target. The magic sword Tyrfing soon shuddered in defeat, before taking off like a headless fly. In the end, it returned to the book it had come from with a strong grudge. Chapter 2356. Bearer of the Ice Brush, the Painter. Translated by Zed. Edited by Radiance. Sharja stared at her book. The page that contained the magic sword Tyrfing was now in bad condition. Sharja suddenly took a few steps back as a dark light flashed. She held her chest like she was being punished by some kind of contract she was under. She began to breathe heavily. Half a minute later, she spat out a mouthful of blood onto the book as she failed to restrain the feedback from her power. Black steam was rising from her blood. Mo Fan noticed Sharja was injured. It seemed like the book was bound to Sharja's spirit. If the demon being summoned by the book was damaged, she would be injured as a result. Even though Mo Fan felt sorry for Sharja when he saw her biting her lips to endure the pain, he knew he did not have a choice. He had to defeat Sharja and kill everyone blocking his path. Sharja, stop using the dangerous magic. You should take a rest and catch your breath. I'll deal with him. White Leopard was sincerely concerned about Sharja. White Leopard moved forward and set his feet on Mo Fan's heels. He immediately felt uncomfortable. The earth element was very effective against the ice element. This time, Mo Fan had the advantage over White Leopard. He was struggling to gather his ice magic while he was surrounded by such a strong presence of earth magic, especially since the rocks were unusually hot, with scorching lava occasionally bursting out of them. It was the perfect combination of Mo Fan's fire and earth elements. Fire and earth, White Leopard realized the young man had more elements than he was supposed to. My ice element has always dominated everything. White Leopard shouted. Despite the lack of ice energy, Ice Leopard managed to summon a wave of frost across the scorching black ridges. The frost was able to spread by defying the laws of nature with the absence of snowflakes. The ice spread rapidly across the scorching dry rocks. It did not lower the temperature of the surroundings or the ground. It looked just like a street painter was casually splashing a new color onto their drawing. It was Mo Fan's first time encountering an ice magic with no sense of pain. It was completely different from Mu Ningxue's ice magic, which had a strong urge to freeze everything in its path. Mo Fan might even think White Leopard was merely shouting to put on airs if half of the ridges protecting him had not turned blue-white. A powerful mage, whose ice element had reached the third tier of the super level. Mo Fan could not afford to lower his guard. He had learned his lesson when he was almost trapped inside the Ice Mage's crystal cubes. Mo Fan had also learned something new. In the past, when he fought against a human mage, the outcome of the battle solely depended on whose magic was able to overwhelm the other, because their magic was merely following a set of principles. They might have their own special abilities, but their magic still adhered to the standard rules. However, the battles he had fought recently were completely different. Every mage's magic was specifically tailored for themselves after certain factors like domains, control, additional effects, and superpowers were involved. Certain abilities could even decide the outcome of a battle, regardless of their strength. Mo Fan did not feel cold even when everything around him had turned white like snow. It felt strange to him. The calmer everything was, the uneasier he felt. "He's a painter. He draws with his ice magic," Sharja said. Her advice was just enough for Mo Fan to realize what was going on. White Leopard turned around angrily. What kind of teammate was she? How could she reveal the secret of his superpower to their enemy? The musician, the preacher, and the painter. I thought the Federation army had sent one of their strong mags who was extremely familiar with us to invade our base, yet you came all the way here without knowing anything about us. Damon scoffed. Damon was standing under the ridge Mo Fan was atop. He and his disciples had surrounded Mo Fan. The Brown Rebels used to be a political party prior to the establishment of the Federation. Mo Fan was not interested in the country's politics, so he was totally unaware of the three renowned specialists among the Brown Rebels. The first was the musician, Cook. He had obviously died an unjust death, perishing instantly to Mo Fan's patiently accumulated lightning magic, mainly because he was not used to fighting his enemy directly. If he was still alive, Mo Fan could only have used his lightning and shadow elements. Sharja was the second specialist, known as the Preacher. She used the Sinister Book as a medium to summon ancient demons to fight for her. She had no idea how many ancient demons the book contained in total, as she could only turn half of its pages and read a limited number of the curses within it. The third specialist was White Leopard, known as the Painter. He was able to draw with his ice magic and render everything white. Mo Fan only noticed a tiny brush between White Leopard's fingers after Sharja warned him. White Leopard's other hand was holding paintboard made of ice with white ink on it. A goosefeather brush in his left hand, and a white paintboard in his right. Taking a closer look, Mo Fan realized the guy did not look like a destructive mage about to attack his enemy, but a painter who was ready to draw instead. What about his drawing board? What was he going to draw on it? The musician had his choir. Sharja had her Sinister Book. How was White Leopard going to materialize his magic? White Leopard tapped the brush on the paintboard and drew a huge stroke in the air while Mo Fan was still having doubts. The stroke left a thick line with a thin and sharp tip. Mo Fan would assume the guy was just being a clown, but he realized the guy's ice magic was able to work this way because of the same trick, as he abruptly recalled the seals that had trapped him like a caged beast. The ice being drawn did not have any iciness, but it was brimming with murderous intent. White Leopard had drawn an ice spear with a single stroke. It was 30 meters long. Not only did it appear out of nowhere in front of Mo Fan, it was flying at him at a shocking speed, too. Rocks rose under Mo Fan's feet before he even reacted. They quickly formed a wall and blocked the ice spear. Ice bowler? White Leopard drew a new outline. The ice spear was obviously just to probe Mo Fan's defenses. Ice Leopard decided not to attack with force when he saw even the magic sword Tyrfing was unable to threaten Mo Fan's throne. The ice bowler's purpose was to suppress Mo Fan. White Leopard's strength was restricting and controlling his enemy. He drew a huge ice bowler chained to Mo Fan's feet to bind him to the ground. The earth vein only reacted to magic that would threaten Mo Fan's life. It did not react as quickly to the ice bowler. Most importantly, White Leopard was not unleashing any energy as he was drawing. There was no presence of ice magic around Mo Fan, but he was able to draw the ice bowler and tie it to Mo Fan's feet with layers of chains to prevent him from breaking free. Chapter 2357. Drawing the Judgment in Heart. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan looked down and saw the ice bowler was already bound to his feet. It looked like something was growing out of his feet. White Leopard was able to draw directly onto his body. Mo Fan's feet were shockingly heavy. He felt like his bones were about to be crushed by the weight. He finally knew what the ice painter was painting on. Everything within his vision was his drawing board. Ice magic would appear when he moved his brush around. He placed his attention on Mo Fan and drew an ice bowler around his feet to bind Mo Fan down with its extraordinary weight. Art of Killing, 1,000 Shredding Chains. White Leopard held the brush upside down. He did not draw with the tip of the brush, but he used the tail of the brush to splash a circle of ink before waving his brush frantically, like a madman venting his frustrations on the drawing board. Long chains of rings immediately appeared as he waved the brush, each ring around the size of an adult's palm. They materialized around Mo-Fan, some were even rising between the cracks of the crystalline ridge. More chains appeared and hung on Mo-Fan. Their weight alone was on the verge of crushing him. White Leopard shook the brush and tightened the ice chains, producing loud clanks. From afar, it looked like countless machine pythons were moving rapidly toward their target. Mo-Fan's feet were bound to the ground by the ice boulder while his body was being pulled by countless chains. They were going to rip him in half at his waist if they kept moving at this rate. Mo-Fan panicked. His enemy did not have to take aim to use his magic, so it was impossible for Mo-Fan to defend himself. The things that were binding him had simply appeared out of nowhere. Mo-Fan had no clue how he could break free from them. The ice chains were stretching from one end to the other to dismember his body. Mo-Fan did not have time to destroy the chains, nor was he able to escape from them. Even if Mo-Fan knew the guy was an ice painter who drew to cast his magic, he felt like he was just a tiny figure on the painter's paintboard which the painter had full control over. The painter was merely drawing off his imagination to make things happen in reality. Sharja felt an urge to say something when she saw Mo-Fan was in great danger. Sharja, don't you forget, every word you say now is going to inflict an extra wound on our leader. White Leopard snapped when he realized Sharja might betray her team again. Ice Tiger was already beside Sharja, preventing the woman who liked to do everything her own way from helping their enemy. He grinned and chuckled. Brother can easily take care of him, Ice Tiger said smugly. Sharja fell silent. She fixed her eyes on Mo-Fan, who was now completely entangled by the chains. Ridges of the Earth Vein. Your blood is able to awaken the power of the Andes Mountain Range vein. Such an unusual ability. You also have an outstanding lightning element, a heaven-grade fire seed, a superpower of the shadow element, extraordinary abilities of the earth element, and the utilities of the space and shadow elements. You are truly impressive at such a young age. But what difference is it going to make? No matter how strong you are, everything is just a drawing paper filled with colors. I just need to paint my white ink across it to return everything to normal. I can then draw as I please on it, including your death. White Leopard proclaimed mockingly. There was no way Mo-Fan could escape death with the little time he had left. White Leopard was acting like a judge with great authority. He was reading out Mo-Fan's offenses, as if telling him how much of an idiot he was. Mo-Fan was deafened by the loud clanking of the chains. He could only see the chains wrapping around his body, as if he had fallen into a nest of ice pythons. The chains wound closer about him and limited the space he could move in. The grip on his body tightened gradually, like he was going to be crushed at any second. Mo-Fan could feel his death approaching. What's going on? He felt like he was having a suffocating nightmare where he had forgotten the ability to run away. He also lost the ability to analyze the situation around him. He had allowed the unreasonable nightmarish things to close in on him and torture him until he finally came to his senses. The enemy had drawn chains to bind his feet and entangle his body to declare his death sentence. Did White Leopard really possess such an unstoppable power? Or was there a chance that the chains did not only consist of the ice element? Mo-Fan was wondering whether Ice Leopard was placing him under an illusion, but he discarded the possibility when he felt the weight around his feet. The snow was real, so were the cuffs on his feet and the chains. However, the feeling of death and the feeling he was being squeezed to his death might have come from the enemy. A painting could stir a person's emotions like they were being surrounded by snow because it was surreal and vivid. A person would be dazzled by a painting and recall similar experiences of what was drawn, followed by pain and torture the person had gone through before. Humph, it's the psychic element. Mo-Fan lifted his gaze. His eyes erupted into flames as the strong sense of death threatening brought him back to his feet. The psychic element. His enemy had mixed the psychic element with his ice magic. White Leopard was trying to overwhelm him mentally and bury him in the snow. Death was the only outcome if he lost himself to the terrifying torture. Little Flame Bell. Mo-Fan simply ignored what was going on when he knew he was being influenced by the enemy's psychic element. A person would forget their ability to think in the middle of a nightmare and play the role of a victim being chased endlessly. However, once the person realized it was not real and calmed down to think properly, it was easy to overcome the grim situation. Mo Fan had totally forgotten to resist and think after he lost himself in the torture that had been drawn for him. He began to resist and fight back. His own flames were not strong enough to destroy the nightmare. He needed Little Flame Bell's calamity fire. He had to burn the chains on him with the strongest flames. Little Flame Bell came out of the contracted space, but she did not fully reveal herself. She turned into a burning cloak that Mo Fan draped over his shoulders. Mo Fan engulfed his whole body in flames, so that even his dark brown eyes were swaying with blazing red fire. Mo Fan could not feel the cold of the snow, but he realized he was unable to feel any heat, either. The enemy had erased his senses and tricked him into believing he was only using the ice magic to conceal the presence of the psychic element. At first, Mo Fan did not feel any heat after being possessed by Little Flame Bell. However, as Little Flame Bell continued to heat up, he began to feel the heat spreading across his body. Chapter 2358. The Apex of the Ice Element. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephyzid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan's body went from feeling a slight warmth to scorching hot as he finally regained his senses. The flames were not just a little sparkle with a dim glow in a cellar of ice, but blazing red flames in the sky that could set the air on fire. Mo Fan realized he was wrong about the enemy's ice and snow not having any iciness, but his senses had been shut down by the enemy's psychic element. He slowly reclaimed them as he engulfed himself with Little Flame Bell's flames. Such a cunning trick! Mo Fan cursed. It was such a close call. He had almost died in the nightmare after his will was overwhelmed by fear. Mo Fan continued to increase the temperature of the flames to burn his body. He had to awaken himself with the sensations he was most familiar with. The ice chains around him began to melt as the flames grew. Even the ice bowler did not feel as heavy as before. The cage of ice chains began to melt. They were real ice, not something he could not destroy. They did not stand a chance after Mo Fan overcame the chains that were binding his heart. Flame Bell Empress was fully summoned after Mo Fan reclaimed his senses. Blazing sunflowers scattered across the area and blossomed rapidly as Flame Bell Empress revealed her true form. The blossoming sunflowers were not mere illustrations. They continued to spit out little elf sparrows who danced above Flame Bell Empress in shocking numbers, dyeing the grey sky red. The sparrows kept emitting scorching lights, burning the vast land. The snow covering the land had melted, revealing the pitch-black ridges, which started emitting hot steam once again. The throne of the earth vein under Mo Fan's feet had regained its imperious aura. The scorching flames and the aura of the earth vein were what Mo Fan was familiar with. He was only entangled by ice chains and tortured by the psychic element, yet it felt like he had broken out of a deep cellar after being trapped in it for a dozen years. His burning eyes were fixed on White Leopard as the sole shadow of Flame Bell Empress loomed over him. The fiery sparrows scattered across the sky dove at the ground, each creating a wave of flames that surged hundreds of meters away, combining into a sea of flames. The blazing red flames, with fiery dragons and phoenixes rolling across them, were dazzling and spectacular. Mo Fan had become the king of hell after being possessed by Flame Bell Empress. His gaze alone could dry up a whole river. White Leopard took a few steps back subconsciously. Damon, who was prepared to ambush Mo Fan from behind, lost his courage to move forward as well. Damon knew White Leopard's ability. White Leopard's magic was not going to snap Mo Fan in half. It would only knock Mo Fan unconscious after his will was drowned in the painting. It was Damon's job to give Mo Fan the final blow with the Demon Judgment Sword. But now, Damon was struggling to use his light magic. Even though Mo Fan had his back to Damon, Damon was trembling in fear as he sensed the aura of the flames. Damon immediately recalled his encounter with a bone god dragon in the Andes mountain range a few years ago. It had inflicted on him the same fear he was feeling now. "I've seen through your tricks." Mo Fan stowed forward. Every step he took left a long-lasting burning footprint on the ground. "So what?" You are just adding some colors to my drawing. A real ice artist can paint anything he wants without colors. I'm a third-tier super ice mage. How are you going to defeat me? White Leopard remained fearless. He flipped his hand and splashed the ink on the ice palette around him. The white ink splattered on the ground and soon ate away at the sturdy ridge. The white ink was like a great acid, and soon corroded half of the ridge. The plants touched by the white ink wilted away almost instantly. Either the rocks or the plants turned into white powder at the slightest touch of the ink. It looked like snow, but it was nowhere near as pure as snow. It was more like a dangerous chemical instead. I might not have a heaven-grade seed, but my soul-grade ice seed is still the strongest kind in the world, not to mention my cultivation level. Do you think you stand a chance against me? White Leopard snarled. Mo Fan's side had black ridges and a spectacular forest of flames. On the other hand, the deadly whiteness that was killing everything was just as terrifying. There was no sign of life in the area of the white powder, as if the only outcome of entering the area was being frozen to death. Mo Fan could tell White Leopard was the greatest obstacle in his path. The fact that he could neutralize half of Flame Bell Empress domain clearly indicated how outstanding his ice magic was. The third tier of the super level, and the apex of the ice element. Mo Fan had no chance of winning such a powerful mage without relying on Flame Bell Empress. White Leopard tapped his brush in Mo Fan's direction and said arrogantly, I was going to preserve my strength for the strongest mage of the Federation army, but I shall grant you your wish, since you are so eager to die to my ice magic. The hell I've created for the Black Vatican wouldn't mind leaving you an extra spot, too. Mo Fan answered. He purposely glanced below the ridge at Damon, who was leading his disciples and a huge number of soldiers. Damon was still lost in his fear, but the brown rebels were not as insightful as him. In their eyes, the flames only seemed a little stronger than normal flames. They would have no trouble taking down a super mage with the advantage of numbers. They were the elites of the brown rebels. They had all achieved the intermediate level. They had no idea they had entered the King of Hell's territory after climbing onto Mo Fan's ridge. You should stop sending these people to their deaths, Mo Fan said coldly. The black rocks under the ridge began to tremble. If one was taking a closer look, they would notice black rings appearing along the soldiers' paths. These useless soldiers would be wiped out before they could climb up the ridge. Mo Fan suddenly clenched his fist after more black rings appeared under the soldiers' feet. Chapter 2359. Battle between Immortals. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zed. Edited by Aelrianth. Black rings of death rose from the ground and flew around the elite soldiers before forming pieces of black rocks on their bodies. Their skin turned black, just like the rocks. Everyone stopped moving. Their skin was now covered in soft, lustrous black rock. They had all turned into stone. The black rings were petrification rings. They did not give the soldiers any chance to resist. Their skin turned into stone while their blood turned into mud and sand. Even their bones hardened like rock crystals. The cluster of black statues remained perfectly still. They were all wearing confused faces, as if they did not realize their deaths were near. The statues soon shattered on their own. The brown rebels who were well and alive just a few moments ago turned into black crushed stones rolling into the dried river. Damon was dumbfounded. He looked at the rest of the soldiers. Many soldiers had gathered to flank Mo Fan. There were around 3,000 of them in total, but the first few hundred soldiers who had moved out were petrified and shattered. Damon no longer dared to send the rest of the soldiers to get themselves killed. Stay at a safe distance and attack with group spells, Damon ordered. The low-level mags were indeed useless when Mo Fan was protected by the powerful ridges of the earth vein. White Leopard was now their only hope. How could they not take down a single person with their numbers once White Leopard destroyed the ridges? White Leopard approached Mo Fan. His wilting ice domain was slowly destroying Mo Fan's earth magic. Mo Fan was engulfed in flames. He was only using the earth magic to prevent himself from being flanked by the enemy. It did not matter if White Leopard was turning everything snow-white, as long as the river stopped flowing. Sky Glacier. After the terrain was converted into a valley of ice, an ice glacier which normally required a few hundred years to form emerged from the ground and dropped everything in the area to a lower altitude. White Leopard stood on the glacier like an emperor who had control over the vein of ancient icy mountains, looking down at his world of ice. The glacier was enormous, yet the part that was visible to the crowd was only its tip, similar to an iceberg floating at the Arctic Pole. White Leopard raised his brush. The glacier surprisingly rose into the air and moved in an unbelievable way. It was slowly floating toward Mo Fan to crash into him. One could use movement spells to avoid slow-moving attacks, but the glacier was around the size of a tectonic plate. There was nowhere Mo Fan could run to. It was the epitome of one's power after reaching the apex of the ice element, being able to summon a whole glacier. Even the scorching river could barely contain the glacier, but Mo Fan stood his ground and faced the glacier that was slowly approaching him. It did not necessarily mean he had a head of steel, but the best option he had was to accumulate his fire magic in the little time he had. Did it matter if a glacier was floating at him? He could destroy a whole mountain range if needed. Little Flame Bell, let's go up. Mo Fan jumped into the air as huge flames erupted under his feet. He did not take off into the sky like he had wing magical equipment, but the flames were propelling him up with chained explosions. Flames wrapped around Mo Fan like he had put on a sacred burning robe. He did not need any other magic. It was his strongest weapon. He flew at the glacier while being engulfed in flames, and crashed into it like an unstoppable meteor. Mo Fan only left a hole on the glacier at first, but as stronger explosions propelled him deeper into the glacier, red cracks began to surface on it. The red cracks spread wildly, while the inside of the glacier collapsed gradually. It was only a matter of time before the glacier would crack into pieces after its interior was heavily damaged. Mo Fan suddenly changed direction after he reached the center of the glacier. He hammered his fists around him, creating bigger holes in the glacier. The glacier finally shattered in half and fell away to Mo Fan's sides as he landed on the ground. The glacier was bigger than some of the hills below. It felt like Mo Fan had just slammed 2 mountains of snow into a valley, immediately causing a huge avalanche to roll down the scorching river. The brown rebels who were in the vicinity immediately fled for their lives. They were no different from startled deer, foxes, and rabbits caught by an avalanche. Daemon had no choice but to order his soldiers to back away. As a matter of fact, White Leopard had gone all out with his ice magic, while Mo Fan had transformed into a fiery demon. The destruction they were causing was disastrous. Even Daemon's disciples felt like they were watching a battle between 2 immortals, let alone the basic soldiers. It's all flowers, but no fruit. Is that all you've got? Mo Fan punched out in White Leopard's direction. The punches destroyed the huge ice mound scattered across the valley between Mo Fan and White Leopard like they were mere bubbles. Mo Fan's punches accelerated. Their light formed a meteor shower sweeping across the valley before landing on White Leopard a kilometer away. White Leopard waved his hand and caught the brush between his fingers. He painted with the brush quickly. Icy strings were painted in great numbers. They wrapped around White Leopard in an icy cocoon. The burning light of the punches soon arrived. They could easily break through the sturdy ice blocks, but they completely lost their power when they collided into the flexible icy silk. After White Leopard nullified Mo Fan's punches, the enormous glacier and the ridges between him and Mo Fan were almost gone, but the whole area was covered in the debris of ice and rocks. It was like the place had been repaired and destroyed time and time again. What is the thing on you? White Leopard stared at Flame Bell Emperor Soul Shadow. His opponent had only achieved the super level of the fire element recently, but the Soul Shadow possessing him had granted him the strength to fight a peak super ice mage. In other words, the heaven-grade flame Mo Fan was using previously was not his strongest form. Chapter 2360. Rupturing Black Scars. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. A fire element sacred spirit. White Leopard could not recognize the soul shadow on Mo Fan's back, but Sharja knew what it was. Elemental sacred spirits were a rare species. They were easily the best choice to be a summoner's contracted beast, but they were too difficult to find. Such summoners not only had to have the summoning element. If they had the same element as their contracted beast, and it was an elemental spirit, it would significantly strengthen their shared element. That was the reason why Mo Fan was able to take on an experienced super mage when the cultivation of his fire element was not particularly outstanding. More importantly, Mo Fan's contracted beast was a sacred spirit, not just a normal elemental spirit. It also explained the source of his heaven-grade flame. His sacred spirit contracted beast had granted him the heaven-grade flame. White Leopard turned around and asked Sharja, "It's a contracted beast. A rare species of fire sacred spirit that can possess its master, and it's in the ruler level too," Sharja said confidently. Sharja had been able to tell Mo Fan was a powerful mage back when they were at the Eris Sacred Institute. She was curious to find out exactly how strong he was. She still found herself in disbelief as Mo Fan gradually revealed his strength. Sharja could not find a worthy opponent in South America. She could easily beat most of the teachers of the Eris Sacred Institute, too. She had lost interest in duels for a long time. However, after witnessing how Mo Fan had caused a massacre in the Brown Rebels base, not only did she gain a better understanding of her teacher's strength, her heart was pounding heavily as she regained her passion for magic battles. A ruler-level creature. He's a summoner with a ruler-level summoned beast, too. How many elements does he have? Ice Tiger exclaimed. A ruler-level creature could take on 10 super mags at once. A super mage like Ice Tiger was as weak as a little wild dog in front of a ruler-level creature. He would have to pay with his life just to bite a small part of the ruler-level creature's skin off. Ice Tiger was starting to feel scared. Luckily, that guy did not go all out at him, like he had on Cook. Otherwise, he would not be standing now. White Leopard, on the other hand, was brimming with rage, and his heart was burning with flames of jealousy. Why? Why was the guy blessed with so many extraordinary abilities? He had a heaven-grade flame, the blood pact of the earth, destructive lightning magic, and a ruler-level sacred spirit as his contracted beast. In comparison, White Leopard's peak super ice magic and his super power to draw with ice magic were the only things worthy of being put up for display. Die! 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 The more White Leopard thought about it, the angrier he became. He swore to erase this man with so many blessings from the world. A mage cultivation level was supposed to dictate the outcome of a battle. White Leopard began to attack recklessly instead of taking a defensive stance. He pointed his brush at the sky like it was the axis of his canvas. He painted long strokes while gliding a few hundred meters forward. He was obviously trying to draw a bigger object. A rare sight occurred in the grey sky. The strokes eventually formed the silhouette of an enormous object floating in the air. He had drawn an even bigger glacier. At first glance, it looked like a cluster of white clouds had appeared out of nowhere in the grey sky, but it was an actual mountain of ice instead of some bodies of air. It was floating in the sky in the shape of an upside-down peak. Mo Fan had been to Tianshan Mountain. He had even gone to the scar of Tianshan Mountain. The thing White Leopard drew bore a striking resemblance to the floating icebergs in the scar of Tianshan Mountain. It was very likely that White Leopard had been to the scar of the Tianshan Mountain. He was drawing the exact same scenery in the scar of the Tianshan Mountain, even though the floating icebergs in the scar of the Tianshan Mountain were a lot more astonishing. However, it was shocking how White Leopard was able to draw a tiny version of the scar of the Tianshan Mountain at the Scorching River. How much of the magic and energy of his star palaces did he expend? Glacier rupture! White Leopard yelled. The floating ice above Mo Fan blew a huge crack in the sky. The wind between the sky and the ground started blowing in the opposite direction, sweeping everything into the sky. The floating iceberg descended slowly. The huge crack on it was like a wormhole in the middle of a galaxy. It was sucking in everything while drawing closer to the ground. Mo Fan lifted his gaze and glanced into the darkness of the rupture. White Leopard did not try to place him under an illusion this time, as the Brown Rebels were able to see the same thing he was seeing. Many soldiers had fainted after witnessing the bizarre sight. They were as tiny as ants compared to the floating iceberg and the bottomless chasm above them. Mo Fan was struggling to stand properly. He was pulled into the sky by the wind cavity like a stalk of grass. The closer he was to the chasm, the stronger the iciness and the pulling force became. White Leopard's specialty was not freezing everything with his ice magic, but draining away life force instead. Ice was able to slow down everything, including blood flow, the functions of organs, and metabolism. White Leopard's ice was able to stop a creature's life force until they wilted like a plant. The iciness Mo Fan was feeling did not come from his senses, it was actually draining away his life force at an insane rate. White Leopard had gotten the idea of creating a black scar under the floating iceberg when he went to the Quenchan mountain. It would overwhelm his enemy with fear and make them wilt like some petty plants. He had once used the ability to take out a tribe of Mags in the Andes mountain range who were unwilling to join the Brown Rebels. Thousands of people were sucked into the Black Scar, including some powerful Mags. His magic was capable of destroying over 1,000 people instantly. How could it not take the life of a single intruder? The iceberg was crashing down on Mo Fan, and the Black Scar was hanging right above him. The flames engulfing Mo Fan began to turn into white substances before scattering in the wind. Little Flame Bell, Mo Fan was under great pressure. He was struggling to gather his strength to put up a fight. It felt like the whole sky was falling down on him, and all he could do was shiver in fear and await the wrath of the heavens. Flame Bell Empress requested that they separate. If Mo Fan was sucked into the Black Scar, its iciness would instantly stop his organs from functioning. After all, Mo Fan was just a vulnerable human. On the other hand, Flame Bell Empress was a ruler-level creature. Her vitality was several times stronger than a human's. Even though even her life force would eventually wilt away inside the Black Scar, it would not claim her life in a short amount of time. Flame Bell Empress was confident she could melt the iceberg before her life was in danger. Very well, let's show him how unstoppable we are. Mo Fan did not move as he separated from Flame Bell Empress. Mo Fan and Flame Bell Empress were now able to merge and separate anytime. The synergy between them had grown much stronger. Chapter 2361 King of Hellish Flames. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The unstoppable flames separated from Mo Fan, but Flame Bell Empress' own aura was just as imperious. The Brown Rebels finally saw Flame Bell Empress' true appearance. Her alluring figure had a unique charm even when she was engulfed in sacred flames. The flames were so bright that it was difficult to look at her directly. Furthermore, her naturally aloof aura was compelling them to remain at a respectful distance. None of them dared to show any disrespect before her. A flame bell! Sharja blurted out. She was finally able to see Mo Fan's contracted beast. The last flame bell in the world. Sharja had read a lot of books. She had learned about the discoveries of an explorer related to the fire sacred spirit recently. Back in a certain era, the Flame Bells were a tribe of elemental spirits nurtured with sacred altars across the world. They had pure hearts, unlike most savage demon creatures, and never took the initiative to attack humans. They were like sacred guardians who passed on their kind by following the laws of nature. However, the Flame Bells' numbers gradually declined for some reason. They were now an extremely rare species in the current era. Adventurers of different countries had derived that the last place with signs of a real flame bell was in China's Dunhuang. As a result, they wrote an article recording the birth of the last flame bell. Many mags had no idea what a flame bell even was. They only cared about their own benefits, but to archaeologists, the flame bells might be the original source of the fire element humans used. Otherwise, how could a flame bell so perfectly possess a fire mage? Sharja strongly believed that flame bells were the source of the fire element because of another reason. She tapped in the air to summon the evil book. The pages flipped rapidly until they reached the final few pages. One of them was blazing red, as if it was drawn with real flames. The page was shuddering constantly, as if it was going to burn the whole book into ashes at any second. On the page was a demon creature with the appearance of a woman. She was spreading her arms around lava and erupting volcanoes. The flames did not damage her skin. They were setting off her sacred air like a robe. The dangerous flames were gathering around her respectfully, like her people, ready to obey her commands. The page with the magic sword Tyrfing had an evil presence around its border. The magic sword Tyrfing had looked real on the page, like it could fly out of it any time. But the page with the flame bell only had an illustration, despite its vividness. Sharja remembered how her grandfather told her stories of the flame bells, but even her grandfather had never seen a real flame bell before. But she had seen one now, and it was an adult flame bell, too. Seeing one in person was much different from hearing rumors and reading the records of one. Flame Bell Empress left Mo Fan's body. She was like a bright sun in the world of ice. Not only did she drive the iciness away, her flames flared with a strong presence of life and began sprinkling down to the ground. White Leopard's cultivation was outstanding, being able to establish a wilting world by himself, but Flame Bell was a symbol of life and sacred flames. She immediately tore a burning scar in the air, melting away the icy presence of death with her endless flames. She was like the sunlight of spring as winter ended, resuscitating all living creatures. The iciness, wilting, and silence had been replaced. The light of the sacred flames not only brought a glimpse of warmth, but it continued to grow stronger. The Flame Bell Empress world did not consist solely of scorched lands, nor would it be ruled over by the cold ice of death. White Leopard swung his brush wildly, like a painter who had gone mad, scribbling over his drawing board. As a painter, he had to put his soul and boldness into his art, which was the wilting and death he needed now. However, the Flame Bell Empress' sacred flames of life had melted them away. The floating iceberg was cracking into pieces, and the black scar devouring the world was filled with flames now. No matter how hard he painted, even if he splashed all his ink onto the drawing board, he could not cover the light of the flames. White Leopard's face paled. Every stroke he made was consuming his energy. The faster he painted, the quicker he consumed his energy. The man's bitter resentment was stressing him out. On the other hand, Flame Bell Empress remained unmoving as she calmly reclaimed her territory. White Leopard had a twisted expression as a result of the pain from forcibly drawing out his mental energy, like a person who was trying to keep working after not sleeping for several days. His haggard face and green glowing eyes were ghastly to look at. No one can burn my drawing. No one can survive in my world of wilting ice, no light, no temperature, no flame. White Leopard screamed. White foam was coming out of his mouth. His eyes rolled upward. It was clear that the final flourish had consumed a part of his life force. His body was reacting badly from the overexertion. White Leopard's body convulsed as he started vomiting. He had finally reached his limit. He was sent flying when he tried to paint again. He slammed into the ice mountain behind himself and knocked it to the ground. Brother! Ice Tiger quickly went over and saw White Leopard forcing himself up. The bones on his back were twisting, but he was forcing himself to stand like a soldier. There's no way I will lose. There's no way. I'm the strongest ice mage in this country. I won't lose to a nobody like him. White Leopard yelled. His body was bending in a strange way. I won't allow anyone to interfere with the battle. I can kill him. What flame bell, what heaven-grade flame, they will all end up dead in my drawing. White Leopard staggered as he walked forward. His fingers were trembling while holding his brush. He was struggling to hold his brush properly. How was he able to fight any longer? The floating iceberg kept falling. Flame Bell Empress slowly descended from the black scar. The flames about her had weakened slightly, but her aura was still the same. Mo Fan still had a lot of enemies to fight. The White Leopard was not the only enemy left. Flame Bell Empress possessed Mo Fan again. Flame Bell Empress was a little worn out. As she entered Mo Fan's body, her flames continued to burn around him. Their strongest fires were not when they were separated. Their strongest form was when they were merged into one. It was when Flame Bell Empress was burning in Mo Fan's heart, turning him into the king of hellish flames. Chapter 2362. My Hell. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. That was only a small demonstration of my power, Mofan grinned. His smile widened in the flames. Mofan had defeated a 200-meter-tall Silver Moon Tyrant Titan when he had full control of Flame Bell Empress Flames in his current form. The truth was, Mofan had yet to use the full power of the King of Hellish Flames. The flames he had once unleashed in his demon form were actually not much stronger than those of his current form. Mofan had only been an advanced mage back then. Little Flame Bell had fully evolved into a Flame Bell Empress long after he demonized, and attached to his back as a soul shadow. She was one of the 4 soul shadows Mofan had. Mofan knew his current strength was still far from his demon form back then, but the cultivation of his super fire element and Flame Bell Empress combined was very close to the strength of his fire demon form. He no longer had to rely on the demon that was sleeping inside him, nor did he have to pay a huge amount of soul essences or suffer from any side effects after borrowing its power. He was fighting with his own power. Kill him now. White Leopard was not in his right mind after he was injured. Brother, didn't you tell us not to interfere with the battle? Ice Tiger asked carefully. Shut up, a troublemaker like him must die. White Leopard screamed. White Leopard's mental energy had depleted. He was suffering the consequences of overstraining himself, but Mofan was in his strongest form after Little Flame Bell possessed him once again. White Leopard knew he was no match for Mofan. He had to use the Brown Rebels' power to beat Mofan. White Leopard was one of the highest commanders, with 10,000 Brown Rebels at his command. Daemon had already gathered a few thousand elite soldiers. White Leopard raised his brush and painted a white flag in the air. The flag was a signal. The lake was not too far from the Brown Rebels' main camp. The main army could easily destroy everything as it marched to the lake. I have countless soldiers at my command. Do you think you stand the slightest chance against me? White Leopard shouted at Mofan. That won't stop me either. The army of Brown Rebels was pressing forward. Mofan was soon going to take on an army of more than 10,000 soldiers. Even though they were unable to fight with magic formations like the elite soldiers in the Scorching River, they could still cause massive destruction comparable to super magic when they combined their spells. The army quickly arrived at the Scorching River and filled up the lake. White Leopard knew Mofan was after Wuku. He had no intention of letting Mofan get his way. Mofan would have to cross the bodies of 10,000 soldiers if he wanted to kill Wuku. Mofan showed no fear, since he had not tested the true strength of his current form. My hell has enough space for as many people as you have. Mofan flew forward as he turned into a fiery dragon. Its flames surged ferociously and destroyed everything in their path. The soldiers were merely minnows in a lake. They were crushed by the fiery dragon's force and burned into ashes by its flames. The soldiers tried fighting back with their wind warships, but their fleets could not escape the fate of being sunk by the monstrous dragon. The fiery dragon smashed its way from one side of the Scorching River to the other, purging every life in its path and leaving nothing but scorched corpses and bones behind. It was as frantic as Mofan had intended. His hell did indeed have enough space for every soldier. It did not matter if he was taking on an army, as the soldiers were nothing but mere ants to him. Purgatory, 9 fire falls. Mofan hovered above the sea of flames and raised his hands. 9 flashes of flames flickered in the sky, just under the clouds. There was a huge blast, and scorching lava poured down directly into the lake. The lake had sunken and dried from the previous fighting. The 9 falls of lava pouring down from the sky were utterly spectacular. However, the soldiers who were stuck in the lake were in total despair as they watched the flames pouring down on them, tossing them all into the deepest abyss of hell. The flames were devouring the ground they were standing on like a rising tide. The blazing red liquid was only under their feet at first, but as the flames kept pouring down, it soon covered their ankles, their knees, and their legs. The flames were as red as blood, with dismembered corpses floating on them. The flesh below the flames was already burned into nothing. Mo Fan was standing on the high ground. His merciless and savage appearance perfectly resembled the King of Hell. His emotions were stirred up a little as he witnessed the horrible deaths of the soldiers, but he did not allow himself to have any mercy for his enemies. When the Brown rebels took over Banlo City, it was like hell for the innocent civilians who were killed and sacrificed for the coup. Every soldier who joined the Brown rebels was responsible for their deaths. Mo Fan had always curbed violence with violence. An army that was abusing violence to earn their power had no right to ask others for mercy. You are sending them to their deaths. Sharja pointed out. They were prepared to sacrifice their lives the day they joined the army. White Leopard snarled back. But do you really think he will waste his time on them? Sharja was already backing away as she was talking. Sharja knew she had to retreat as soon as she saw Mo Fan's transformation. She knew they had no chance of defeating Mo Fan. She was not fighting for the Brown rebels or the Black Vatican, nor did she want to become a sacrifice of the war. She could come and go as she pleased. White Leopard did not understand Sharja at first, but his face turned pale when he saw the King of Hell flying right at him from 2 kilometers away. Ice Tiger, stop him! White Leopard had yet to catch his breath. He had no chance of stopping the fiery demon. Ice Tiger had no choice but to step forward. The truth was, the burns left on him by the heaven-grade flame were still hurting. Ice Tiger stepped forward. He threw his fists on the ground, blue veins surfacing across his body. Huge spikes burst out of the ground in a row, acting as a defensive barrier. Mo Fan charged forward, leaving a scorched trail behind him. The air around him suddenly exploded in flames when he reached the spikes. Mo Fan completely turned into a ferocious tiger pouncing forward. Bang! The spikes shattered like bubbles. The impact knocked Ice Tiger flying. Several burning projectiles flew after him and stabbed him after he landed on the ground. Ice Tiger cried out in agony. Mo Fan ignored the cry. His target was the arrogant White Leopard. White Leopard could only see a huge splash of red light coming at him, not a human. It felt like he was standing on an isolated peak facing the scorching sun. The air was burning the sunlight, which had dyed the whole sky red. It felt like the scene of the apocalypse. Chapter 2363. Unrelenting. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Whoever tries to stop me will die, I don't care if you are a general of whatever regime. Mo Fan showed no hesitation. It was acceptable if the soldiers at the bottom level did not truly understand the reasons why the war broke out in the first place, but how could officers like Ice Tiger and White Leopard not be aware of Wu Ku's identity? They were taking the side of the Evildor. Even if they did win the war, they would continue to bring disasters to their people. The flames poured down and burned the woods by the scorching river. Both sides of the river had turned blazing red. White Leopard's body began to melt away in the calamity fire. His skin turned into white steam. His blood evaporated in a red mist. His flesh and bones were burned into ashes. The people did not hear White Leopard's cry of agony, but they witnessed how he perished and literally scattered like ashes in Mo Fan's flames. The enormous army was like puppets that could not withstand a single blow. They all fled for their lives after their general died. Even the frenzy liquid could no longer influence their minds after they were overwhelmed by absolute terror. The only drive left in their hearts was their will to stay alive by getting as far away as possible. Ice Tiger climbed to White Leopard's location and shouted like he was having a mental breakdown, "Brother! Brother!" Mo Fan was standing right beside him. Ice Tiger turned to Mo Fan with a twisted expression. He did not look human, but a ghastly demon trying to swallow Mo Fan alive instead. Mo Fan felt a strong murderous intent from Ice Tiger. "I can grant you your wish too, if you so want to die." Some people fled for their lives, others totally lost their minds. Ice Tiger was a perfect example. He had forgotten something important after he was overwhelmed by grief and anger. Ice Tiger had not awakened any superpower, making him as petty as a wild dog in front of the king of hellish flames. Bang! Ice Tiger enjoyed fist fighting. Mo Fan decided to end his life with his fist. He threw a punch right on Ice Tiger's face as the man pounced at Mo Fan with defensive spikes erupting all over his body like a porcupine. Unfortunately, Mo Fan's punch was capable of destroying the ground and bringing forth the scorching lava below. His punches had razed woods and camps to the ground before filling the scars with lava. The blazing lava did not flow silently in the scars, but continued to spread into streams like the roots of a tree, still triggering explosions occasionally. The punch now was even stronger than the ones he had thrown before. The lake was already beyond recognition, so was the river. It was more like a vein of black rocks under an ancient volcano, the site of the apocalypse. What about you? You still dare to show up in front of me? Mo Fan glared at Damon after taking care of the two brothers. A shadow coward. A nobody. Damon had referred to Mo Fan with these titles previously. He initially thought Mo Fan was just a little scout who snuck into their camp to gather intel, but he had turned out to be an unstoppable demon instead. Ice Tiger and White Leopard were powerful generals among the Brown Rebel, only second to their leaders, but the young man had killed them without any hesitation. Who exactly are you? Damon's voice was brimming with shock and fear. You have the highest authority here. My target has always been that scum from the Black Vatican. You should really consider if it's worth sacrificing your life to fight for his sake, Mo Fan answered in a steely voice. Mo Fan had never had a good impression of the Brown Rebels. They were treating the Black Vatican's frenzy liquid as something sacred and allowing themselves to be used by the Black Vatican. They were not fighting for the sacred cause they were claiming to. Mo Fan's Nether River was more than willing to accept their souls if they were so eager to die. Retreat to the camp. Everyone, retreat to the camp now. Damon finally realized his place. He started ordering the soldiers and elite mags to retreat from the scorching river. White Leopard had ordered the soldiers to block the scorching river so Mo Fan would have to kill them all to reach Wuku. Mo Fan was not an idiot. Why did he have to kill them all? He just had to destroy White Leopard and set an example. Were these soldiers really going to hold their ground to their deaths? The soldiers and elite mags were relieved after receiving Damon's order. They did not dare leave when White Leopard was still alive, since he would execute them for disobeying his commands. Damon had taken over now that White Leopard had been killed, meaning that their lives had been spared. The way humans thought was very strange. In a time like this, they were actually grateful to the demon who was slaughtering their army just a moment ago. After all, it was only a matter of time and effort for Mo Fan to wipe them all out. Mo Fan had spared their lives by killing General White Leopard. No one wanted to die. The motto of the regime was nothing but a slogan when their lives were being threatened. They were not saints who would die for their beliefs. The fact that they had lived after fighting a demon like Mo Fan was already impressive enough. The army took some time to retreat. Mo Fan wove through the Brown Rebels in the scorching river. The soldiers quickly cleared a path for Mo Fan as they headed in the opposite direction. The burning footprints along Mo Fan's trail sparked all of their lingering fears. Wolf Chief. Mo Fan was less than 100 meters away from Wuku after passing the lake. There was only one person blocking his path. It was none other than Wolf Chief. He possessed a strong will, unlike the soldiers. The fearless spirit of the Black Vatican was a lot firmer than the Brown Rebel slogans. Wolf Chief did not dare move, yet he was unsure what he should do. He had not expected that Mo Fan possessed such strength, despite being a chieftain of the Black Vatican. The information he had regarding Mo Fan had great disparities with reality. I have something else in mind for you, Mo Fan told Wolf Chief. Wolf Chief was confused. He did not understand what Mo Fan was saying. Was Mo Fan not planning to fight him in his current unstoppable form? Did he have other powers which he had not used? Wolf Chief was wondering what was going on. He did not notice a black shadow crept out of the spot where he had used his blood sacrifice magic. It attached to Wolf Chief's back without alerting him. The black shadow had a surprisingly vivid face. It was grinning like a devil that had caught its prey. Do as you wish, Elder of the Shadow Tribe. Mo Fan continued forward. The target of the Elder of the Shadow Tribe was already doomed at such a close distance. The Elder of the Shadow Tribe had always behaved strangely. Mo Fan had tried to summon it to fight for him in the previous battle, yet it seemed uninterested. However, it became restless while Mo Fan was massacring the soldiers. In the end, it had set its eyes on Wolf Chief, who had the curse element. Mo Fan had no reason to waste his own energy. Wolf Chief still thought he could keep Mo Fan at bay with the strange and unnatural power of his curse element. Little did he know, he had already been reserved by an even more unnatural existence. Chapter 2364. God of Fire, Rising Phoenix. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan walked toward Wu Ku. Wu Ku looked behind Mo Fan and saw a demonic shadow connected to his body moving on its own, like paint sprayed on him. Ah! Wolf Chief let out screams of agony. No one knew what had happened to him, but they could sense the despair in his cries. The cries kept going while the figure of the Elder of the Shadow Tribe was moving. Damon stood on the other side of the lake. He shuddered when he saw how the Elder of the Shadow Tribe was torturing Wolf Chief. An elder being of the darkness plane had broken its chains and come to their world. He would have died multiple times if Mo Fan had used it on him instead. Damon was suddenly relieved he had made the right choice. Otherwise, the terrifying Elder of the Shadow Tribe would be torturing him instead. It looks like Salin isn't going to risk her life to save you this time. Mo Fan stared at Wu Ku. Wu Ku's expression was constantly shifting. He did not expect Mo Fan to actually clear a path to him. Most importantly, Mo Fan had not used the power of the demon inside him to do so. It was true that Salin was not going to show up again. She had only wanted the war to break out so she could obtain more evil power as she walked in the kingdom of death. She had achieved her goal once the war was beyond the point of no return. Wu Ku was no longer as valuable to her as he used to be. As expected of the biggest stumbling block of our church, you have always caused trouble whenever we are holding a ceremony. Such a pity, we are always a step ahead of you, just like Bow City. There's nothing you can do. The things that should happen have already happened. Wu Ku started attacking Mo Fan's resolve. Humans are meant to improve in little steps. I never expected myself to do anything shocking. I'm satisfied with the improvements I have compared to my previous attempts, Mo Fan replied. Did he really fail to do anything? He was only hoping to survive in Bow City. He had saved the ancient capital from being destroyed. He had stopped the Black Vatican at Beijiang. And now, he had restrained the Black Vatican in the Andes mountain range. Every step he took was more convincing than the previous one. He had even found one of the culprits from the calamity of Bow City today. It was good enough for Mo Fan. You have no idea how big our church is. What you see is only the tip of the iceberg. Wu Ku nattered on. One has to start digging out a mountain from the inside. As long as the Black Vatican is still around, my gates of hell will remain open. It's fine if the results aren't all flying colors. After all, I'm still young, but your cardinals aren't, Mo Fan pointed out. It all came down to whoever could live the longest. Mo Fan had sworn to fight the Black Vatican until the end. He was a man of his word. Wu Ku tried to destroy Mo Fan's will to resist the Black Vatican. He did not believe anyone would be willing to sacrifice everything just to take down the Black Vatican. Even the Holy Judgment Court and the Magic Association were not so diligent, so why would an ordinary person like him bother to go after the Black Vatican by risking his life? Wu Ku's face twisted like he had just eaten dog poop after hearing Mo Fan's words. His role as the head priest was to demoralize unbelievers. In the church, every member from the Grey Priests to the Blue Deacons had the urge to listen to his teachings and gradually fell under his influence, but not only did his usual tricks fail to work, he was doubting himself for once. In terms of age, Mo Fan would indeed live longer than Salin. 20 years from now, Mo Fan would be in his prime, while Salin's drive would slow as she aged. Wu Ku shook his head. Why was he the one being brainwashed here? I was a monk before I joined the Black Vatican. Can you let me die a peaceful death? Wuku tried to withhold his anger and grudges, and acted like he was negotiating. Dying at my hand is the most appropriate way, Mo Fan answered simply. You are being unreasonable. Wuku's expression changed instantly. He had looked as calm and gentle as an old monk, but his face was as ghastly as a demon in the next second. There was no room for negotiation between a butcher and a dog. Mo Fan suddenly sprang forward, leaving sparks on the spot he was previously standing on. A huge chunk of the ground there compressed. He reached Wuku in an instant as he was engulfed in flames. He perfectly resembled the marvelous god of fire depicted in ancient myths. Wuku slid backward in response. Orbs of water immediately burst out of his body, each clear and distinctive as they joined together to protect Wuku like prayer beads. Water prayer beads. Wuku had awakened a superpower of the water element, too. The prayer beads were perfect for his identity as a monk, yet he had sided with the Avilders and destroyed lives, instead of helping them. Let's see how many of these prayer beads you have. Mo Fan was like an enraged deity. His heavenly flames instantly unleashed their full potential. From afar, it looked like a mountain of flames was standing between Mo Fan and Wuku. The mountain of flames was only a precursor. Mo Fan was just starting to unleash its full power. God of Fire, Rising Phoenix. A pair of fiery wings emerged from the mountain. It was clearly depicting Phoenix Mountain from the myths, home to a phoenix that could burn everything for 100 kilometers around from its peak. The landscape from the upper stream to the middle stream of the scorching river dried up instantly. The moist rainforests on both sides of the river erupted into flames. The fire continued to spread wildly and threatened the rebel camps. The sky was scorched as red as blood. Fire was sweeping across the sky like lightning in the form of shocking red flashes. The phoenix arose on the top of the mountain and unleashed the flames of destruction from its body. The prayer beads broke, one by one. Water might be effective against fire, but it had no chance of stopping a phoenix that could regenerate endlessly in cycles. It dove below Mo Fan and flew out the other side of the mountain. Everything was burned into ashes. The wings of the phoenix only covered a span of 50 meters, but its flames extended over a kilometer beyond them as it glided above the woods. The flames of its wings were the boundary line of its territory. Everything inside that area was burned into ashes. Wuku had close to 1,000 water prayer beads on him. He and his prayer beads were constantly knocked back. Wuku had an innate soul-grade water seed and an abundant supply of magic, but his water prayer beads continued to evaporate and break in the face of the phoenix's inextinguishable flames. Wuku's face filled with fear and despair as his water prayer beads continued to disappear. He could not stop the flames. The calamity fire was capable of destroying the heavens and earth. He was just a human with a special innate talent. He was too tiny to escape his fate of being buried in the sea of flames. Chapter 2365. More than 30,000 Ways of Dying. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The water prayer beads all disappeared. If Wuku had held onto the 3 water fundamental crystals, he might have been able to survive the phoenix's flames with the abundant energy inside them. Unfortunately, the water fundamental crystals were in Mo Fan's hands. Some of the most tenacious plants were slowly turning into charcoal. The moist soil was now as dry and hard as stone. It was scorched black with cracks all through it. The thick woods had vanished in a straight line completely, like they were erased by the stroke of a hand sweeping deeper into the rainforest, leaving behind a barren land in the middle of the rainforest with endless steam rising from it. A man whose clothes and skin had been destroyed by flames was kneeling miserably at the boundary of the flames, looking like a burned statue. It was Wuku. He tried to get back to his feet a few times, but could only fall back to the ground. He struggled to lift his head, but he could only see 2 feet walking toward him, leaving burning footprints behind them. Kneeling on the ground will not lessen your sins, Mo Fan advised him. I will not kneel in front of a nobody like you. Wuku tried to get up, but he shrieked in agony as the bones of his legs tried to support his weight. His legs only had bones left. His flesh had been burned away. The bones were scorched black, too. Wuku was crying madly. His body twitched uncontrollably as more skin and flesh fell from him. Wuku did not expect his body to end up like this. He looked like a trashed Buddha statue burning inside a furnace, and now it was beginning to fall apart. Water, water, water. Wuku started crawling. The skin on his hands was falling off like dried soil. However, he was still using all his might to crawl toward the scorching river. There was water in the scorching river. Given water, his unique body could rejuvenate in no time. The river would replenish the water he had lost. New skin and flesh would slowly grow out. He could try again as long as he had water. He finally made it to the scorching river. He just needed to use a little magic to summon the water toward him. However, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he stared at the river. The scorching river was dry. The scorching river here had contained the melted ice and collected rainwater from across the Andes mountain range, but it had dried up completely for several kilometers. There was no sign of water, only dry earth cracked from the heat. Flames were still rising from some of the cracks. Give me the water fundamental crystals. I can tell you everything you want, give me the water fundamental crystals. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Please, I'm begging you, show me mercy. Wuku grabbed Mo Fan's feet. His body had only bones left. Aren't you in a pretty good state now? Buddhists always want to become as light as feathers, so they can ascend. Your soul might be going to hell, but your flesh has ascended. Congratulations on achieving your life goal, Mo Fan laughed sincerely. If Wuku was a true believer of Buddhism, he would not have performed so many wicked acts. He had treated the lives of others as a game of blood and gore to relieve his boredom. Elder of the Shadow Tribe, I would like you to handle this one here, too. Remember to give him a 5-star rating trip before his life force depletes, Mo Fan called out. The Elder of the Shadow Tribe had had enough of Wolf Chief, and had already thrown Wolf Chief to his underlings. The bored shadow demons might have separated him into countless pieces by now. A more interesting target was being given to him. Wuku suited the Elder of the Shadow Tribe's tastes even more. Mo Fan had destroyed Wuku's flesh. His soul would not have much resistance left now. Little Loach never absorbed the rotten souls of the Black Vatican people, but the Elder of the Shadow Tribe welcomed them. If Mo Fan was the king of hell, the Elder of the Shadow Tribe was the officer of punishment Mo Fan had personally appointed. The Elder of the Shadow Tribe was able to torture a soul using hundreds of different methods. Under his strong influence, the soldiers of the Shadow Tribe had been reinventing their ways of killing with him. I can tell you everything. Don't you want to know? Wuku begged desperately. That won't be necessary. I just want you to experience the pain of death. My brother told me you knocked your head on the ground 34,670 times for the people who died in Bow City. Perhaps I should let you experience 34,670 different deaths before you perish. Mo Fan suggested. Wuku had an urge to shatter his own soul with his magic after hearing those words. Unfortunately, he no longer had any energy left. He could only watch his soul get dragged out by the Elder of the Shadow Tribe. The Elder of the Shadow Tribe was humming a strange tune as he dragged Wuku's soul away. He was an expert at torturing a soul. Letting a soul experience 34,670 different deaths might be a little tricky, but he would never cease trying. If he could not come up with enough ideas himself, he had gained so many underlings who had some fancy ideas recently. They should be able to complete the immensely difficult project by working together. The Elder of the Shadow Tribe suddenly realized he had always had pleasant surprises ever since he started following Mo Fan. Wuku was an extremely fine catch. Wuku really had nothing but bones left. The bones of his face were contorted from the fear he was experiencing prior to his death, but his death was only the beginning. The Black Vatican had always believed it, and Wuku finally had a chance to experience it, too. His soul would be around for a long time, as his redemption had only just begun. Mo Fan packed up Wu Ku's scorched bones. Mo Fan had to give the people of Bo City a satisfying answer. The bones might be able to pacify the souls who were not willing to leave the bloodstained land of his home. Even though Mo Fan had not taken care of the real culprit, as he lost track of Salon, he was confident that the dead would be pleased after he brought back the person who had executed the conspiracy. How bold of you! An unfriendly voice appeared after Mo Fan was done packing up. Mo Fan looked at the scorched area and saw a man with a sharp gaze holding a brown staff. He was less than 200 meters away from Mo Fan. Mo Fan was surprised he had not noticed the man's presence earlier. Most importantly, the man should know he was the cause of the massive destruction all around. The fact that he dared to stand in front of Mo Fan indicated he was not afraid of him. Mo Fan raised his head and asked, "Who are you? You killed my heavenly sensei and behaved atrociously in my camp, and you are asking who I am?" The man with the brown staff laughed coldly. "You are the leader of the brown rebels." Mo Fan guessed. "I will give you two options." "Why are there always people like you who like to give people options? Just do whatever you want instead of asking so many questions. You want power, go ahead and claim it. Stop relying on such a disgusting method," Mo Fan interrupted him blithely. "The first option is to die here. The second is to join my regime and expand my territory for me. Your strength can barely make up for the loss of the heavenly sensei," the man continued grimly. Chapter 2366. Leader of the Brown Rebels. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The leader of the Brown Rebels was oddly calm, mainly because he was confident in his strength. He had seen how Mo Fan killed Wu Ku, but he was still confident he could kill Mo Fan on the spot. "Do you think I've used up all my energy?" Mo Fan stepped forward. "It doesn't matter, you are no match for me even if you are at your peak. Not many mags from South America can beat me. Why else do you think I had the guts to plan this coup?" The leader of the Brown Rebels suddenly unleashed his aura. He was not using any magic, but his aura surged at Mo Fan like a wild storm. Mo Fan could not step forward any further. The man was obviously stronger than White Leopard. However, it was not a strong enough reason for Mo Fan to surrender himself. Lightning burst out of his body like purple dragons. The lightning arcs combined and soared to a height of 100 meters, establishing an aura that resisted the leader of the Brown Rebels. Mo Fan retained his form as the King of Hell. His appearance was even more imperious as the lightning dragons danced around him. Second-tier super lightning element with a super power. The blessing of the God Seal, the eyes of the Brown Rebels leader glittered. He was inspecting Mo Fan carefully. To his surprise, the young man's lightning element was no weaker than his extraordinary flames. A third-tier super lightning mage would not have any advantage over Mo Fan. "Interesting," the leader of the Brown Rebels exclaimed. Mo Fan was fearless, wrapped in both lightning and fire. He was more than willing to fight until the very end. Loud roars suddenly came from the east. The leader of the Brown Rebels was already drawing star patterns under his feet at insane speed to form star constellations and a star palace, but he frowned as soon as he heard the roars. Mo Fan looked in the direction of the sounds and noticed almost half of the Eagle Horse Skyriders had survived. They had broken free from the surrounding troops and were joining a larger army in the distance. He was overjoyed. Mu Bai had finally taken care of the venomous insect shamans. The Federation army was pressing forward to regroup with the Eagle Horse Skyriders. It meant the Brown Rebels now had a grave decision to make. Either they stayed around to fight the Federation army to their deaths, or they immediately retreated to the west of the Scorching River to defend Half-Ridge Mountain City. "I know who you are. Humph, once I establish order in my territory, I will find you. When the time comes, you won't have a second option," the leader of the Brown Rebels declared, pointing at Mo Fan. "I'm not the same." "I'll spare your life because of your sister," Mo Fan replied lightly. His name was Nanzo, the leader of the Brown Rebels, who led the army that had attacked Banlo City. Mo Fan was wary of the guy's outstanding strength. He was ready to make a run for it if the guy insisted on fighting him. He was not out of his mind enough to want to fight the leader of the Brown Rebels. He had already taken care of Wu Ku. He could not care less what the other rebels were up to. To his pleasant surprise, the Federation army had arrived right on time. Nanzo returned to his camp. He had once had 3 generals whom he was close to fighting for him, but now he only had his sister Sharja left. Besides, Sharja was an odd one, too. If she was fighting for her life, the things she could summon from her dark book could easily crush White Leopard. However, she would be fighting at the cost of her lifespan. "Sharja, what do you think?" Nanzo asked her. It sounded more like he was asking himself the question, rather than seeking advice. The heavenly sensei you invited was acting strangely from the beginning. If he's really from the Black Vatican, you weren't planning a coup. You were going against the world, Sharja said calmly. Nanzan exhaled heavily. He was clinging onto a slight glimpse of hope, but he should have expected someone would come to take out the Black Vatican simply because of how horrid their reputation was. He just did not expect someone to be determined enough to cross the entire battlefield to take Wu Ku down. "Let's retreat to Half Ridge Mountain City. I don't want you to die here," Sharja added. "We were so close." Perhaps I shouldn't have taken White Leopard's suggestion. The heavenly sensei might have given many people courage to join the war, but they were still a sheet of loose sand in the end, Nanzo sighed. The 2 siblings fell silent for a moment. The battle outside had already escalated. Nanzo had to decide whether they were going to retreat or keep fighting. By the way, where are White Leopard's brush and palette? Nanzo suddenly recalled something. Teacher took them. Why didn't you stop him? Nanzo yelled at her. Sharja blinked. It was totally reasonable for her teacher to claim the loot after winning his duel. Nanzo's head hurt. White Leopard's reputation had mainly came from his brush and palette. Nanzo could easily train another powerful ice mage to help him out by using the 2 valuable artifacts. Nanzo seriously wondered if his sister would help the enemy count the loot after their camp was raided. "You should go, you have slain many generals of the Federation army for me." "I don't want you to be blacklisted," Nanzo waved his hand. "I don't want you to die," Sharja persisted. "Your brother isn't that weak." "I'll send out the order for our men to retreat to Half Ridge Mountain City," Nanzo, finally, agreed. Sharja nodded once he had agreed. The Brown Rebels began to retreat. The water in the lake had dried up. Its bottom was full of ravines, but the Brown Rebels were able to retreat swiftly using their wind warships. By the time the Federation army reached the Scorching River and eliminated or took captive the remaining troops, the Battle of Banlo City came to an end. However, Half Ridge Mountain City was still the Brown Rebels' main base. Half Ridge Mountain City had the resources to grow as a country on its own after the discovery of the Vein of Lightning Pentagons. It would develop and grow rapidly in the near future. They could no longer threaten the Federation after losing Banlo City, but it would take more than a few expeditions to defeat the Brown Rebels, too. The woods around the Scorching River were littered with corpses. Swamp crows circling in the sky came down to feed on them before the Federation army could clean up the mess. Fresh blood shed in the war had turned brown and black. Dry blood stains were everywhere between Banlo City and the Scorching River. Mo Fan went right back to Banlo City. He fell down along the street as soon as he went into the city, as he was long overwhelmed by fatigue. Zhao Manyang ran up to Mo Fan and blurted out, "How was it? Did you kill Wu Ku?" Mo Fan was struggling to speak properly. "His remains are in that bag," he got out. Zhao Manyang opened the bag and saw the scorched remains inside it. "It's him." He was somehow able to recognize Wu Ku. Mu Bai came a little later, all wrapped up in blood-soaked bandages. He had had a tough battle with the venomous insect shamans. "Mu Bai, these are for you." Mo Fan took out 2 things from his space bracelet. Chapter 2367. Waterbone Prayer Beads. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephyr. Edited by Aelrianth. Mu Bai's hands were wrapped in bandages. He could not even receive the things from Mo Fan. I obtained them from a general of the Brown Rebels, an ice brush and an ice pallet. I think you will be better at using them than him, Mo Fan told him. Mu Bai could tell they were no ordinary artifacts at first glance. He had an urge to grow a new pair of hands right now to test them out. Mo Fan had thought the ice brush and ice pallet were part of White Leopard's superpower. To his surprise, he had found the two valuables on the ground after killing White Leopard. Mo Fan had witnessed the power of the ice brush and the ice pallet. It was a pity he could not use them, but Mu Bai was the perfect new owner for them. I also found something useful on the venomous insect shamans. You can try using them on your wolves, Mu Bai replied. Mo Fan nodded. He looked at Zhao Manyang and saw he was still searching through the bag with Wu Ku's remains. Zhao Manyang had gone through life and death with him. The 3 fundamental water crystals were still in his space bracelet. He was a little unwilling, but he decided to give them to Zhao Manyang. Wow! Mo Fan, you are truly my brother. I'll be taking this then, if you've given Mu Bai something so precious. Zhao Manyang suddenly yelled. Mo Fan was just about to hand over the 3 water fundamental crystals. He was confused by Zhao Manyang's words. He turned around and saw Zhao Manyang had almost stuck his whole head into the body bag. When Zhao Manyang moved his head out of the body bag, he was holding a pile of black ash in his hand. Mo Fan took a closer look and saw some round objects in the ash. Bone ash pearls? Did Wu Ku have Sareras, too? Mo Fan blurted out. It's his water prayer beads. I was wondering how he was able to control the water in such a strange manner the last time I saw him. He shouldn't have been able to control water so freely, even with his innate talent. As I thought, he had something precious on him. Zhao Manyang was overjoyed. Mo Fan was surprised. He had not checked Wu Ku's remains thoroughly. Are the water prayer beads his lifetime vessel? Mo Fan wondered aloud. A lifetime vessel will disappear after their owner is dead. These things are more like Deathstrike magic equipment, but unlike Deathstrike magic equipment, they are a kind of proprietary equipment. Only a mage with a superpower would have them. Zhao Manyang explained. Oh, Mo Fan nodded indifferently. I'll explain the details to you again another time. Anyway, I don't want anything else. I just want these. Zhao Manyang acted like he had found something precious. Mo Fan nodded. He quietly put the fundamental water crystals back into his space bracelet. He happened to be running short on funds, too. There was no reason for him to give the fundamental water crystals to a rich guy like Zhao Manyang. He was thinking of selling the fundamental water crystals and using the funds to buy some defensive equipment for himself. Mason came over and yelled in excitement, "Ha ha ha, you're all here. Without your help, the Federation army would still be fighting a hard battle now. It's you, Mason. Don't forget us if you manage to make a great name for yourself in the Federation," Mo Fan sighed. Of course, I'll ask someone to build statues of you in the territory I just received right away. No one will dare look down on me again. Mason exclaimed. By the way, Brigadier General Blair is looking for you. Didn't you say you were interested in the Crusaders' magic? He has already gotten approval from his superiors. You have done the Federation army a huge favor. Since you didn't want a promotion as your reward, the army is more than willing to let you learn the Crusaders' magic in return. Mason informed him grandly. That's great, Mo Fan smiled. The cross-chaos formation was the most practical reward for him. General Zhao, why are you crouching in the middle of the road? The Eagle Horse Skyriders are waiting to offer you a toast to celebrate our victory. A few Eagle Horse Skyriders approached Zhao Manyang. They were treating him with great respect. You guys can go ahead and celebrate without me. I need a rest, Zhao Manyang waved his hand. Mo Fan and Mu Bai looked at Zhao Manyang in surprise. Zhao Manyang straightened his chest proudly. What? Can't I convince a regiment of riders with my strength? The Eagle Horse Skyriders had great respect for Zhao Manyang. It seemed like he was the main reason why more than 300 of the Eagle Horse Skyriders had survived to the end. We've told the women in our army of your heroic achievements. They all said they want to meet you in person. Are you sure you don't want to come with us? An Eagle Horse Skyrider grinned. Lead the way. Zhao Manyang immediately crawled back to his feet in high spirits. He had promised himself he would have a isnt if he survived the war. The women soldiers of the Federation Army in their magnificent shirts, tight skirts, and stern-looking berets, he could finally have a taste of friendly South Americans as he pleased. Zhao Manyang wanted to bring Mo Fan and Mu Bai along with him. Mu Bai was clearly more interested in the ice brush and the ice palette than the beauties of the Federation Army, and Mo Fan was already at his limit. He just wanted to find a comfortable place to sleep for 3 days and nights. Mo Fan arrived at the Federation's Feihai City. The city was one of the greatest foundations of the Federation. It was only inferior to the capital, and was an important strategic city for defending the country from the sea monsters. Mo Fan was asleep the entire journey. He had private jets, armored tanks, and bodyguards escorting him. Mo Fan's achievement of killing Ice Tiger and White Leopard had already spread across the Federation. The soldiers were treating him like their own general. It was dark by the time Mo Fan woke up. Mo Fan had no clue how many days had passed. He found himself in a military base. He was served with great delicacies by a few nurses who had been appointed to take good care of him. General! General! A dark-skinned man came up to Mo Fan. He almost thought the man was Mason until he noticed the man had a bulkier build. I heard you didn't want any official rank as a reward, but our army insists on rewarding you. If we can't give someone who has rendered great contributions to the army like you a satisfying reward, we won't be able to convince the others who want to serve us, the general informed him. The orphanages set up by the Alps Institute, do you know about them? Mo Fan asked him. I've heard of them before, but our country won't look after people who aren't going to serve us. They are future flowers of the Alps Institute, not the Federation, the general replied. The Federation needed mags and more power, people like Mo Fan who could defeat their enemies. Many young mags did not acknowledge that they were members of the Federation, especially the families of the Brown Rebels. The Federation Army was still having trouble looking after the direct families of their own soldiers. They had no time to waste on orphans who were not going to contribute to the country. You may give the land you have allocated to me to them. After all, they are just kids with no one to rely on. They lost their homes to the invasion of the sea monsters and the war, Mo Fan said. That's fine, we've given you the land. What you do with it is your business, the general agreed. Chapter 2368. Ordering Food from the Sky. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan stayed in Feihai City for half a month. He did not indulge in the long legs and huge folds of the South American ladies. He was diligently learning the principles of the cross-chaos formation. The technique was extremely important to Mo Fan. It would allow him to unleash the full potential of his destructive spells. As a true destructive mage, it would be a waste to only use the chaos element to trick his enemies. He had to figure out a way to use the chaos element to strengthen his other elements. He was doing all this just so he could trample whoever he found an eyesore to death. Mo Fan boarded the private helicopter Jumeng had sent him. He realized being a councilman was not a bad idea if he had the privilege of riding private jets and helicopters wherever he went. Sir, where should we go next? Let's go back to Shanghai. Shanghai currently has air restrictions. Our helicopter, never mind, I believe the local councils will turn a blind eye to it. I'll give you the coordinates of our destination. Yes, sir. Jing'an District. The trees by the roads had started to turn yellow. The roofs of a few old houses that were built in the era of the Republic of China stuck out between the branches and the yellow leaves. The leaves fell on the roofs, sliding to the ground when the winds blew. The fallen leaves continued to roll along the concrete pavement while following the long autumn dresses of the nearby pedestrians. This place has a long-established reputation. Trust me, it's very delicious. You have been forcing me to eat healthy meals with a great balance of nutrition every day. I feel like vomiting when I see fruit salad. I still think crayfish, hot and spicy sea whelk, and charcoal grilled beef are the best. Ari Tutu was pulling at Mui Nujiao's arm. As a real foodie, her eyes were glittering at the mention of the delicacies. She would never have eaten those terrible foods to slim down if she had not been provoked by that B***ch from the Lu clan. Tutu, I don't eat spicy food, Mui Nujiao reminded her. She was wearing an appropriate autumn dress. It was just long enough to reveal the slimmest part of her legs. She was also wearing a pair of dark jujube sandals, making her look more approachable than her usual stern appearance. She was like the gentle and pretty big sister next door. The shop was alongside a street. The customers might have to sit outdoors if the shop was packed, so she was dressed casually for the occasion. The high-pitched sound of an engine suddenly swept past them, sweeping up the fallen leaves on the street. A Miami blue sports car stirred up a round of gasps as it drove past down the street. The driver seemed to have noticed Mui Nujiao's alluring figure. He stepped on the brakes and stopped in front of Ari Tutu and Mui Nujiao. Hey, beautiful girl. Huh? Aren't you Mui Nujiao, the goddess of the Pearl Institute? The owner of the car was thinking of flirting with the stranger at first, but it was someone he knew instead. Lu Lingxin, get on with your business and stop bothering us. Ari Tutu stomped the ground angrily as soon as she saw the man. It was the brother of the Lu clan B***ch who claimed she was as fat as a pig. Lu Jingxin came out of the car and said shamelessly, Ari Tutu, I wasn't talking to you. Nujiao, where are you going? Should I give you a lift? I've just got this car from Germany. I'm giving it a test drive today. It would be a pleasant experience if I had a beautiful woman like you with me. The car's scissors doors lifted up. The skirts that were almost sticking to the ground were already dazzling. Many pedestrians quickly took out their phones to take pictures of it when its doors rose. That won't be necessary, we are going to have a meal over there. It's only a few steps away. Mui Nujiao politely turned down Lu Zhengxin's invitation. Oh, what a coincidence, I'm going to that shop too. Ha ha ha, I love driving my favorite car to grab some stir-fry clams from a street stall. Come, let's go together. I've asked the owner to reserve seats for me. Lu Zhengxin said. Ari Tutu and Mui Nujiao were not willing to go with Lu Zhengxin. However, they realized the shop was already full when they arrived. Only the seats reserved for Lu Zhengxin were left. Humph, let's eat together then. The meal is on you, I'll eat until you use up all your money. Ari Tutu sniffed. Order anything you want. I'll ask my sister to come, too. I heard you two are pretty close, Lu Zhengxin smiled. Go ahead, call that B***ch here. If she doesn't come, I'll smear the spicy sauce on your eyes. Ari Tutu stomped her foot again, like she was not afraid of trouble. Lu Zhengxin made a phone call. Another red Ferrari showed up before the crayfish were served. A tall woman in crystalline heels with a cold temperament came out of it. She was wearing a pair of stunning sunglasses, and her hair was tied up in a bun, revealing her pale neck. I came as soon as I heard the plump chick gave up on her diet. How strange, you've spent most of your time with Sister Mui. Even us women are dazzled by her physique. Do you never feel ashamed standing beside her? At this rate, Lu Qingyao started to mock Ari Tutu before she even sat down. Ari Tutu had come up with words she wanted to say preemptively, but she swallowed them after she heard Qingyao's insults. What a rare occasion, the goddess also enjoys eating spicy and oily food. I thought you only drank dew every day, Lu Qingyao went on. Mui Nujiao did not respond. She knew the woman had an ulterior motive. She just could not understand why Ari Tutu would compromise and have a meal together with them. She was only asking for trouble. Qingyao, take Re22 around in your new car later. Nu Jiao and I already have another plan. I'll drive somewhere far for her to enjoy some fresh air in the mountains. I've also bought a mansion there. Nu Jiao, feel free to visit it with me. Lu Lengxin was blatantly showing off. The prices of real estate had risen crazily after the headquarters cities were established. Being rich was not the only criteria to buy a mansion nowadays. That being said, his new car was still the focus today, as it was more expensive than a mansion. A rumbling noise was approaching from the distance. Whose piece of junk is that? Its engine sounds like a tractor. How dare they still drive it on the street? Lu Zhengxin swore. Many younger men had problems with their taste. They liked to modify their cars to produce loud sounds, but they were only harassing people with the noise. They were pieces of garbage compared to his new ride. The noise gradually came closer. It was loud enough to hurt people's ears. Holy crap! Who is it? How dare they drive something with that much noise in a busy district? Look up in the sky. The pedestrians who were taking photos of the luxurious cars immediately switched their attention to the sky. A huge wind was blowing as the noise came closer. It was coming from right above them. Lu Zhengxin immediately looked outside the window. He was almost petrified when he looked up. A silver helicopter was hovering above the street at a low altitude. Its propellers were almost low enough to slice off the roofs of the houses. Boss, 3 kilograms of your signature crayfish with their heads removed. I'll be down there in a second, a man with a loud voice on the helicopter called out. The people could clearly hear his voice despite the loud noises of the rotors. The middle-aged owner of the shop was dumbfounded. He was already surprised when 2 sports cars came to his shop. In all honesty, he had never seen someone ordering food on a helicopter. Chapter 2369. Taking one's beloved crayfish by force. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The shout echoed in the sky. The pedestrians were screaming and recording the sight of the luxurious silver helicopter with their phones. The people stopped caring about the 2 sports cars parked by the street. They were like 2 ugly ducklings stumbling into a graceful swan. Lu Lengxin was so angry that he almost flipped the table. He had just received his new car today, and was enjoying the attention he was receiving, the pedestrians gasping in awe, the beautiful ladies asking to take photos together with him. He enjoyed eating at a diner by the street, mainly because he could show he was the owner of the car. In the end, King Helicopter took away all the attention. Why couldn't the guy just enjoy his helicopter ride? Why did he have to come here to eat crayfish? How dare he take away the limelight? A man jumped off the helicopter. He did not forget to bid farewell to the pilot on the way down. Sir, remember to give me a 5-star rating, the pilot shouted. Not a problem. Mo Fan responded with an okay gesture. He did a cool backflip in the air before touchdown and landed perfectly on the Miami blue sports car. Thud! The landing forced the car's chassis even lower. Lu Zhengxin almost exploded on the spot. He ran out of the diner like a shrew and was about to burst out swearing. Which idiot parked their car here? Don't they know they can't park on this street? I almost broke my leg. Mo Fan swore first. Lu Zhengxin blushed angrily, red as a crayfish that was being stir-fried. Not only did the man land on his car, he had the audacity to scold him first. Since when did Shanghai have such an arrogant and uncultured swine? Do you know how expensive my car is? If you broke it, you wouldn't be able to afford it even if you sell. Lu Zhengxin suddenly remembered the man had come there in a helicopter, and immediately swallowed the rest of his sentence. Jiao, how did you know I was coming back today? You've even reserved a seat for me. As expected of my considerate big padded jacket. Mo Fan saw Mui Nujiao first, instead of Lu Zhengxin. Mui Nujiao blushed when she heard his words. What did he mean by considerate big padded jacket? Would someone even use that to describe a person? The truth was, Tutu and Mui Nujiao had no idea Mo Fan was coming back today, nor did they expect he would visit the shop to eat its signature crayfish as soon as he returned to the country. They did know Mo Fan was a regular here. He always treated his friends to meals here, so it was no surprise to stumble into him here coincidentally. Tutu was also a fan of this place. Lu Zhengxin chased after Mo Fan and swore at him. "Who are you? How dare you call her Jiao Jiao? I'm telling you, you can't do whatever you want just because you have ties with the military. The Magic City isn't a place for you to act all high and mighty. Demon King." Tutu was so shocked that she almost forgot she still had crayfish in her mouth. She stared at Mo Fan, her eyes wide. "Tutu is here, too? Hey, you look slimmer." "That's great, you look fine, especially with your childlike face, better than your chopsticks friend beside you." "Oh, beautiful lady, I'm sorry, I've been on the helicopter for 2 days. I'm a little dizzy, so I couldn't find the right words. I wasn't saying your legs were chopsticks. I meant your whole body," Mo Fan rambled on. Lu Qingyao's eye spit out flames in response to his words. She was a renowned model who had been on the cover of many fashion magazines. "Ha ha ha, Demon King, you are damn right." Tutu's face blossomed with joy. "You have ordered food for me, too. I shall have a feast then. By the way, who told you I was coming here today? These dishes have just been served." Mo Fan sat down beside Mui Nujiao. It was supposed to be Lu Zhengxin's seat. The man was still swearing at Mo Fan from behind him. Mo Fan was in a great mood as he assumed the 3 beautiful ladies had reserved the seat for him to receive him. The foreign beauties in South America were nowhere as pleasing to his eyes as Oriental ladies. Mo Fan was starving and started eating without putting on gloves. Lu Zhengxin was about to lose his mind. The man had taken the attention, damaged his car, taken his seat, and was eating his crayfish. He had never seen anyone more arrogant. "Take it slow. Here, these ones are peeled." Mui Nujiao rolled her eyes when she saw Mo Fan feasting on the dishes without caring about his image. She did not forget to pass the serviettes to him. She even offered Mo Fan the crayfish she had peeled already. Lu Zhengxin almost vomited foam. Why was Mui Nujiao serving him like a wife? Who exactly was this guy? "Brother, why are your eyes glittering? Just order some for yourself if you are hungry. Why are you staring at my plate? You have limbs and you are dressed finely, too. Why are you acting like a beggar?" Mo Fan asked with a confused face when he finally noticed Lu Zhengxin's existence. Lu Zhengxin was about to go crazy. The plate Mo Fan was eating on was his. The seat Mo Fan was sitting on was his, too. It was a table for 4. There was never a seat for this guy. Not only did the man spirit away the woman he cherished, he was stealing his crayfish, too. It was an unforgivable crime. His Lu Zhengxin, the beloved son of the Lu clan, Mui Nujiao supplied helpfully. "Do you sell chicken cutlets?" "That's fine, I'm craving for them, too." "Give me an extreme spicy set," Mo Fan said promptly. The atmosphere froze instantly. Lu Zhengxin was brimming with a murderous intent that was sending a shiver down the other customers' spines. He's from the Lu clan. His grandfather was appointed the Secretary of Defense after the Magic City was turned into a headquarters city. Mui Nujiao was trying to withhold her urge to laugh. He's the most pampered grandchild of the Lu clan's old man. People call him the little tyrant of the Magic City. He enjoys driving different luxurious cars across the city every day and bullying people with his lackeys who are powerful mags. Tutu went on. "Oh," Mo Fan said coolly. "Could it be that you are Mo Fan?" Lu Qingyao asked curiously. She had roughly guessed the arrogant man's identity. "That's me, I just came back from a dangerous operation. I'm a little tired and dizzy. What about this beautiful lady? Where is she from?" Mo Fan finally took a closer look at Lu Qingyao's face. Lu Qingyao was indeed stunning. She was almost on par with Mui Nujiao, but Lu Qingyao looked more seductive. Her eyes glittered like a vixen's. Her beauty was different from Nui Nujiao's polite and cautious attitude. The woman seemed more passionate about everything. I'm Lu Qingyao, a little international model. I've always heard Mo Fan has his arms around many women and owns a golden house to keep his mistresses. I'm not too bad myself, either. Are you interested in taking me as your mistress, too? Lu Qingyao asked boldly, an aggressive joke despite it being her first time seeing Mo Fan. You are too skinny. I prefer women like Jiao Jiao, with a perfect ratio, Mo Fan directly refused. What the hell are you talking about? Nui Nujiao was about to go crazy now. The woman was obviously trying to mock Mo Fan. Couldn't he tell? Not only did he not rebuke her, he had basically agreed tacitly with that response. On top of that, he sounded like he had really seen and touched her body before. How was she supposed to marry another man after word spread? Chapter 2370. Huge job. Huge job. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. What a pity, I was hoping to find a reliable man to get rid of the petty rumors about me, Lu Qingyao said. Don't worry, there are still a lot of good men in this world. You don't have to fix your eyes on me. After all, I'm a man with a family and lovers. I won't be able to take care of everyone. Jiao Jiao, have some yourself too. You don't have to keep peeling them for me, Mo Fan said. He picked up a tender crayfish with his chopsticks like he was going to feed her. Nui Nujiao puffed her cheeks. She only gave Mo Fan the crayfish because they were too spicy for her. It was not like she was serving Mo Fan on purpose. The woman was throwing mud at Mo Fan, but not only did he not explain himself, he was making it worse. What did he mean by he was a man with a family and lovers? Was there any man that was more shameless than him? Lu Qingyao felt like her barbed words had landed on a sponge. Not did she fail to make the man bleed, he had swallowed her spikes, too. So you are Mo Fan. Lu Zhengxin finally realized who Mo Fan was. This table is full, you should wait for the next one. You might be a little prince of the Lu clan, but you should queue up for your turn, Mo Fan told him. This is my table. Lu Zhengyin yelled. Why are you so stubborn? Boss, can you bring a stool for him? You can just sit beside that model. It's not much of a big deal. The boss actually added a stool to the table. Lu Zhengxin pointed at Mo Fan angrily. Just you wait, just you wait. Lu Zhengxin felt like his lungs would explode if he stayed any longer. He ran out of the shop and back inside his car. He floored the pedal and drew away in a loud howl, but the sound of the engine was not enough to vent his anger. Mo Fan had a satisfying meal before going back to his place. He prepared a tub of hot water and immersed himself in it. He immediately relaxed as the iciness in his skin and bones disappeared. He heard soft footsteps as he was relaxing. Mo Fan ignored the footsteps. He assumed it was Tutu. The door swung open. Mo Fan had not locked it. Mo Fan saw a slim figure standing by the door. She had pitch-black hair with the sheen of a pearl. A clear line was splitting her long fringe in half in the middle, revealing her forehead and giving her an elegant appearance, while setting off her youth. It's only been a few months, but you are no longer using the double ponytail I like, Mo Fan said in a sorry voice. Pervert, the little beauty shot back. Why are you trying to look like the little girls in the horror movies? They also part their hair in the middle. They look angelic at first, but their faces suddenly darken as they turned into devils in the next second, Mo Fan went on. Should I take a selfie with you in the background and post it on the internet with the caption, "I'm enjoying a bath with my brother"? Ling took out her phone and aimed the camera at herself. Mo Fan almost jumped out of the tub. I'm sorry. Mo Fan lowered his head. Damn it, the girl had barged into the bathroom while he was having a bath first. How dare she file the suit first? He had never seen a little lowly as shameless as her. We have a job. Do you want to accept it? Ling demanded to know. Can you let me rest for a few days? You have no idea who I took care of in South America. Hey, why are you raising your phone again? Are you really typing that caption? Fine, I'll do it. I'll take it. Mo Fan agreed helplessly. Mo Fan could tell Ling was being driven crazy by her retarded school. It had been a while since they both went on a job together. She was ready to detonate herself to take him down with her. It's a special job. The Hunter Union received a SS rank request. Every senior hunter registered in Asia's Hunter Union is qualified to accept it. In addition to that, every private agency in Asia has also received the request. They are paying a semi-manufactured universe vein as the deposit, Ling informed him. A universe vein? Mo Fan almost jumped out of the tub again. A universe vein was similar to a galaxy vein, a thing that could help a mage overcome their current bottleneck in the simplest manner. Due to the current grim circumstances, the galaxy veins useful for achieving the advanced level had already reached a price of around 300 million each, let alone the universe veins which could help people achieve the super level. Mo Fan had many elements that were stuck at the advanced level. He desperately needed a universe vein. In the past, universe veins were never spotted in the marketplace and high-level auctions. They were normally used as bargaining chips between reputable organizations and the rich and powerful. Who was crazy enough to pay a universe vein to the private agencies as a deposit? It was extremely valuable, even if it was only semi-complete. The Battlehorn Hunter Agency in Asia received one. The Moon Hunter Agency in Japan received one. The Sacred Elephant Agency in India received one. Dubai's Willinghelm Agency has one, too. And our Clear Sky Hunter Agency also has one. Ling finished. Mo Fan was astounded. The client had invited the best agencies across Asia. Was he trying to hunt a boss-level demon creature that was threatening the whole Earth? Aren't there agencies with better performances than us in our country? Why were we chosen for the job? Mo Fan had to ask. It's because of my grandfather, Ling conjectured. Fine, Mo Fan scratched his head. Old Bao used to be the clergyman of the Holy Judgment Court. Leaders from many countries had great respect for him. What does Old Bao think? My grandfather was invited to an expedition out to the sea. They must have picked up traces of the Ocean Lord, Ling reported. Mo Fan scratched his head awkwardly again. Old Bao was the real deal. He had the courage to chase after traces of the Ocean Lord. It sounded like a suicide mission to Mo Fan. It was likely an order from the government. What should we do, then? Mo Fan asked cluelessly. Let's check it out. Don't you want a finished universe vein? Even though 3 of your elements have reached the super level, you still have 5 other elements at the advanced level, Ling said. It was the downside of having too many elements. Other people with 3 super elements were close to graduating from the mundane world and were about to enter a new map in the immortal realm. If they are paying a semi-manufactured universe vein as the deposit, the reward for completing the job is 2 complete universe veins, at least, Ling said. But a person can only ever use 1 universe vein, right? Mo Fan asked. But you can trade the rest for other resources, Ling pointed out. Fine, let's check it out. Chapter 2371. Your face isn't big enough. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. A semi-manufactured universe vein had a 10% chance of helping a peak advanced mage achieve the super level. The chance of success of the finished product depended on its quality. The range was between 30 and 60%. Both countries and formidable factions would compete for resources related to the super level at all costs. Most renowned clans in a country had at least a super mage in charge. In other words, a super mage was capable of establishing a renowned clan. The job was in Asia with a semi-manufactured universe vein as the deposit, and involved so many reputable hunter agencies, not including any senior hunters who were interested in taking the job. The client had to be an extremely rich Asian. The sum of money involved was rare to see even over a period of a few dozen years. Mo Fan was curious about what exactly had happened that the client would gather so many powerful mags in Asia for the job. Were they really going to hunt an Emperor-level creature? It's unlikely. The strength of an Emperor-level creature is beyond anyone's imagination. Even with so many powerful mags, the creature could easily slaughter us all in a few minutes. Mo Fan shook his head. It was impossible for the client to ask them to hunt an Emperor-level creature. Emperor-level creatures were overwhelmingly strong, be it the Black Dragon Emperor capable of shattering spatial rifts, Shan Kong, Khufu, or the head angel of the sacred city. Mo Fan knew he was nowhere close to reaching their strength. Mo Fan thought he had to depart on a long journey even before he could rest for a few days in his country. To his surprise, Ling told him that the meeting was being held right there in the magic city of Shanghai. No wonder Ling was blackmailing him to take the job. It would be a waste to give up on such a high-rewarding job that was within their grasp. A place close to Kunshan. It was a magic marketplace. It was only the size of a small town's market, but was still bustling with people. The marketplaces scattered across the country were being gradually relocated closer ever since the Magic City was turned into a headquarters city. New towns with marketplaces appeared as a result. The Fire Town, Wind Town, Water Town, and all kinds of marketplaces sold varieties of magic resources. A private residence in the Kunshan marketplace. The European-styled gate covered in mandara flowers was hung with a huge signplate. Mo Fan did not take a close look at the sign as the car drove into the residence. The tidy green lawn on both sides was pleasing his eyes. The car went around a standard fountain with a giant statue before arriving in front of a building built in the style of a European mansion. Luxurious cars were parked in front of it like an exhibition. A bellboy was taking care of the cars, making sure they were untouched by even a speck of dust in the outdoors. Mo Fan took a quick glance at the cars and suddenly noticed a familiar Miami blue car. "Is this the Liu clan's property?" Mo Fan asked. "Have you been here before?" Ling replied, startled. A woman in a dazzling dress came down the stairs to welcome them. She looked a little surprised when she saw Mo Fan, but she smiled it off and brushed past Mo Fan to greet a few well-dressed men behind him. Mo Fan looked back and saw a black Jaguar. A few bulky men who seemed to be from the Middle Eastern were approaching. "I'm Liu Qingyao, it's my honor to welcome you as our guests today. Please, come with me to the main hall. We've already prepared a welcoming banquet for you," Liu Qingyao said with a seductive smile. The Middle Easterners had straight faces at first, but they immediately smiled and lifted their chests when they saw the beautiful woman. "Take it and treat it cautiously. Don't damage our equipment," a man in a white robe with a white headband on his headscarf said. Mo Fan stood there with a blank face. "What the heck? I'm a guest too. I'm not a bellboy." "I'm sorry, he's not a bellboy, he's also our guest. Xiao Dong, stop cleaning that junk. Didn't you see our guests have arrived? Come take their luggage." Liu Qingyao called out. "Oh, he's not a bellboy, but he does look like one," the man with a white headband chuckled. He did not sound sorry for the misunderstanding. "You look like you deserve a beating," Mo Fan observed in turn. "What did you say? Do you know who I am?" The man glared at Mo Fan. "Shouldn't you use your brain and find out who you wouldn't want to mess with since you've come to China and Shanghai?" Mo Fan retorted fearlessly. "I'm Anzark from Dubai's Willingham Agency. Who do you think you are?" Anzark snarled. Liu Qingyao quickly stood between Mo Fan and Anzark with a smile. She kept signaling Mo Fan with her eyes. "Mo Fan, he's the cousin of the Prince of Ajman. He's an heir with a formidable background. It's unnecessary to have an argument with him. Could you back away and give me some face?" Liu Qingyao said. "Your vixen-like face is too small. I'd consider it if someone with a regular-sized face was here," Mo Fan denied her. The smile on Liu Qingyao's face faded away, but she could not afford to darken her face right away, resulting in a strange expression. Mo Fan harumphed coldly. This Lu Qingyao seriously thought she was a social butterfly. If they had not paid for the crayfish not long ago, Mo Fan would have ignored her after she received the guests behind him first. And now she was asking him to give her some face? Who did she think she was? Gentlemen, we are all here for the job. It's a waste of time to have an argument here. We will just let the hunters of other countries get ahead of us, a middle-aged man in a tang suit on the stairs spoke up. It was strange how he was wearing a tang suit at a European-style building. However, it was clear that he was the owner of the place, representing the client. Kid, I'll pluck your kneecaps off after I'm done with my business, so you can only kneel on the ground while you are talking to me. Anzak pointed at Mo Fan and shoved aside Lu Qingyao, who was in his path. Lu Qingyao almost fell to the ground from the push. Mo Fan could have lent her a hand, but he did not bother doing so. Anzak wanted to go up the stairs first, but Mo Fan insisted on walking in front of him, making him feel uncomfortable. Had the people of China been too friendly and modest toward foreigners nowadays? Who gave them the right to act so arrogantly in our country? Can't they see whose territory they are in? Mo Fan fumed. Anzak, this is Mo Fan. Not only is he the strongest young mage in the world, he's also a 7-star hunter master representing the Clear Sky Hunter Agency. I hope you won't have a conflict with the others before the job starts, the middle-aged man spoke up. Oh? So he's Mo Fan. Anzak was a little surprised. Mo Fan might not be famous internationally, but most of the young mags in Asia had heard his name. The World College Tournament and the public duel with Zhu Xiangtian had made his name a hot topic. Yes, only the strong ones were invited here, the middle-aged man nodded. Humph. Anzak harumphed and said, he dares to call himself the strongest young mage before he has even made it onto the Asia leaderboard? Is your country too unreceptive to foster his arrogance? Besides, he looks like a bell boy to me. Chapter 2372. Senior Hunter Leng. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan had already gone inside the building. He could not care less about the conversation between Anzak and the middle-aged man. The Lu clan is in charge of receiving the guests on behalf of the client, Lingling told him quietly. A buffet was already set up in the hall. It mainly consisted of some tea-time snacks, but there were main meals being served, too. A few chefs in grey outfits were bringing out plates of hot delicacies. The Lu clan is doing a great job so far. Mo Fan turned around and looked at Anzak's clothes after he saw the chef's grey outfits. Lingling looked around the hall and told Mo Fan softly, the people from other hunter agencies are all here. The middle-aged man and Lu Qingyao came into the hall a little later. He told Lu Qingyao to entertain Mo Fan to resolve the awkward atmosphere between them. Lu Qingyao reacted with a cold and unwilling expression. Enough with your Miss High and Mighty act. You should know that even your father has to treat these guests with utter respect, the middle-aged man stated. Him too? Humph. Lu Qingyao finally put away her professional face. The Lu clan had already had a conflict with Mo Fan in the past. It had started between Mo Fan and Lu Yilin, but they ended up losing Lu Shantian, who had been an enforcer of the Bayou Enforcement Union. In Lu Qingyao's opinion, Mo Fan should be tucking his tail between his legs in their territory, but he was still being arrogant. The past is the past, I don't want anyone to mention a word about it again, the middle-aged man warned her. He was your nephew. The murderer is right in front of you, but you are being so polite to him. Lu Qingyao snarled. Pa! The middle-aged man slapped Lu Qingyao on the face without any mercy. He did go easy on Lu Qingyao, but her face went entirely red because of the slap. What else can you young people do, except for cause me trouble? A councilman was almost involved because of that little farce. Do you have any idea how much damage our clan suffered from it? If you dare stir up any trouble again this time, I won't show any mercy again. Humph, I, Lu Kuan, have done everything I could to establish our clan and provide you all with the best resources and connections that other people could never earn for the rest of their lives, but not only did you fail to earn a spot on the national team, none of you have ever done anything impressive so far. Lu Kuan hissed with burning eyes. Lu Qingyao was so terrified that she was struggling to stand properly. She had only mentioned the incident related to Lu Yilin and Lu Zhantian because she felt she was mistreated. She did not expect Lu Kuan to be so angry. Lu Qingyao lowered her head and apologized. I'm sorry. Go take care of him. If I see the slightest hesitation in you, don't ever come back here, Lu Kuan warned her. Lu Qingyao knew Lu Kuan meant he would arrange for her to marry a wealthy man in Africa if she dared disobey his words. She did not want to live in Africa, even if the man was crazily rich. Mo Fan was surprised to stumble into someone he was familiar with in a place like this. He was not referring to Lu Qingyao or Lu Zhengxin, but a beautiful Japanese woman he knew, Mochizuki Chihaya. She was wearing a black dress and incarnadine stockings, but her outfit did not alter her gentle temperament. I didn't expect us to meet here, Mochizuki Chihaya smiled. She was a lot more sincere toward Mo Fan than the others. Did you come with your grandfather? Since when did you become a hunter? Mo Fan glanced at the old man with perfectly combed hair. Mochizuki Chihaya and Mochizuki Ken. Mochizuki Ken was reminiscing with a few other senior hunters. He lifted his glass at Mo Fan, signaling he would be there in a moment. The Moon Hunter Agency is a property of the Mochizuki clan. My grandfather was the one they invited, but he said I should visit other countries more often, so I decided to come with him, Mochizuki Chihaya replied simply. That old man is a senior hunter too? Mo Fan asked. Yeah, a third-generation senior hunter. Third-generation senior hunter. Mo Fan scratched his head. He had no idea what that meant. Lingling, as expected of a moving encyclopedia, explained, the grading of senior hunters happens every 10 years. The first senior hunters are referred to as the first generation. I see. So how many generations are there? Mo Fan asked. The latest batch was the 7th generation. The hunter competition you missed out on recently was the preliminary to select candidates for the title of the next senior hunters. The tournament to compete for the title of senior hunter is normally held for years after the hunter competition. Every 7-star hunter can sign up for it, Lingling told him. They will be choosing the 8th generation senior hunters. It's my goal to become one, Mochizuki Chihaya stated. Likewise. Lingling agreed. Wait, what? Mo Fan failed to react in time. Since when did he say he was competing for the title? Lingling took out her phone and showed Mo Fan a selfie when she saw his confused look. Mo Fan was stunned. She really took the selfie and saved it. His reputation would be ruined if someone saw the photo. His whole life would be done for. Right, we are participating in the tournament too. I've been too busy lately, so I only learned about the tournament now, Mo Fan laughed awkwardly. Every country with a branch of the Hunter Union only has 2 slots, Mochizuki Chihaya said. Only 2? Mo Fan was shocked. Do you think senior hunters are that common? Lingling rolled her eyes. The title of senior hunter came with utmost glory, since the selection only took place every 10 years. Those who did not participate in the selection but were granted the title of senior hunter had been given it because they had accomplished certain jobs that were deemed impossible. Does that mean your father was very impressive? Mo Fan asked her. Lingling was too lazy to answer the question. China only gained 2 new senior hunters every 10 years. Your father was a senior hunter? Mochizuki Chihaya asked in surprise. She even counted with her fingers adorably. Could it be Senior Hunter Leng or Senior Hunter Xiao in the 7th generation? Mo Fan knew Senior Hunter Xiao, the guy with a huge blue copper beast who had almost died during Operation Guillotine in the ancient capital. His assistant Yao Nan had left Mo Fan with a strong impression. It had been a long time since Mo Fan had seen Senior Hunter Xiao. He wondered how strong the Senior Hunter had become. Old Bao mentioned he had stumbled into Senior Hunter Xiao once. The guy had trained hard after the calamity of the ancient capital and had grown a lot stronger. Senior Hunter Xiao was very young. In other words, he was chosen as a senior hunter in China during the previous generation. As for senior hunter Leng. Chapter 2373. A Forbidden Curse Project. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Radiance. Mo Fan could not react in time. The main reason was that he had no idea what Lingling's surname actually was. Did she inherit Old Bao's surname, or did she have the same surname as her sister Ling Qing? Either way, Mo Fan only knew that Leng Qing and Lingling in the Clear Sky Hunter Agency were bound by blood, unlike the others. It was common for hunters to lose their lives while doing dangerous jobs, thus there was an unspoken rule between friends who were hunters: if someone died while doing their job, their friends would take in their kids and treat them like their own. It was the reason why Lingling always referred to Old Bao as her grandfather, even though they did not have the same surname. Could senior hunter Leng be Lingling's father? It turned out that Lingling's father was a 7th-generation senior hunter, just like senior hunter Xiao. There were only 2 slots every 10 years, and Lingling's father had been one of them. Mo Fan knew Lingling's father was someone reputable among the hunters, but he did not expect him to be so impressive. As a 7-star hunter master, you are surprisingly clueless about the hunter's system. Mochizuki Chihaya giggled at him. It's because she's mainly in charge of our operation. I just have to focus on doing the dirty work. Mo Fan pointed at Lingling. Lingling rolled her eyes. The idiot had no idea how lucky he was to join the Clear Sky Hunter Agency right after he became a hunter. He even had the knowledgeable daughter of a senior hunter as his partner. Here, allow me to introduce everyone. Mochizuki Ken had brought a huge group of people over without them noticing. Everyone was holding a glass of wine in their hands. Most of the people in the group were from different countries, but they were all Asians with unknown nationalities, except for the Middle Easterners with their unique outfits. This is my granddaughter, Mochizuki Chihaya. She will be competing for the title of 8th-generation senior hunter. Please take care of her on my behalf when the time comes, Mochizuki Ken said with a smile. Of course, the old hunters assured him in a friendly manner. As a 3rd-generation senior hunter, Mochizuki Ken had a great reputation in the group. His reputation even overshadowed his clan at the international level. Mochizuki Ken pointed at Mo Fan and said, "This is Mo Fan, a 7-stars hunter, the one who solved the mystery of the drowning curse." An impressive young man, the drowning curse was a pain to deal with. Some of us tried to tackle it, but we couldn't figure out an entry point. So he's the one who solved the drowning curse. Well done! Everyone was eager to give Mochizuki Ken face, except for Anzark. He was from Dubai and was a close relative of a royal family. He was brimming with a sense of superiority that stemmed from his wealth. The drowning curse was caused by a strange species. People were over-exaggerating because they didn't know the truth. It was nothing too special, Anzark sniffed. You are saying that because your country wasn't close to the sea. The difficulty of the drowning curse wasn't an overstatement, Mochizuki Chihaya calmly corrected him. Japan was a country surrounded by the sea. The drowning curse had impacted it greatly. Certain people still claimed the drowning curse was the sea's way of demanding living sacrifices from them. Mochizuki Chihaya could not believe it when Mo Fan solved the mystery of the drowning curse. She was sincerely grateful to Mo Fan and had been impressed by him ever since. She always had a good temper but was quite displeased when she heard Anzark's words. Anzark was left speechless, mainly because someone else was rebuking him. He felt like he had stepped on a landmine, and did not argue further. Our current job is trickier than the drowning curse. It's true that I didn't know much about the drowning curse, but I won't allow someone like him to get ahead of us. Anzark promised. Let's not waste our time arguing with one another. I still have no idea what our job is and who our client is. Why are we all gathered here? Mo Fan came back to the main topic. Lu Kuan had already walked over to the group. The representatives of the rest of the hunter agencies were also facing him. Everyone, the truth is, I was hired by the client to organize you here and relay the information on his behalf, Lu Kuan announced. Is the client unwilling to see us in person? Anzak asked narrowly. The client wants to remain anonymous due to some special reason, so I'll be your contact person for the time being, Lu Kuan confirmed. Let's get down to business. I believe Brother Lu Kuan knows a lot more than we do, Mochizuki Ken added in. It was quite normal for clients to keep their identities hidden. The hunters were not too bothered by it. I'm only here to tell everyone the rules and act as a supervisor on behalf of the client. I have no idea what the job is, either. I'll only pass the information to each of you in your rooms after dinner. Until then, I have no idea what the client wants, Lu Kuan explained with a smile. The group was confused. Pass the information to each room? So everyone has a different job? Lingling quickly deduced. That's right, that's very smart of you, little girl. Every hunter agency and senior hunter has a different job. The client also says that you aren't allowed to tell anyone but your team members what your job is. Otherwise, the client will be taking back the deposit, Lu Kuan stated. The hunters were even more puzzled. Weren't they supposed to be tackling the same job together, if so many experts had been gathered here? It turned out they each had a different job to do. It must be part of a huge operation. Anzak was the first to speak up. Perhaps a forbidden mage or someone close to that level needs a bunch of experienced hunters to sort out the trifles for him, but we are separated to handle the jobs to prevent us from leaking the information. The others nodded in agreement. Only a few people or organizations across Asia could afford to hire all of them at once. Even a formidable clan like the Lu clan had no chance of setting something like this up. The deposit is a semi-manufactured universe vein. As we have agreed, you will be paid with high-quality universe veins once you finish your jobs. In the meantime, you are not allowed to tell anyone what your jobs are, nor can you intervene with other hunters' jobs or stalk them, Lu Kuan emphasized. It sounds like a big operation. A forbidden curse operation, perhaps, a hunter asked. Lu Kuan shook his head and said, I've been hired, just like you. I also received the deposit. My job is to organize and supervise you, and my payment is the same as yours. I am also not allowed to ask anyone about the details of their jobs. It seems like it really is a big forbidden curse level project, and we are its subcontractors. Someone fully agreed with Anzak's speculation. Chapter 2374. Strange Job Letter. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan went for a walk in the marketplace after dinner to see if he could find something useful for himself. Lu Kuan had told them the time they were meeting. They just needed to be back before then. The marketplace was well developed in a retro style. The structures of the marketplace were built with glazed tiles, which had gradually transformed the marketplace into an impressive tourist attraction. There were a lot of foreigners sightseeing, even though they were not here to buy anything. Mo Fan and Lingling went around the marketplace while enjoying some tanghulu. This magic herb is a new invention of the Magic Association. It can help you replenish your energy in the middle of a fight. Does anyone want to try it out? Selling rare bones, 10 yuan for 9 pieces, it's a bargain. Selling all kinds of soul jades. Summoners, please come take a look, we have all kinds of soul jades available, as many as you want. The vendors were shouting in the marketplace to grab attention. The bustling scene made the two feel like they had gone back in time. Many vendors were dressed in antique clothes that matched the theme of the marketplace. Mo Fan went to the guy who was selling soul jades. Mister, what levels of soul jades are you selling? Any level you want, the small-eyed owner promised. I'm looking for commander-level soul jades. Do you have them? I do. There's no soul jade I can't get. I, Tong Jianhua, have been supplying the royal guards with soul jades. Do you know Pang Lai, the chief of the royal guards? He's a reputable summoner in China. Many of his disciples are my customers. I can get you anything you want, as long as you can afford them, the owner promised. I want souls of the wolf species. The souls of demon wolves would be the best, Mo Fan told him. Let me have a look. The owner took out his phone to check his inventory. He quickly reported, "I have the soul jade of a commander-level Darkwing Wolf, and 4 soul jades of fierce mountain wolves. Are you interested? I also have their lineage and bones. I can sell them to you at a discounted price. Are you sure you can afford them? We are talking about a huge sum." Despite the size of the shop, every piece of magic equipment had a price of several 100,000 or even millions. The things Mo Fan was asking for could easily add up to several tens of millions. Most buyers would confirm what they were buying and make the transaction at an official exchange where the transaction could be verified. "Are those all you have?" Mo Fan asked. "Are they not enough for you? I have a lot of friends with the summoning element. The things you have are only enough for myself." "You have found the right guy, then. I can't guarantee you if you are looking for something else, but I can definitely find enough soul jades, lineages, and bones for you. I also have hunter masters specialized in hunting demon wolves. Even if I don't have enough stock, I can ask the hunters to gather them for me in less than half a month," Tong Jianhua promised. Lingling pulled Mo Fan's shirt. She knew why Mo Fan was interested in the soul jades. If you need resources to evolve your wolves, you can hire hunters to gather them for you. Many hunters are specialists in hunting certain species of demon creatures. They know how to track the species and where their lairs are. They also know how to retrieve the resources in perfect condition, Lingling told him. "You are right. I can pay them with a deposit first too." Mo Fan agreed. Seriously, he had been working for clients for so long. Why couldn't he be the boss for once, and hire others to work for him? After negotiating the price with Tong Jianhua, Mo Fan asked him to issue the quest on his behalf. It would mean Tong Jianhua would benefit as a middleman, but it would save Mo Fan time spent issuing the quests and recruiting hunters himself at the Hunter Union. It was easier to get a professional to do the job for him. He did not mind paying the extra fees. "Brother, I will have a new supply of ruler-level bones and blood half a month from now. I can reserve them for you. Do you want them?" Tong Jianhua asked before Mo Fan took his leave. "I want them all as long as they belong to the wolf species," Mo Fan declared. "Sure, leave it to me." Mo Fan noticed Lu Kun was waiting for him at his door when he went back to the mansion. "You don't look nervous at all, that's great." Lu Kun smiled after he learned Mo Fan had the mood to go shopping. "I'm just following the flow, but it's best if we can take the job." Mo Fan invited Lu Kun into his room. Lu Kun was extremely cautious. He had set up magical barriers in everyone's rooms to prevent shadow mags, space mags, and sound mags from eavesdropping. "You may use your own resources for the job, but please don't tell anyone the details of your job. The client might be generous, but he hates it when people try to pry into his secrets," Lu Kun reminded them. "Don't worry, we know the rules," Mo Fan nodded. Lu Kun handed a letter imbued with the chaos element to Mo Fan. After Lu Kun left, Lingling grabbed the letter from Mo Fan and read it. Mo Fan was not in a rush. He brewed himself some tea and awaited Lingling's instructions. Lingling skimmed through the letter, but her expression started shifting in an obvious manner. She went from being excited to angry. "We're leaving, we are not taking the job." Lingling threw the letter on the ground angrily. She even stomped on it a few times. Mo Fan was shocked. He was pretty familiar with Lingling's character. It was definitely not a normal job if she was so furious about it. "What is it?" Mo Fan quickly picked up the letter. "Someone is playing with us," Lingling said. Mo Fan had no clue what she was referring to. He read the letter. "Do you believe I'm still alive somewhere? I have been chasing a demon with a red spirit in the past. I first thought it was just a weak demon that trespassed into human cities, but as incidents related to it continued to happen, I realized how terrifying the demon is. One day, I found traces of it. After reading bedtime stories to get my daughter to sleep, I tracked it sent to the harbor. It was feeding on something. It was growing and becoming stronger. I let it escape. I realized I might have let something that would doom mankind go. Its growth sent a shiver down my spine. Every life it takes in the future will be adding to my sins. It's all because of my mistake and my arrogance. I swear I will find it and exterminate it. In my name of China's 7th generation senior hunter. Mo Fan's face was filled with astonishment when he was done reading. He turned to Ling, who had remained silent. She was still brimming with uncontrolled rage. What was going on? The letter? Why was it describing Ling's father? It sounded like Senior Hunter Leng's recounting, but he had been dead for many years. Chapter 2375. Authentic Letter from Senior Hunter Leng. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephyzid. Edited by Aelrianth. Was someone fooling with them? Senior Hunter Leng's death had remained a mystery to outsiders. Only the Clear Sky Hunter Agency knew the truth of his death. Do you think someone is mimicking your father's way of writing? Mo Fan asked her. The content of the letter is exactly the same as what he wrote in his notebook, Ling replied. Ling, I think you should calm down first. If someone is bringing this up, we have to look into it, whether it was a prank or someone does understand what happened to your father, Mo Fan said. Ling had always been searching for clues about her father's death, but every time she found something, Old Bao tried to stop her from investigating further. Old Bao did not want Ling and Mo Fan to get involved, because the thing that had killed Senior Hunter Leng was extremely dangerous. They would only get themselves killed if they tried to look for it if they were not strong enough. The creature was very perceptive, too. If they tried to track it down, it would also be watching them. Ling took a deep breath. She was still the same intelligent girl. She quickly calmed down and analyzed the situation. I didn't finish the letter. What does it want us to do? I'll read it for you, Mo Fan said. There was a second half to the letter. It described how Senior Hunter Leng had been searching for the Red Demon across the world in detail. One of the key points it mentioned was the Red Demon's ability to grow stronger over time. Its influence was growing at a terrifying rate, too. I'm going to put an end to it tonight. I can't let it grow any further. It's like Pandora's box. I'm not the one who opened it, but I've allowed it to grow stronger because of my mistake. I'm responsible for ending it. Before I leave, I've written down this report and left a finished universe vein as a reward. I've written this quest letter and handed it to the Hunter Union for them to publish at a later time. My friend, I don't know who you are. But if you are reading this letter, it means I didn't make it back to cancel the job. It also means I have failed to exterminate the demon. Please finish the job for me. I know the job is far too dangerous compared to the reward. But please help me finish it. The atmosphere froze as Mo Fan finished reading the second half of the letter. Ling had a diary that belonged to her father. She always kept it beside her pillow. She was reluctant to read it, but she always kept it close. The diary contained the first half of the letter, almost the exact words. However, Ling never knew it had a second part. Her eyes were brimming with tears after she heard the second half. She always thought it was just a diary entry, but it turned out to be a job request left behind by Senior Hunter Leng before he fought the Red Demon. Senior Hunter Leng seemed to know things might end terribly for him, so he wrote the job request in advance and asked the Hunter Union to publish it at a later time. He had planned everything. If he managed to kill the Red Demon, he would return to the Hunter Union and cancel the job request. If he died, the letter would tell the others the cause of his death and also serve as a job request for stronger hunters to hunt down the demon. The letter had now ended up in Mo Fan's hands. The outcome of the battle was obvious, but it was hard to swallow the truth. So, this letter is real? Mo Fan asked after a long moment of silence. The first half of the letter might be fake, but as for the second half, no one in this world could possibly describe everything so accurately, except for Senior Hunter Leng himself. The Red Demon. The terrifying Red Demon. Ling did not answer Mo Fan's question. She dove into his arms and cried like a scared kitten. So many years had passed. Ling thought she had grown stronger. Even if she revisited the contents of the diary, she would not cry for the whole night in her blankets like she used to. However, she was not as strong as she thought when heard the complete letter, especially how hard Senior Hunter Leng had tried to track down the Red Demon, and had even paid his life for nothing. Senior Hunter Leng would never expect the job request with his last words would end up in his daughter's hands, but it served as a huge blow to Ling's heart once again. "Stop crying, Ling, stop crying." Mo Fan had no idea how he should comfort her. Mo Fan was a little regretful after he saw Ling in tears. If he had known this was their job, he would never have come here, even if he would be despised by the whole world for tricking an underage girl to satisfy his own desires. It was clear that no one was fooling with them. The letter was real. It was an authentic job request from Senior Hunter Leng. "Ling, if you are really that sad, what if we don't tell your grandfather about the job?" Mo Fan proposed. Ling looked up. Her forehead was red, and so was her face, but her eyes were even redder. "Your grandfather was worried we might get ourselves killed if we looked into the Red Demon, but I'm not weak anymore. The Red Demon is indeed a terrifying creature. I still remember the incident in Croatia's prison like it was yesterday," Mo Fan went on. Ling was still in tears. She looked at Mo Fan seriously without saying a word. "I say we should put an end to it," Mo Fan said. Mo Fan knew it would remain a scar deep in Ling's heart if they did not settle it once and for all. It would continue to influence Ling, no matter how much time had passed. It was not normal for a young girl to spend all her time learning about demon creatures at her age. Mo Fan wanted her to walk out from her shadows. She should be living a joyful and optimistic life, even if she became a hunter. Mo Fan wanted to settle this once and for all. Besides, Senior Hunter Leng's job request had ended up in his hands. Stop crying, it's going to affect your intelligence. Without your analysis, I will never find the Red Demon, Mo Fan said with a smile. Ling nodded and wiped away her tears with the back of her hands. Mo Fan took a deep breath. He did not expect to be assigned such a special job. The problem was, Senior Hunter Leng was supposed to be extremely strong, but he had still been killed by the Red Demon. After all these years, the Red Demon must have grown a lot stronger. Mo Fan subconsciously touched the essence orb he always carried with him. The orb was actually the Red Demon's flesh, nurtured inside the tower in Japan, forming a demon capable of controlling a person's mind. Mo Fan suddenly thought of something. That's right. Mochizuki Chihaya and Mochizuki Ken are here, too. They were tied to the first Red Demon. They were also invited here for this huge operation. What was their job, then? Were they going after the Red Demon, too? The job would not be so dangerous with a powerful mage like Mochizuki Ken on their side. Chapter 2376. Supercar Driver. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan immediately went to Mochizuki Chihaya's room. Mo Fan snuck into the room with his shadow element, knowing Lu Kuan was constantly keeping an eye on them. He was able to sneak through the tiniest window with his unique dark vein, even if it was sealed by magic. He heard the sound of water inside the room, followed by soft footsteps. It was most likely the sound of someone walking barefoot on the carpet. Mo Fan was excited when he picked up the fragrance of shampoo. He had come right on time. Mo Fan laid down on the sofa chair and prepared to enjoy the spectacular sight of a beautiful woman coming out of her shower. Knock knock knock. Who's there? Mochizuki Chihaya asked. Miss Mochizuki, someone is trying to break the rules, so I've come as a reminder, Lu Kuan said from outside the door. Mochizuki Chihaya wrapped herself up with a white towel and draped a coat over her shoulder before opening the door. Lu Kuan fixed his eyes on the sofa Mo Fan was lying on as soon as the door opened. Mochizuki Chihaya turned around and noticed a blurred outline under the light of the table lamp. Mo Fan's face gradually took shape. She opened her mouth in shock. Since when had Mo Fan come to her room? Why would I break the rules? Mo Fan said indifferently. Why are you here, then? Lu Kuan demanded. What else can we do when a man and a woman are alone in a room? Can't you see I'm waiting for her to clean herself? You can't stop us from satisfying our mutual cravings, even though we are in your territory. Mo Fan stated. Lu Kuan harumphed coldly. I have my job to do, so please don't blame me for being a busybody. This is just a reminder. If you do it again, I'll have to disqualify you too and take away all the information, Lu Kuan warned them. I told you, we are only mutually attracted to one another. It's that simple, so stop disturbing us. Thank you. Mo Fan did not want to admit anything. Mochizuki Chihaya was utterly confused, but she did not rebuke Mo Fan's words. Lu Kuan turned and left, closing the door with him. Mo Fan fell into deep thought while lying on the sofa. How did Lu Kuan know he had come to visit Mochizuki Chihaya to ask her about her job? Did he trigger a magic formation on the way here, or did he have the ability to read one's mind? You are ruining my reputation, Mochizuki Chihaya grumbled. It's fine, Lu Kuan isn't the blabbering kind, Mo Fan said awkwardly. Are you here to ask me about my job? Mochizuki Chihaya was smart enough to figure out Mo Fan's intention. Why can't I be here to do something perverted? Mo Fan snarled. What did she think of him as? A righteous man? Why couldn't he be here to do something wicked? He was a handsome young man in his prime. If you really think that, I will have to see how much stronger you have grown after 2 years. Mochizuki Chihaya's gaze sharpened. She had never seen such a daring pervert before. Fine, I'm here to ask you about the job, but Lu Kuan seems to have some special power that can sense my intentions, Mo Fan said helplessly. How did Lu Kuan do it? It was unlikely that anyone could see through his shadow. The truth is, even if I want to break the rules, I have nothing to tell you, Mochizuki Chihaya said. Why is that? I didn't even see the job. My grandfather read the letter and left in a hurry, Mochizuki Chihaya said helplessly. I see. Mo Fan's head hurt. What was the job Mochizuki Ken had received? Judging from Mochizuki Chihaya's description, it must be something he was deeply concerned about. The letter clearly wrote down the place where senior hunter Leng had fought the Red Demon. To Mo Fan's surprise, the place was in the Pudong district, very close to Pudong Airport. Mo Fan and Lingling decided to investigate the place to look for some clues tonight. They heard the sound of an engine being gunned as soon as they left the main entrance. Why are you in my house? Lu Zhengxin stared at Mo Fan in shock. Mo Fan did not answer him. Lu Kuan had suddenly appeared behind them like a phantom. Perhaps he was seriously worried about Mo Fan breaking the rules, which might stop him from receiving the universe vein reward for his job. Zhengxin, our guests are going out. You should give them a lift, Lu Kuan suggested. You're asking me to be their driver? Lu Zhengxin asked in disbelief. They are in Shanghai. It's your job to look after our guests, Lu Kuan said sternly. Hell no. Do as I say, if you don't treat them well, I'll sell all your cars. Lu Kuan threatened him. Lu Zhengxin admitted defeat as soon as he heard his cars would be taken away. Lu Kuan, we are from Shanghai. We won't need him to look after us. We can go anywhere we want. Mo Fan shook his hand to turn down the offer. I'm acting on behalf of the client, so I have the right to assign someone to follow you. You can choose to leave, but I'll be taking back the universe vein and the letter and passing them to someone else, Lu Kuan said. Mo Fan was speechless. It seemed like Lu Kuan had realized he was going to break the rules. He decided to assign someone to keep an eye on him when he was going away. However, Lu Zhengxin looked like a complete idiot. It would be too easy to fool him. Besides, they were planning to visit a few places quickly. Having a supercar driver was not such a bad idea. Fine, but can your driver give us a lift anytime we want? Mo Fan asked. Feel free to order him around. If he dares to disobey you, I'll have someone take one of his cars away every time you complain to me, Lu Kuan promised. Lu Zhengxin almost lost his temper when he heard the words. Not only did the guy damage his car, steal his chair, and eat his crayfish, he had to be his driver too. None of this made sense. Ling, get in. Mo Fan jumped into the front passenger seat. The door happened to be open. The seats in the back were smaller, but the space was plenty for a petite girl like Ling. It did save them trouble having someone as the driver. Where do you two want to go? Lu Zhengxin asked with a grim face. Pudong Airport, Mo Fan said. Lu Zhengxin almost lost control of the vehicle. Luckily, the car had outstanding stability. Get AF *** King Boat if you want to go there. Lu Zhengxin snarled. The east of Huangpu River had already become a part of the ocean. The streets, houses, and buildings were long submerged under water. His heart would ache if he drove it across a small puddle, let alone the sea. Your job is to bring us there. I don't care if you're driving a boat or a car, Mo Fan smiled. Chapter 2377. Scars from 6 Digits. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The car reached the bridge across the Huangpu River. Mo Fan was surprised to see the water reflecting the moonlight had fallen a little compared to the last time he was here. It had dropped by about half a meter. The difference of half a meter in the water level involved a huge volume of water. He could now see the outline of the river. It seemed like it was possible to repair some of the buildings and roads. However, the tides had been inconsistent. The Magic City was treating the river like a dam. It had assigned the army to guard it as a boundary line. Mo Fan found some high ground and observed the area with his night vision. He noticed that the structures sticking out of the water and the areas where sand had accumulated were crawling with enormous creatures. Many of them had a mixture of sand and water on them, like a layer of armor. The creatures had also occupied the relatively short houses that were half submerged in the water. They were ideal lairs for demon creatures who enjoyed taking sunbaths on the land during the day. Are those sea monsters? Mo Fan asked with a worried face. The creatures were some distance away, but they were not that far from the city's boundary. Just some lesser sea monsters. They have turned the submerged districts into their territory and the sturdy buildings into their nests, Ling said disdainfully. She had no idea what the officials were thinking. They had not bothered to exterminate the sea monsters, allowing them to occupy the submerged districts and build their nests. Lu Zhengxin, drive across the bridge, Mo Fan said. Lu Zhengxin's face paled. They were about to cross the boundary line. Everyone knew the other side was crawling with sea monsters. Was he trying to deliver fresh takeaway to them? Mo Fan immediately picked up his phone and dialed Lu Kuan's number. Lu Zhengxin stopped hesitating. He stepped on the gas and drove onto the bridge. The soldiers on duty tried to stop the car, but immediately granted them access when Mo Fan showed them his identity as a 7-star hunter master. The officers on duty believed the high-rank hunter was going to help them to exterminate the nests of the sea monsters. The bridge was connected to a highway leading to Pudong Airport. The highway was surprisingly clear, and they could drive straight across it. The military seemed to have cleared any obstacles, making it easier for them to scout the Pudong district at times. Lu Zhengxin was a fan of street racing. The highway only had a few barricades on the sides, and there was not a single other car on the road. It was perfect for Lu Zhengxin to fulfill his dream of driving on an empty highway in the middle of the night. Lu Zhengxin kept accelerating. The car was already traveling at 120 miles per hour, but Mo Fan and Ling were extremely calm even though the car's top was open. Mo Fan could easily travel at the same speed on foot. He had no idea why Lu Zhengxin was so excited. There's a gap in front of us. What? I can't hear you. Lu Zhengxin said. There's a gap ahead. A section of the highway has collapsed 3 meters. Mo Fan shouted. F*** K me. Lu Zhengxin cursed as he rammed on the brakes. The piercing screeches echoed across the silent sky. Lu Zhengxin had been driving too fast. He had stepped on the brakes a little too late. Blink! Mo Fan swiftly cast a space spell. A silver tunnel appeared above the gap as Lu Zhengxin's car was about to drive right into it. The car went straight into the silver tunnel. It vanished briefly before reappearing on the other side of the gap, traveling across the gap like there was an invisible tunnel there. "Can you keep your eyes open while you are driving?" Mo Fan yelled at him. Lu Zhengxin moved his hands away from his eyes. He was surprised when he saw he was on the other side of the highway instead of falling into the sea. "Brother, that's so cool!" Lu Zhengxin exclaimed. Mo Fan turned around and looked at the gap on the highway. He was puzzled. The military had obviously cleared the obstacles on the highway. Why had they not fixed the gap, too? Mo Fan tossed his doubts away as the car drove into the distance. The sea level was higher as they approached the airport. Half of the office buildings were still under the water. The houses and shops with less than 4 stories remained underwater, too. "This is the place," Leng pointed at a collapsed structure. Mo Fan took a quick glance and noticed the buildings close to the airport were mainly government offices, apartments, hotels, and office buildings. The buildings were dark and submerged. Some of them occasionally emitted the sound of broken glasses and falling objects. They might seem deserted, but they were not necessarily empty. According to Senior Hunter Leng's recount, he had fought the Red Demon in this area. If the streets and roads were still around, they might be able to find more clues, but they wondered if there were any traces left after they were washed by the water. "Mo Fan, look at that building," Leng suddenly pointed to the side of a structure. It was an apartment with faint blue paint on one side. Mo Fan could see long scars on one side after he took a closer look. "It looks like a claw," Lu Zhengxin joked. Mo Fan observed carefully and said, "It doesn't just look like a claw, it is a claw, with 6 digits. Luckily, the building had not been renovated recently. Not many would notice the scar on the side of the building, thus it had remained in place until now. Does this mean the Red Demon is a creature with 6 fingers? At least when it shows its true form, Leng murmured. "We have to verify it first." Mo Fan looked around. Leng went to the top of the building and took some samples of the microorganisms from the scar to confirm it was not left by other species of sea monsters. Mo Fan went around to search for more scars. If the other scars also had 6 toes, it meant they had confirmed a trait of the Red Demon. "Why are we so fussed about the number of toes?" Lu Zhengxin asked curiously. He was following Mo Fan around. Every demon creature has a fixed number of toes, no matter how they evolve. "We can find out the species of a demon creature from its number of toes," Mo Fan explained. Lu Zhengxin nodded like a rookie hunter. "Look, were those left by the same creature, too?" Lu Zhengxin pointed at a nearby highway interchange. Mo Fan followed Lu Zhengxin's finger and noticed a few scratches on the concrete. Chapter 2378. Hunter's Eye. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephyzid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan went closer to inspect the scar. It also had 6 fingers, and they were closer to one another. They had found a second scar. It was up to Leng to deduce whether they were left by the Red Demon. It might serve as an important clue for them to locate the creature. "Hey, look at this!" Lu Zhengxin seemed to have discovered something else. Mo Fan went over and saw a black metal shard sticking into the water tank of an office building. The water tank had been out of service for many years. The metal shard was stuck deep inside the tank. It was unlikely ordinary people could pull the shard out. They would have to tear down the water tank first. The workers of the office building might have ignored the metal shard, since it did not really affect them. The metal shard was surprisingly large. Mo Fan realized it was the door of a car after taking a closer look at it. He wondered how fast the door had been traveling to be stuck so deep into the water tank. "It was imbued with space magic," Lu Zhengxin said confidently. Mo Fan turned around and stared at Lu Zhengxin. "Why are you looking at me like that? Don't you know what my main field of study at university is?" Lu Zhengxin exclaimed. "Do you specialize in dogs' noses?" Mo Fan asked. Magic substance theories. Do you think I'd be helping you on this boring task if you hadn't saved my car? Lu Zhengxin scolded him. Magic substance theories. Mo Fan remembered it was a special course at the Pearl Institute. It was the forensics of the magic world. He had no idea Lu Zhengxin was an alumnus of his university. The aura is extremely weak. It has been here for at least 3 to 4 years, Lu Zhengxin went on. Mo Fan nodded. Senior Hunter Leng's tertiary element was the space element. If he had fought the red demon in this area, this door imbued with the space element must be his doing. Can you smell traces of blood here? Mo Fan asked. I'm not a dog. Lu Zhengxin snarled, like his ego was hurting. Can you find old traces of blood? They are extremely important to us. Mo Fan quickly altered his choice of words. Let me activate my vision, Lu Zhengxin replied. Mo Fan was puzzled. Lu Zhengxin was casting a spell. A star pattern of the light element appeared under his feet. The star pattern transformed into a star constellation that Mo Fan had never seen before. The star constellation rose above Lu Zhengxin like 2 brilliant orbs of light. The blue orb slowly shrank down, before flying into Lu Zhengxin's eyes. Lu Zhengxin's eyes started glowing, emitting a strange blue light. The objects he was looking at had the same glow now. Terrastone dog eyes? Mo Fan exclaimed. He did not expect Lu Zhengxin to have such a special ability. TL note, Terrastone is an endgame material in Dungeon Fighter Online. It felt like 2 search lamps with a high chance of finding rare materials had been installed in Lu Zhengxin's eyes. He was walking around like a cyborg. The ability was consuming a huge amount of his energy. His expression was changing constantly. He immediately closed his eyes to exit from the special state after they started to hurt. It's called the Hunter's Eye, a unique ability passed down by the ancestors of the Lu clan. It allows us to see magical residues, blood, special substances, and lingering auras, Lu Zhengxin declared proudly. No matter how impressive Mo Fan was, he clearly lacked the Lu clan's ability. He was like a younger brother when it came to searching for clues. That's very impressive, chicken cutlet brother. Mo Fan raised his thumb to Lu Zhengxin. So, did you find any traces of blood? It's under the water across this street. There was blood everywhere. I feel sorry for your senior, Lu Zhengxin sighed. What do you mean? He lost a lot of blood. The creature must have torn open one of his organs. He left a trail of blood all the way to that warehouse. Lu Zhengxin pointed at a building in the distance. Mo Fan's heart sank. Luckily, Ling was not around. She would suffer a mental breakdown again if she had heard his words. Did the creature bleed? Mo Fan asked. Senior Hunter Leng's blood was not going to help them. They had to find the red demon's blood. A little, it's mixed with your senior's blood, Lu Zhengxin confirmed. Can you collect it? Mo Fan asked. Brother, the street is drowned. If it weren't for me, you would not have found a single trace of blood. Besides, it's already been dried, washed, and drowned in seawater for a long time. Lu Zhengxin answered. My friend has a lot of cars. He has a limited edition? Koenigsegg Jesko. He keeps bragging about it. I'll ask him to give it to you, Mo Fan said. Are you serious? There are only 3 of them in the world. Who is he? How did he get it? Lu Zhengxin blurted out in surprise. Lu Zhengxin was a car lover. He was obsessed with rare cars. That's none of your business. Just get your hands dirty and get me the creature's blood. I promise I'll deliver the car to you in 7 days. It's as good as new. He didn't have a chance to drive it due to some special circumstances, Mo Fan said. Are you sure you are not lying to me? Lu Zhengxin said. Who do you think I am? Shouldn't you know better? Did I lie when I said I was going to kill the enforcer of the Bayou Enforcement Union, Lu Zhangqian, who was from your clan? Why would I go back on my words about a car? Mo Fan scoffed. Lu Zhengxin pulled a long face. What the F***K is he on about? How can he talk about killing my cousin so blatantly? That being said, it did convince Lu Zhengxin that Mo Fan was a man of his word. Don't worry, I only hold the debtors responsible when I settle my debts. Your cousin and Lu Yilin tried to kill me, so I didn't go easy on them, but you and I are alumni of the same school. Mo Fan patted Lu Zhengxin on the shoulder. Fine, I wasn't close with those two either, but you shouldn't bring the topic up again. I'll collect the blood samples for you, but you have 3 days to bring me the car. Lu Zhengxin said. Deal. Mo Fan nodded. The car Mo Fan mentioned obviously belonged to Zhao Manyang. Lu Zhengxin's collection was petty compared to Zhao Manyang, who had an entire basement full of luxurious cars. The limited edition Jesco was not that expensive, either. The company had produced 3 limited edition Jesco after the Zhao family invested in the company. Zhao Manyang took one of them. Zhao Manyang did not want Zhao Yuqian to know his whereabouts, so he had no intention of driving the car. Zhao Manyang had even offered Mo Fan the car, but he was too busy to claim it. Mo Fan did not think twice before giving it to Lu Zhengxin. Zhao Yuqian would not be suspicious if Lu Zhengxin was driving the car. After all, everyone in the Magic City knew Lu Zhengxin was a car maniac. Compared to the reward of a universe vein, a car rotting in a garage was just a toy in Mo Fan's eyes. Chapter 2379. Strange Collapse. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lu Zhengxin was willing to work diligently for the new car. He took off his shirt and jumped into the filthy water. Mo Fan was suddenly impressed by Chicken Cutlet Brother. The water was not only full of trash left by the people who had once lived here, the dirt beneath had a foul stench, too. It would be tough to dig up any traces of blood after the place was soaked in water for so long. To his surprise, Lu Zhengxin had jumped straight into the water and was digging into the ground. Where's our driver? Leng had returned. She asked with a troubled look, did the sea monsters take him? Why didn't you help him out? We have to walk all the way back now. Mo Fan had a feeling Leng was only concerned that they no longer had a lift back. He's looking for traces of blood down there. He studied magic substance theory at the Pearl Institute. We are in luck. Mo Fan smiled. Oh. I just finished testing the samples of the claw. It had a faint trace of skin tissues, but there were also traces of other microorganisms after it had been washed by the rain over a long time. I can't determine its exact species, Leng said with a disappointed face. The fight had happened too long ago. The clues left on the scene had been damaged. It was like investigating an old murder case. You were unlikely to find any useful evidence from the scene since it was now mixed with other non-significant clues. Let's see what Lu Zhengxin can find. If we can't find any useful clues in this area, we'll have to go elsewhere, Mo Fan said. Yeah. Lu Zhengxin was down in the water for a long time. The occasional bubbles rising to the surface indicated he had not drowned. Mo Fan knew Lu Zhengxin would need more time to do his job. He looked around out of boredom. A building covered in moss around a kilometer away suddenly collapsed. The building seemed to have lost its supports. The floors collapsed one by one and smashed into debris on the ground. The whole building eventually sank into the sea, leaving only a small pile of debris above the surface. People might assume it was just a pile of construction waste if they did not know the building had existed in the first place. Are there any demon creatures? Leng asked, also seeing it fall. I can't pick up any presences, Mo Fan shook his head. Mo Fan could pick up the presence of a demon creature within a few kilometers, unless the creature had a special ability to conceal itself. A creature would have had to unleash a huge force to destroy the building. No creature could bring down a whole building without unleashing any strength. Mo Fan was more leaning toward the possibility that the building had collapsed on its own. Many Jera-built building projects had never considered the possibility of the building being submerged in water. Pudong district had been drowned for a long time. It was normal for the buildings to collapse eventually, as the tide rose and fell on a daily basis. Luckily, the buildings close to the airport were of higher quality. If the buildings here had collapsed, Lu Zhengxin would not be able to dig up any traces, even if he worked to his death. 2 other buildings over 10 floors tall collapsed in the same direction as the first building. The loud noises were oddly spooky in the deadly silent district. Mo Fan frowned. More Jera-built buildings? Ling asked skeptically. I don't know, but I still didn't pick up any presences, Mo Fan answered, his face grim. The buildings were quite some distance away. Mo Fan did not feel the need to investigate the area. Knowing the size of Pudong district, it was normal for strong sea monsters to be hiding in the dark, not to mention lesser creatures that had built their nests in the area. It was annoying to fight the lesser creatures. Not only did they have overwhelming numbers, they did not have the common sense to stay alive. These lesser creatures would keep coming, regardless of their casualties, after someone intruded their territory. As for the higher-level creatures, most of them would flee for their lives when they sensed a powerful mage nearby. Another huge collapse took place. This time, it was a huge office building less than 500 meters away, with sturdy concrete walls and relatively small windows. The building was like a grey barrel in their eyes, definitely the sturdiest building in the area. It would be fine even if it soaked in the water for another 10 years, but it had collapsed too. It was like a person who had suddenly lost his skeleton, his skin and flesh were sloughing off and turning into mud. Is someone trying to demolish the district? Mo Fan wondered aloud. You still can't sense anything? Ling asked quickly. Mo Fan shook his head. The sea monsters were seriously annoying. What were they up to now? They should just show themselves if they were asking for trouble. Mo Fan would not mind cooking them all with his furnace. Huge bubbles suddenly appeared under Mo Fan's feet. Mo Fan's heart skipped a beat. How impressive! It was around 500 meters away just a second ago, but it was already under his feet. He had no reason to wait. He should serve it with a lightning explosion first. Hey, what the hell are you doing? A wet face screamed after popping out of the water. Oh, it's you. I thought you were a sea monster. Mo Fan quickly withdrew his lightning magic. He was able to unleash and withdraw his lightning magic freely with the lightning acupuncture points. What have our Lu clan ever done to you? Did you get the samples? Mo Fan asked, ignoring the question. I did. Then it's time to go. Something doesn't feel right here, Mo Fan said. They went back to the highway. Lu Zhengxin had already heard the loud collapses in the distance while he was underwater. He started the engine quickly. He stepped hard on the pedal. The Miami blue sports car swiftly wove through the darkness on the highway. They suddenly heard a loud rumble inches away, and it kept going. Lu Zhengxin turned around and immediately shrieked like a terrified crow. The road behind them was falling off continuously, shattering like flour. It was less than 5 meters behind the car, and continued to follow the car as it sped along the highway. It felt like an invisible pulverizer was following right behind the car. The road continued to fall away. The sections the car was driving on a second ago had already fallen into the sea. Holy crap, what the hell is that thing? Lu Zhengxin was terrified. He had already slammed the gas pedal to the bottom. I don't know, just drive faster. Mo Fan was feeling nervous, too. He would not feel like this if he knew what the creature was. The problem was that he could not see or sense anything. There was nothing on the highway, but the bridge was still collapsing behind them. If the car was a little slower, they would have fallen off the bridge by now. Lu Zhengxin was a street racer and was able to drive calmly under the shocking circumstances. The car gradually picked up its speed and left the collapsing road behind. Well done! Mo Fan raised his thumb at the driver. Holy crap, aren't you an impressive fighter? Couldn't you just jump out of the car and get rid of that thing? Lu Zhengxin yelled at him. I would have slapped it to death if only I could see it. Mo Fan snarled in reply. Chapter 2380. Rich Landlord, Liu are you? Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephyzid. Edited by Aelrianth. An invisible creature? Mofan did not think so. Even if the creature was invisible, he would still have noticed strange traces of airflow while it was following them, especially if the creature was destroying the highway by force. The collapses finally stopped after half the highway was gone. The terrifying thing stopped chasing them after them. Lu Zhengxian had dried himself when he came out of the water, but he was now soaked in cold sweat. He felt like he had been playing Temple Run in real life. 7-star Hunter Master and the strongest young mage, my ass, I feel ashamed for you. You couldn't even find what was chasing us. Lu Zhengxian mocked him with a cold harumph. I can't be bothered arguing with you. Where are the blood samples? Mofan asked. Where's my car? We had a deal. Lu Zhengxian shot back. The car drove past the magic city. The sky was already bright by the time they reached Kunshan. As soon as the car stopped in front of the mansion, a grey car of advanced design arrived. Inside it sat a beautiful woman with pale skin and red lips. She was wearing a long slip dress that exposed her silky smooth shoulders. She was brimming with sexiness. Mofan, the woman inside the car, smiled. She might dress like an enchanting queen, but her expression was like a teenage girl whose heart was pounding heavily at the sight of her crush. Is this your style now? It's not bad. You won't mind if I give him the car, right? Mofan asked her. It doesn't matter. I can fly quicker than the car, Liu Aryu replied. Lu Zhengxian was staring at Liu Aryu after she came out of the car. It's you, what a coincidence. Lu Zhengxian stammered as he greeted her. Oh, it's you, Liu Aryu responded emotionlessly. I really didn't expect to see you here again. By the way, this is my home. The mansion and these cars are all mine. Aren't they fancy? Lu Zhengxian immediately fawned upon Liu Aryu. To his surprise, Liu Aryu was already hugging Mofan's arm. She had no interest in the luxurious mansion and cars. She seemed a little annoyed, as if she had many things to say to Mofan, but there were others around to disturb them. The car is here, where are my blood samples? Mofan asked. What blood samples? Liu Aryu asked. Mofan roughly explained their trip to Pudong Airport, but he did not mention they were looking for the Red Demon. Oh, Lu Zhengxian, how insensible are you? Why are you asking for a car in return when you are only doing my boss a small favor? Liu Aryu demanded to know. He's your boss. Lu Zhengxian was shocked. Hand over the blood samples. I'll be keeping the car. I have enjoyed driving it recently, Liu Aryu declared. Not a problem, whatever you say, my lady. Liu Aryu did not go inside the mansion. She was a member of the Blood Tribe. Normally, a mansion that belonged to the Lu clan would have some magic formations to keep the Blood Tribe away. Liu Aryu was not scared of the magic formation since she had grown a lot stronger, but she did not like the sacred artifacts from the Western countries. She felt like she was walking into a stinky toilet. You can stroll around first, I have something to discuss with you later, Mofan told her. Sure, I also have to collect rent from the marketplace, Liu Aryu agreed. Since when did you become a landlord? Mofan was puzzled. Didn't you ask me to manage the mutated species in the Magic City? The south of the marketplace belongs to the Blood Tribe, so the vendors there have to pay us rent, don't you think? Liu Aryu reminded him. So, how did you know Lu Zhengxian? Mofan asked instead. Children of renowned clans like him commonly come into contact with mutated races. Lu Zhengxian brought in a young woman of the Blood Tribe from a different country. The woman almost sucked his marrow away. He was lucky that I happened to be around. I saved his life and drove the woman away, Liu Aryu informed him. Mutated races was a term used to describe certain species with half-human lineage, but who were not truly human. The Blood Tribe was a typical example. There were also other species, like the creatures that had been hiding secretly in the sacred city for thousands of years. Some of them wore suits and owned businesses there, and had managed to perfectly disguise themselves as humans. The sacred city had its own circle of mutant species. Bowler, the vampire, used to be one of them. The magic city had a circle of mutant species too. Liu Yu was currently in charge of the blood tribe here. Liu Yu had already extended her reach to Kunshan. It seemed like her influence was still growing steadily. Lu Zhengxin might have collected the blood samples, but they still had to be filtered and processed. Mo Fan let Lingling handle the blood samples, since she was the expert. Lu Zhengxin's attitude toward Mo Fan changed completely after he learned Mo Fan was Liu Yu's boss. He was willing to give Mo Fan his full assistance. That being said, Mo Fan still had to wait for the result of the blood samples. Mo Fan had called Liu Yu over because she was better at tracking down traces of blood. She could easily find the source, even if the blood traces had been around for a long time. It was already daytime, and Mo Fan was starving. He went to the kitchen to look for some food. He somehow lost his way in the huge mansion. He had no idea where he was. "How did you end up here?" a woman half shrieked. "I lost my way looking for the dining hall." "Where are the chefs?" Mo Fan asked shamelessly. "Do you think this is a hotel that operates 24 hours a day?" Lu Qingyao snarled at him. She was in the garden in simple sleepwear. She seemed to be chasing after her Scottish fold, which had gone outdoors without her permission. She had yet to dress and put on makeup. Mo Fan had to admit the woman was as beautiful as Mui Nujiao. The way she looked after she just woke up was much different from being all made up. "What happened to your face?" Mo Fan saw after seeing Lu Qingyao's cheek. Lu Qingyao immediately turned away and snapped, "It's none of your business." Lu Qingyao was angry when she recalled how she had been slapped in the face after arguing with Lu Kun. The red mark had not faded away yet. She was thinking of covering it with more foundation today, but she did not expect to stumble into someone here so early in the morning. "Let me see it." Mo Fan went up to Lu Qingyao. "What's there to see?" Lu Qingyao was holding her cat in one hand while covering her face with the other. Mo Fan went closer and grabbed Lu Qingyao's wrist to lift her hand off her face. "What are you doing? You are in the Lu clan's territory. Don't you dare do anything stupid, I'm warning you." Lu Qingyao was terrified. Lu Kun had told her to serve Mo Fan well, but he did not mean she had to offer her body to him, right? Was Mo Fan out of his mind, trying to take advantage of her here? Lu Qingyao clearly did not have Mo Fan's strength. She struggled to shake her hand free. Mo Fan was almost sticking his face right into hers. "Did someone hit you?" Mo Fan asked her calmly. Lu Qingyao could not break free, but she did not dare to scream either. She was nervous, embarrassed, and afraid. "Who was it?" Mo Fan pressed. No one hit me, it was my cat." Lu Qingyao shook her head as she came to her senses. She did not want Mo Fan to know she had been slapped by Lu Kun. It's very important. "Who hit you?" Mo Fan stared firmly into Lu Qingyao's eyes. Lu Qingyao eventually compromised, as she was just a delicate woman after all. She said softly, "It was my uncle." "Lu Kun?" Mo Fan clarified. "Yeah." "Lu Qingyao, I'm going to ask you a serious question." "Please tell me the truth," Mo Fan said firmly. "Huh?" Lu Qingyao panicked even more. She was joking when she asked Mo Fan to take her as a concubine. Was Mo Fan really considering the offer? The problem was, would she be Mo Fan's fourth or fifth lover if she agreed? "Has your uncle always had 6 fingers?" Mo Fan asked her carefully. The handprint on Lu Qingyao's face was very obvious. Her pale face made the handprint stand out, and it didn't have 5 fingers. It had 6. Chapter 2381. Turning into an Animal at Night. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lu Qingyao was dumbfounded. She was having the urge to compromise and worry about how she should compete with Mui Nujiao when Mo Fan's question blindsided her. It was like a woman had accepted her fate, despite being reluctant at first. Her body was already ready as she was about to close her eyes and enjoy the process, but the man suddenly asked her how many fingers her uncle had. Anyone would go crazy when they heard the question. What 6 fingers? Are you crazy? Lu Qingyao shoved Mo Fan away. She was feeling great shame. She was humiliated both physically and mentally. Take a look yourself. Mo Fan grabbed at the air and pulled a small mirror from her room. It flew accurately into his hand. Mo Fan held the mirror in front of Lu Qingyao so she could see her face. Lu Qingyao had gone right to bed after removing her makeup and did not take a close look at her face. The handprint was not that obvious when she had makeup on. To her surprise, the handprint was clearer than she had thought. There were clearly 5 fingers. No, not 5. There were 6. The hand had 6 fingers. Normally, the pinky was beside the ring finger, but the hand had an extra finger between the ring finger and the pinky, extending between them. Since Lu Qingyao's face was relatively small, the print of the last finger had reached below her ear. It was hard to notice unless someone was looking at it closely. My heavens, why would anyone have 6 fingers? She never heard anything about her uncle being born with 6 fingers. Lu Qingyao was left speechless. Does it belong to Lu Kuan? It's his hand, right? Mo Fan asked her again. Yes, but Lu Qingyao was confused. Was he born with 6 fingers? Mo Fan pressed. Lu Qingyao immediately shook her head. She had never heard anything about it. Anzak, who was dressed in a white robe, passed by the corridor above them. He glanced at Mo Fan and Lu Qingyao. Miss Lu, did something happen? Anzak asked. It's nothing. Lu Qingyao's mind was in a mess. Let's talk in your room. I'll set up a barrier, Mo Fan said firmly. Mo Fan suddenly recalled Lu Kuan's ability to be able to read a person's mind at a close distance. He was worried Lu Kuan might be eavesdropping on the conversation between him and Lu Qingyao. Mo Fan blatantly swept up Lu Qingyao in his arms, like he was going to do something shameless inside her room. Anzak's expression darkened when he saw them. How bold of this Mo Fan to steal away my prey. Humph, turns out she's just a B***ch that sleeps with any man she sees, Anzak scoffed jealously. Lu Qingyao started struggling before they made it to her room. She was blaming Mo Fan for ruining her reputation. Listen, if there's something fishy about your uncle, your reputation isn't going to mean anything, since I'm going to kill your whole clan. Mo Fan promised her grimly. Lu Qingyao almost burst into tears. He was scolding her even when he was treating her roughly. Do you have old pictures of your uncle? At least 5 years ago, with his hands exposed, Mo Fan said. I think so, but they were taken a long time ago. Lu Qingyao began searching her laptop. It took her some time to find the pictures. I think this was 5 years ago. Lu Qingyao slowly realized that their clan had not taken a photo together for a long time. Mo Fan took a quick look and noticed a tinier version of Lu Qingyao in the first row. She was around the age of 15. She looked a lot more adorable then than she was now. She looked more like an alluring vixen now. He wondered where she had learned it from. Mo Fan enlarged the photo with the scroll. Lu Kuan was in the middle row beside Lu Yilin and Lu Shanqian. They seemed close in the photograph. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Lu Qingyao counted seriously. 5. The hand only had 5 fingers. There was no sign of the 6th. Do you have any later pictures of him? Mo Fan asked coolly. Lu Qingyao quickly found some photographs of Lu Kuan taken with some business partners. She checked the photos and was shocked to see Lu Kuan was wearing long sleeves and tang suits in all of them. The sleeves were long enough to cover his fingers. Almost every photo was the same, and he was wearing gloves in some of them, too. If Mo Fan had not brought it up, Lu Qingyao would never have noticed it. Did my uncle grow an extra finger over the years? Lu Qingyao exclaimed in alarm. Humph, it's difficult to say if he's still your uncle, Mo Fan replied coldly. What do you mean? All I can tell you is there's a demon with 6 fingers or 6 toes, Mo Fan answered her. But you can't assume there's something wrong with my uncle just because of that. Lu Qingyao protested. It's too much of a coincidence, Mo Fan declared. Normally, Mo Fan would not care how many fingers Lu Kuan had. However, he had found out Lu Kuan had 6 fingers just after they had learned the trait of the red demon through the claw marks it had left behind. What kind of a demon is it? Lu Qingyao was still doubtful. Her uncle seemed perfectly normal. Could a demon disguise itself as a human? Besides, even if the demon had the ability to transform into a human, how did it mimic Lu Kuan's behaviors, personality, memory, and habits? Lu Qingyao believed Lu Kuan was still the same, even though it was strange how he reacted after Mo Fan had killed Lu Shanqian and Lu Yilin. She could only express her doubts. After all, Lu Kuan was her uncle. Lu Qingyao had no reason to believe Mo Fan so easily. It's a demon that can bewitch a person's mind. In simpler words, it's like a soul that can go inside a person's body to control them, like a spiritual parasite. Don't you worry, it has a true form, too. After it reveals its true form, you won't recognize him as the uncle whom you've known for 20 years when you see its distorted appearance, Mo Fan promised confidently. Mochizuki Chihaya was almost possessed by the new red demon while she was carrying the essence orb. The first red demon had been around for years. Judging by Senior Hunter Leng's job request, not only was the red demon's strength and power growing over time, its intelligence was growing, too. In the past, it would create a bloodbath wherever it went, but it was very likely that it was disguising itself as a human now. Therefore, he might look like a normal person in the day, but he will turn into a monster at night. Mo Fan speculated. A man in the day and a monster at night. Lu Qingyao felt something was off about the description. Lu Qingyao had met a lot of men with flowery words, but it was her first time seeing someone like Mo Fan come up with such a ridiculous story just to trick her. Most importantly, Lu Qingyao was starting to believe he was telling the truth. Chapter 2382. Get Lu Kun's Blood. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Either way, Lu Kuan was the primary suspect on Mo Fan's list. Ling frowned when Mo Fan told her about all this. She was struggling to understand what Lu Kuan was up to. If Lu Kuan was the red demon, why would he pass the letter to them? Or perhaps Lu Kuan truly did not know the content of the letter. He was merely following the client's instructions. Who exactly was the client? He was hiring Mo Fan and Ling through Lu Kuan, but their job was to take out Lu Kuan instead? The situation was a lot more complicated than they had thought. We can't be sure he's the red demon, even if he has 6 fingers. It's possible he might be suffering from a mutation. There have been cases of discovering harmful chemicals inside certain food products in our country, Ling told Mo Fan. So our only hope is your analysis of the red demon's blood. I've already gotten the blood samples. They should belong to the red demon. If we can somehow obtain Lu Kuan's blood samples and compare the two, we should be able to find our answers. Ling stated. We need Lu Kuan's blood. Mo Fan rubbed his jaw. How was he supposed to get Lu Kuan's blood without alerting him? Lu Kuan should not have any idea what was going on, since he did not know the content of the letter. It sounded simple to get a drop of his blood without arousing his curiosity, but it might be difficult, too. Why don't I go take his blood? I'm an expert at it, Liu Yu smiled. The blood tribe had ways of drinking a human's blood without them knowing, whether they were taking a nap or when they were overwhelmed by other emotions. It won't do. If Lu Kuan is the red demon, he will definitely notice you. The red demon is full of hatred. He might suck your soul dry in return, Mo Fan shook his head. Liu Yu could easily take a mage's blood by placing them in a stupor, but that would obviously not work on Lu Kuan. Let's ask Lu Zhengxin or Lu Qingyao to do it then, since they are so close to Lu Kuan, Liu Yu proposed. We'll have to convince Lu Qingyao and Lu Zhengxin first. Lu Zhengxin was willing to help since he had long known of the existence of the mutant races. He knew there were certain species that could disguise themselves as humans. Besides, he had seen the claw with 6 digits. Sister, I'm telling you, you really have to verify it. If we are wrong, we will feel safer, but if we are right, think about it, a demon has taken over our uncle's flesh and soul. Who knows what he will do to us once he tears off his disguise? Lu Zhengxin tried to convince Lu Qingyao. The truth was, Lu Qingyao was much closer to Lu Kuan than Lu Zhengxin was. Lu Kuan did not have any children, but he had great power in the clan. He often chose a few talented children in the clan to train as successors. Lu Shantian was one of the children Lu Kuan was in favor of, and the other one was Lu Qingyao. As for Lu Zhengxin, Lu Kuan had never bothered to treat him seriously. Lu Zhengxin was nothing but a troublemaker. Lu Kuan's only desire was that Lu Zhengxin stay out of his way. Therefore, Lu Qingyao was the perfect candidate for the operation. Only she had a chance to obtain Lu Kuan's blood without alerting him. But what am I supposed to do? I can't just bring a needle and stab Uncle in the arm. Lu Qingyao grumbled. Lu Qingyao had always been afraid of Lu Kuan. She might act arrogantly in front of outsiders, but she had always been obedient to her uncle. She was afraid of Lu Kuan, whether or not he was possessed by some demon. You can fawn upon him and say you have a friend who's a renowned doctor overseas visiting you. You can tell him you are organizing a health checkup for him because you are worried about his health. Lu Zhengxin was full of ideas. Fine, I'll give it a try. The other guests were busy with their jobs. None of them were around in the mansion. As the supervisor, Lu Kuan had sent a few powerful mags of his clan to keep an eye on the hunters to prevent them from communicating with one another. Lu Kuan was doing his job perfectly. If Mo Fan had not learned of the Red Demon's trait of possessing 6 fingers, he might have assumed Lu Kuan was just a normal person who was focusing on getting his reward from the client as well. Uncle. Lu Qingyao always dressed casually when she was at home. Didn't I ask you and Lu Zhengxin to follow Mo Fan around? Lu Kuan was enjoying a cup of tea in the garden. A few men in suits sat beside him with documents in their hands. They bowed and left, as they had just gotten their new orders from their boss. Lu Zhengxin is with him. They are currently resting in their rooms. They don't have any plans to go anywhere, Lu Qingyao said. Oh, come closer, Lu Kuan said. Lu Qingyao was startled. I asked you to come closer, Lu Kuan said in a commanding tone. Lu Qingyao did not dare to disobey Lu Kuan. She walked up to the man. Lu Kuan reached out his hand and turned Lu Qingyao's chin to the other side. He looked at her face and said, "Does it still hurt?" "Oh, no, it doesn't." "It was my fault anyway," Lu Qingyao responded in a panic. "You are too skinny. Is the food here not to your liking?" "I'll ask them to get new chefs," Lu Kuan said indifferently after letting go of Lu Qingyao's chin. "Not at all, Chef Pang's dishes are very delicious," Lu Qingyao said quickly. That's good to hear. Do you have anything else to tell me?" Lu Kuan put on a pair of glasses to read the document in his hand. His deep eyes rarely had any glow in them. It was difficult to tell what he was thinking. "Uncle, I have a friend from overseas, he's a great doctor. I'm worried about you since you have been working so hard lately. I'm thinking of asking him to do a medical checkup for you," Lu Qingyao said. Lu Kuan placed the document down and took off his glasses. He stared at Lu Qingyao. Lu Qingyao had the urge to take off in fear. "What do you mean?" Lu Kuan said in a deep voice. Lu Qingyao started panicking. I didn't mean anything. I just thought about what you said, about how we aren't living up to your expectations. I was thinking about it overnight. You are right that you have been paving a path for us all these years, but we are simply taking it for granted. You are managing everything yourself, so I was worried your health might decline after working so hard. My friend happens to be a doctor. I was just trying to help. I'll feel at ease if I know uncle is healthy. Lu Qingyao's back was already soaked in sweat by the time she finished her explanation. She had never thought Lu Kuan's eyes could be so intimidating when he was suspicious. Chapter 2383. Kazuaki, the Red Demon. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. It's exactly what we thought. Mo Fan was astounded even though he already had a feeling about it. Lu Kuan was the Red Demon. Who was their client, then? Was it just a coincidence Lu Kuan was chosen as the supervisor for the job? Or perhaps the mysterious client already knew something, so they had purposely arranged for Lu Kuan to be involved, too. Sister, I told you, it wasn't my imagination, nor was I high on drugs. What I saw was real. Lu Zhengxin was oddly excited about the result. Mo Fan and Lingling looked at him in confusion. It sounded like Lu Zhengxin had not told them everything. Impossible, no demon creature can. Lu Qingyao was still struggling to believe it. The Red Demon can devour a human soul and take over their body, but to prevent others from noticing their existence, they will carefully mimic the previous owner's habits and behavior. The Red Demon is a product of the combined hatred of criminals who were sentenced to death. It's an embodiment of human hatred. Mo Fan explained. It was not difficult for the Red Demon to disguise itself as a human. Lu Kuan looked and acted the same as his old self. If the Red Demon could control its savage nature, it could completely take over its prey and act like an ordinary human. It did not matter if Lu Qingyao was reluctant to believe it. The two pieces of evidence had proven Lu Kuan was the Red Demon. Having 6 fingers might only be a coincidence, but what about the blood samples? How could their blood samples match so perfectly? Mo Fan, do you remember Kazuaki, the old Japanese man Ken told you about? How many years has it been since he left with the essence orb? Lingling asked him. How many years? I don't know, Mochizuki Ken is already so old. It should have been at least 30 years ago. Mo Fan estimated. Mo Fan had no idea when it had happened. He would have to ask Mochizuki Chihaya or Mochizuki Ken. Unfortunately, Mochizuki Chihaya was nowhere to be seen, the same as Mochizuki Ken. Lu Zhengxin, I need a favor from you, Lingling said. Sure. I'll do anything you say. Lu Zhengxin agreed. Lu Zhengxin left in a hurry, leaving Lu Qingyao behind with a blank face. Can you tell me what Lu Zhengxin was referring to just now? Your uncle Lu Kuan indeed looks just like a normal human on the surface, but the Red Demon will never show its true form to the people around it, assuming it's intelligent enough, Lingling asked her. If the Red Demon already possessed the intelligence of an adult human, it would be aware that Lu Kuan's identity was the best cover for it. It no longer had to live in the dark, nor was it being constantly hunted by hunters like Senior Hunter Long. The hunters would never allow an existence like the Red Demon. Every mutant species was a potential target for the hunters. My grandfather is in charge of the Magic City's safety. My uncle is managing the prison mountain that belongs to the Enforcement Union. One night, Lu Zhengxin made a mistake, so my grandfather sent him to the prison mountain to work as a prison guard for 3 months as punishment, Lu Qingyao said. Lu Zhengxin claimed he saw uncle walking into a room on his first day. He immediately followed uncle into the room to tell him grandfather had arranged him to work at the prison, but it was another man inside the room. Lu Zhengxin was confident the room did not have another exit. He was right behind uncle before entering the room, Lu Qingyao finished. He can change his face, too. Mo Fan blurted out in surprise. Lu Zhengxin thought he mistook uncle for another man, but he was on a video call with his mother. His mother also said she saw Lu Kuan walking into the room, Lu Qingyao confirmed. Lu Zhengxin came back after a while. Mo Fan asked him about what Lu Qingyao had told them. Lu Zhengxin said, I swear I saw him. Even if I mistook him for another man, why would my mother make the same mistake? It's a pity that I didn't save the recording. It was another man when I entered the room, but he was wearing the same clothes as Uncle. In the past, Mo Fan would never have believed a person had the ability to change their appearance, but after discovering the drowning curse maggots and the eagle demoness, he knew there were creatures that could modify their appearance. The world was full of wonders. They had discovered another important clue. The red demon had the ability to change its appearance. Did you ask him what I told you to? Lingling was more concerned about something else. I did, but how did you know my uncle isn't my grandfather's biological son? Lu Jingxin wondered. What now? Lu Qingyao was startled. Grandfather told me Uncle Lu Kuan joined our clan and changed his surname many years ago. He had done a lot of things for our clan, so grandfather gladly adopted him as his son. Most of us in the younger generation don't know Uncle Lu Kuan was a foreigner, Lu Jingxin explained. A foreigner. Grandfather told me Uncle Lu Kuan used to be a Japanese. I think his name was Kazuaki. Mo Fan and Lingling immediately exchanged glances after hearing the name. Lu Kuan was Kazuaki, the man who had escaped with the Essence Orb. He came to China and joined the Lu clan, changing his name to Lu Kuan. We have to tell Old Man Ken immediately. Damn it, what is that old man up to? What job did he receive? Mo Fan said. I think we should pay the prison mountain a visit, Lingling said. The prison mountain. Wasn't that similar to East Guardian Tower in Japan? If Lu Kuan was managing it. The place was full of hate, it was the perfect place for a red demon. Senior Hunter Leng kept emphasizing how terrifying the red demon was. They had to eliminate it at all costs for the sake of mankind. A senior hunter would only pursue a target so stubbornly after learning some shocking truth. The prison mountain must be holding some secret, Mo Fan agreed. Let's not alert Lu Kuan first. I will collect information about the jobs my father did and see if any of them were related to the prison mountain, Lingling said. I'll find out more about the prison mountain from the enforcement union, Mo Fan said. What about us? Lu Qingyao and Lu Zhengxin asked. You two should act normal so Lu Kuan doesn't notice anything. No, wait, you should come with me. Lu Kuan seems to have some strange ability to foresee things. Mo Fan recalled how Lu Kuan had interfered with his secret meeting with Mochizuki Chihaya. Chapter 2384. Prison Mountain. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan waited until it was night before heading to Prison Mountain. To Mo Fan's surprise, Prison Mountain was very close to the first place he had lived in after he moved to Shanghai. It was a temporary settlement for refugees in Luo Town. What the actual F***K? How dodgy was the temporary settlement? The huge prison belonging to the Oriental Pearl Magic Association, imprisoning mags who had committed crimes, was right beside it. Mo Fan never even knew the place existed back then. The enforcement union mainly went after the Black Vatican, but it had never sent the members of the Black Vatican to this prison. Mo Fan took a detour and visited the refugee settlement after he passed by Luo Town. The settlement was managed by the government. It had arranged for someone else to live in Mo Fan's place after he left. Mo Fan was still waiting for Lingling's update. He strolled through the area out of boredom. Luo Town was much livelier now. Many villages and towns had been moved to the headquarters city, so no matter how frail the buildings were, it was unlikely they would be empty. Some of the units were even separated in two to provide shelter for two families, a common thing in extreme times. After all, no one wanted to be dragged into the deep abyss of the ocean by the sea monsters. Knock knock. Mo Fan knocked politely on the door, even though he still had the key to his old unit. Who is it? Someone sounding like a little girl asked. The door swung open before Mo Fan could respond. A young boy with a shaved head looked Mo Fan up and down with a confused face. Fine, it was just a boy who had yet to go through puberty. I lived here before. I think I have some old stuff I didn't manage to take with me. Did your family throw them away? Mo Fan asked him. Ah, so those things were yours. I'll get them for you, please wait for me here. The young boy was surprisingly friendly. He immediately ran back inside to get Mo Fan's belongings. Mo Fan peeked into the unit and saw a lot of boxes, groceries, clothes, and kitchen supplies. The young boy soon returned with a box. Inside it was some random stuff, like the photo he had taken with Xinxia when they were young, the little ornaments he had bought Xinxia, and the handcrafted toys he had once used to trick Mu Ningxue. Losing them was not a big deal, especially since he had already won their hearts, but it was meaningful to keep them, too. Big brother, can you tell me how you made the two girls like you so much? The young boy asked curiously. Cough cough. How can you pry into someone else's belongings? Mo Fan protested awkwardly. They were so cute when they were young. I bet they must be very beautiful now, too. Did you manage to get hold of them both? The young boy pressed. Mo Fan had a feeling his secret was being exposed. You don't have an apple yet. You are just a little boy. Why are you asking so many questions? Mo Fan pointed out. Of course I don't have an apple. I'm a girl, the boy blinked. Mo Fan was stunned. Father is not home all the time, and there are a lot of strangers here, so I cut this hairstyle and tanned myself. I also wear boys' t-shirts most of the time. I shouldn't be telling you this, the young boy finally realized. Mo Fan took a closer look and noticed the lines on her face were much softer. No one would assume she was a girl with her tanned skin and the butch cut. Impressive, you already have the awareness to protect yourself at such a young age, Mo Fan smiled. Mo Fan was impressed by the little boy. A person should never lower their guard against the world, no matter what their age was. Many of my classmates don't even know I'm a girl. Some of the girls even wrote me love letters. The girl smiled, revealing her pearly whites and a cute buck tooth. She was not wary of Mo Fan, maybe because she had seen many of his belongings and his little diary. Girls who are independent are very cool. Mo Fan raised his thumb. Mo Fan was about to leave after retrieving his belongings, but the little girl kept staring at Mo Fan like she had something to say. What's wrong? Mo Fan asked her. Can I ask you for a favor? The girl said. Sure, you've helped me keep these precious memories, Mo Fan agreed without a thought. My father hasn't called me for 2 days. I'm worried about him, the girl said. Where does your father work? Mo Fan asked. Behind that mountain. I always see strange cars going in and out of it. He doesn't allow me to visit his workplace, and he never introduces his colleagues to me, so I don't know who to ask, the girl told him. Mo Fan frowned deeply. The place behind the mountain was his destination tonight, the prison mountain. Huge fences separated the town and the prison, but they were still only a few kilometers apart. What's your name? What's your father's name? Mo Fan asked her. I'm Chen Mu, my father is Chen Feng. All right, little Mu, stay home for now. I'll help you look for him. Mo Fan reached out his hand and fondled the girl's head. Thank you. Little Mu said. Ling soon arrived. Mo Fan told her about Little Mu. Ling remained silent as she fell into deep thought. Lu Zhengxin and Lu Qingyao came with Ling, too. They were eager to find out the truth. They headed to the prison mountain. The area around it was protected by a magic formation, mainly to prevent the criminals from having any contact with the people of Luhua town. However, the magic formation was a lot weaker compared to the defenses of the East Guardian Tower in Japan. A high-level mage could easily break through it. There were a lot of laborers in the prison mountain. The mountain's composition was special. An earth mage could refine it into sturdier concrete and apply it to buildings or walls to make them stronger. The whole coastline had become a war zone due to the invasion of sea monsters. Normal construction materials were as fragile as bubbles to the sea monsters. The buildings had to be constructed with materials that had been refined with magic. The prison mountain was not just a prison, but a factory managed by the military. There were managers, workers, craftsmen, and laborers. The prisoners were the laborers. Chapter 2385. Role Model Worker Prisoners. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Prison Mountain used special cuffs to force the imprisoned mags to work as laborious. The main reason was that the resources spent to train a mage were huge. It would be a waste if the mags were locked up to rot or executed because of their crimes. Prison Mountain had so many people at work that it was like a huge business. Luqua Town was established mainly because of Prison Mountain, as many people were making a living off the enterprise here. Mo Fan had lived in Luqua Town for a year. Even if he was focusing on his cultivation, he should have heard of the prison factory. It was likely that the government and the workers were keeping it secret from ordinary people. I've looked into it. The place is well managed and isn't involved in anything illegal on the surface. It's like a model of what a business should be, Lingling told him. It does seem that way on the surface. Mo Fan was observing Prison Mountain from higher ground. The workers were doing their jobs in an orderly manner. Even the guard in a remote corner was standing perfectly straight and keeping an eye on his surroundings. Everyone, including the ordinary workers who were responsible for moving things around and the guards in charge of security, was doing their job perfectly. Mo Fan did not think he could sneak in without alerting anyone if it weren't for the Dark Noble mantle. A dozen workers were chanting together as they filled up a truck with the special concrete. The driver started the engine after they were done and drove the truck out of the gates. The security at the entrance was very tight. There were 3 checkpoints in total. Not only were they checking the truck, they were scanning the concrete to make sure no criminal was hiding in it to escape from the prison. I doubt any of the prisoners can escape from here, Mo Fan judged. Lingling nodded. With such tight security, even Mo Fan might struggle to break out of the prison if he put on the special cuffs. There are so many people here, Lingling noticed. They had yet to see the tunnels where the laborious were digging. They only saw the workers who were filling the trucks, organizing the loads, and the men on watch duty, but that was already a good 2,000 people. When Mo Fan had been staying in Luqua Town, he had thought everything was peaceful and calm despite a little haze and pollution. To his surprise, there was such a huge factory behind a hill. There were 9 tunnels in total. Each tunnel had huge machines in operation. The first tunnel was where the prisoners were working. The other tunnels and structures mainly provided the workers with residences, canteens, resting grounds, or were used to process the rare material, load the trucks, and garage them. The place alone was a town itself, but it was more like an assembly line, similar to the factories of a big manufacturing company. The workers were working like machines. The first tunnel was a different sight. After all, the criminals were working in it. The situation in the first tunnel was a lot more complicated. It was protected by a stronger magic formation. Even a super shadow mage like Mo Fan was struggling to find his way in through it. In addition to the formation, the place was watched over by many prison guards. Behind the first tunnel was a huge prison. The prisoners had no contact with the ordinary workers. They were escorted out from the prison to work as laborious in the tunnel. After they were done, they were escorted back into the prison. The ordinary workers would then transport the raw material out from the tunnel to be processed. The first tunnel might be off limits, but Mo Fan was able to see it from the second tunnel and the workshops. Several hundred prisoners were still digging late at night. They must have been assigned to the night shift. Their minds would be freed temporarily inside the first tunnel, allowing them to use their magic. Mo Fan saw a prisoner with the earth element standing motionless, but he was using his magic, getting the rare material to eject itself from the ground like bamboo shoots. A prisoner with the space element was controlling a few dozen pickaxes at once, digging up an area. Some fire mags were using their flames to provide digging machines with energy, operating them like steam engines. These prisoners had likely worked there for many years, and were doing their jobs adept. Mo Fan did not notice any dangerous feelings like he expected from criminals. They acted more like diligent workers to him. It's strange, Lingling commented. It's like a truly ethical company. Are you sure Lukuan is the Red Demon? How does he manage this place so well? Mo Fan wondered. Even the prisoners had become role model workers. Unbelievable. These prisoners used to be arrogant mags, who were cruel and fierce. It was difficult enough to make sure ordinary workers did their jobs diligently, even if they were paid. How was it possible to turn mags into hard-working laborers, too? Did the Red Demon have a change of heart? Did he become a successful enterprise manager after laying low for so many years? The workers are acting strange, just like the prisoners, Leng noticed alertly. Something does seem strange, but I can't say for sure, Mo-Fan agreed. They have no sense of life. They are doing their job seriously. I can't see a single person slacking, nor are they talking among themselves. Most importantly, they are not showing any emotions, even when they are doing dirty and tiring work, Leng pointed out to him. Mo-Fan had the same feeling after Leng mentioned it. It was true that the people were like machines. If the huge factory was operating like a machine, the people were its wheels and screws. Everything was in perfect order. It was too formulaic. How could living people not have any emotions? The drivers and workers did not even exchange glances. The people eating in the canteen did not talk to their colleagues, either. The prisoners in the first tunnel were doing as they were told without any complaints. The guards were focused on their jobs, despite everything being calm and in perfect order. They did not slack. They did not complain. They did not communicate outside work. They were solely focused on their own jobs. If a company had a dozen workers like this, it meant the boss did a great job managing it. However, this was impossible. None of the employees in a huge enterprise made up of several thousand people were showing any emotions like normal people. It feels like something has drawn away their emotions. Not only the prisoners, but the workers, guards, and supervisors, they are all the same. Could it be there's an essence orb here, too? Mo-Fan guessed. Chapter 2386. Fighting the Prisoners. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo-Fan strongly believed there was an essence orb down there. As a matter of fact, they knew the Red Demon needed to absorb a huge amount of hatred to grow. The workers, employees, and prison guards, and even the cruel prisoners, did not complain, nor show any signs of grudges or anger. Something must have taken away their emotions, turning them into laboring machines. Mo-Fan, look, Leng pointed at Mo-Fan's hip. Mo-Fan looked down and noticed his essence orb was glowing. He was so focused on observing the people that he did not realize his essence orb had been glowing for a while. It seemed the essence orb had detected a source of energy it was interested in. Mo-Fan had never seen it glow so brightly. It looks like it's close to the first tunnel, on that watchtower, Mo-Fan said after a moment of looking around. The first tunnel was located between a huge workshop, some walls, and the prison. A tall watchtower stood right beside the first tunnel. Not only did it provide a good view of the prison, it could also see the entire area. The glow of the essence orb grew brighter as Mo-Fan drew closer to the watchtower. At the top of the tower was a huge dark red orb. It suddenly lit up like the blood-red eye of a demon. The prisoners in the first tunnel shuddered when the orb emitted the strange red light. The prisoners who were busy working immediately turned their heads in Mo-Fan's direction. Their eyes were bloodshot and glowing in the dark. The first tunnel was soon brimming with a murderous feeling. The factory that was initially operating in perfect order was filled with icy gusts of wind. Mo-Fan and Leng subconsciously took a few steps back. What just happened? Leng asked quickly. How were they discovered? Could it be the red orb on the watchtower was really an eye with power similar to the eye of the golden dragon? It didn't discover us, it noticed my essence orb. I think it wants to devour my essence orb. Mo-Fan guessed. Mo-Fan's essence orb was just like the orb the Red Demon was born from, but the Red Demon had developed a consciousness after taking over human bodies. Mo-Fan's essence orb had been modified to only absorb special evil energy. It could no longer bewitch humans. Whether or not the essence orb had its consciousness, the energy inside it was exactly what the evil red orb needed. It might ascend as an immortal sooner once it devoured the essence orb's energy. The evil red orb began to control the prisoners. They were coming to take away Mo Fan's essence orb. The prisoners growled like beasts. They seemed to have forgotten human speech after their minds had been controlled for so long. Their eyes were bloodshot, as if they had turned into the evil red orb soldiers. The prisoners were mags of certain levels, or they would not be imprisoned here. In addition to the prisoners, the guards were being influenced by the evil red orb as well. People were surrounding Mo Fan and Lingling from every direction, not giving them a chance to escape. Lingling glanced at the huge barrier above them. The barrier has been removed. They can use their magic. The huge barrier was the prison's magic formation, established to restrict the prisoner's power. As a matter of fact, the magic formation was just a decoy, assuming the evil orb was controlling everyone's mind. Not only would the prisoners not escape, they would work endlessly and feed the evil red orb with their grudges and anger. Lu Kuan has set up a factory to collect human hatred here. I shall destroy it today. Mo Fan harumphed coldly. Mo Fan had no reason to go easy on the prisoners, since they were attacking him first. He was able to enter the first tunnel after the magic formation was deactivated. He went straight at the prisoners, lightning runes circling his fingers. As he swung his hands, purple lightning crackled through the air and spread wildly. The lightning arcs immediately exploded when they made contact with the prisoners. Those who were caught by Mo Fan's lightning went flying and slammed into the wall of the mountain 100 meters away. Mo Fan continued to press forward after taking care of a dozen prisoners, heading inside the first tunnel. There were hundreds of prisoners in the pit there. They were jumping, flying, and climbing up the pit that was over 50 meters deep. Mo Fan looked down at them fearlessly. He did not have to wait for the prisoners to put in so much effort just to surround him. He took the initiative to go down into the pit instead. Mo Fan jumped down over the heads of several dozen prisoners. He landed heavily in the pit. Not only did the ground crack apart, huge boulders erupted from the ground like shark fangs. It was like stirring up ripples on the surface of a calm lake, but the ripples were terrifying shark fangs with great penetrating force instead. The ripples created hundreds of shark fangs, each around 4 meters high. The further they were from the center, the higher they were. Mo Fan had landed in the middle of where most of the prisoners had gathered. Fresh blood splashed in the air and splattered on the golden-brown rock fangs. 30 prisoners were defeated by the impact alone, either dead or crippled. Mo Fan was getting better at using his abilities. Look out above you. Lingling had already found a safe hiding spot, but she did not forget to warn Mo Fan of the approaching danger. Mo Fan looked up and saw 3 clusters of spells flying at him simultaneously. The watchtower was the only spot that had not been targeted by his spells. Humph, you dare to stir up trouble first? I'll absorb you today since I need to replenish the energy I consumed, too. Mo Fan exclaimed. The evil red orb was able to devour the essence orb. Likewise, the essence orb could also devour the evil red orb. It was too early to say who was going to evolve in the end. The essence orb was Mo Fan's backup battery when he transformed into his demon form. He had consumed a portion of its energy when he was chasing after Salon. He could replenish its energy by devouring the evil red orb. Mo Fan used Blink to dodge the spells coming from 3 different directions, moving toward the watchtower. The evil red orb was the mastermind. It made sense to go after it first. Chapter 2387. More and more reckless. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Air projectile. Mo Fan quickly moved toward the watchtower while flicking his fingers out. He seemed to be moving his fingers softly, but he was firing massive projectiles through the air. An obvious shockwave flew at the prisoners who were trying to attack Mo Fan. The air projectile knocked a few prisoners into the air, their ribs collapsing from the impact. Be they fatties over 100 kilograms or young men who were only around 50 kilograms, they were sent flying before smashing into the ground and walls, breaking their bones. The prisoners who were charging at Mo Fan did not stand a chance against him. Some prisoners who were advanced mags did not have time to complete their star constellations before they were sent flying by Mo Fan's finger flicks. Do you think you have the advantage of numbers? Mo Fan glanced ahead and noticed many prisoners with bloodshot eyes guarding the watchtower. The evil red orb seemed to notice Mo Fan's intention. It began to gather the prisoners around it. The prison guards joined the battle, flanking in behind Mo Fan. Shadow Fiend, Army of Shadows. Mo Fan waved his hand and turned the first tunnel into a black swamp. Shadow Fiends emerged from the swamp. Some were bulky warriors, while others were riders on phantom horses. There were also shadowy guards with strange appearances. They were like deceased souls brought back to life from a distant cursed land to refight the war they had once died in. The Shadow Fiends charged forward, shouting at the top of their lungs and massacring every person along the way. More than 100 prisoners had gathered in front of Mo Fan. Their cultivations were not that weak, but they soon lost ground in the face of Mo Fan's super shadow magic. Leng was observing the battle from higher ground. She opened her mouth in shock after seeing how unstoppable Mo Fan was. Mo Fan had again grown stronger after they had not seen one another for some time. The prison was full of serious offense prisoners arrested by the Enforcement Union. They might not be at their full strength after being held captive for so long, but it was still shocking to see Mo Fan beating them up in a one-sided battle. The prisoner spells poured down on Mo Fan like little sprinkles of colorful rain, while Mo Fan's counterattacks were like ferocious waves. He was knocking them all to the ground, regardless of their cultivation and strength. The evil red orb realized the prisoners alone were not enough to stop the intruder. It began to emit another strange light. The light was shining at the prison. The prison guards opened every cell door and deactivated the barrier there. The prisoners inside the building also had bloodshot eyes, like they were possessed by demons. They let out ghastly shrieks and charged at Mo Fan in a great tide, wielding their magic. Some of the prisoners inside the building had impressive strength. They were channeling spells and constructing star palaces. Mo Fan, look out, a lot more prisoners are coming from the building. Leng warned him. The first tunnel only had the prisoners who were allocated for the night shift. The number of prisoners in the building was several times greater than the prisoners who were working. Mo Fan would have to fight against thousands of criminals once they reached the first tunnel. It was impossible for Mo Fan to beat them all, especially when the prisoners were lunging at him fearlessly while their minds were being controlled. I should make it in time. Mo Fan did not panic even when he saw the prisoners racing toward him. Fighting against 1,000 prisoners was no longer that exciting to Mo Fan after he had witnessed the scale of a true war in South America. That being said, these prisoners whom the Enforcement Union had arrested were not as weak as ordinary soldiers. They had to be fairly infamous for the Enforcement Union to make the effort to arrest them. Mo Fan soon felt the pressure from a few super-level prisoners. They were flying in the air and preventing Mo Fan from reaching the evil red orb. One of them was a super water mage. The super water mage surprisingly managed to summon a river in the sky. Thousands of tons of water poured down at Mo Fan. Mo Fan suddenly felt like he was standing under the Niagara Falls, and ferocious and terrifying white serpents were crashing into him. He was forced to back away just after he finally made it to the watchtower. Try putting out my lava, then. Mo Fan was enraged. The calamity fire engulfed his arms as Mo Fan synchronized his mind with Little Flame Bell and borrowed her flames. Lava Fist River? If the enemy summoned a river to stop him, he would evaporate the river with brute force. He threw a punch into the air, deciding not to back away anymore. Roaring flames burst out of his fist and surged at the water in the sky. The blazing flame sent a red carpet into the sky and established a path filled with long-lasting lava. The water of the river opposite it began evaporating rapidly, the spell greatly weakened. You dare challenge me when you don't even possess a soul-grade seed? Mo Fan taunted the super water mage. The super water mage only had a spirit-grade soul seed. It was actually unlikely for a super mage to not have a soul-grade seed. The only explanation was that the soul-grade seed had dropped a level after the mage's power was constantly absorbed by the evil orb. The heavenly grade and spirit grade were 2 levels apart. The difference in power was huge, even if two mags were using the same level of spells. The river in the sky failed to overcome Mo Fan's scorching lava. Mo Fan threw another fist at the super water mage. The water mage used to be the president of a local magic association. He had retained some of his self-awareness, and was in disbelief when the young man was able to nullify his water spell with ease. He had only been in prison for 5 years. Had the outside world already changed so dramatically that a young man like this could easily overcome his super water spell? He's getting more reckless. Leng finally understood why Mo Fan had the guts to go after the red demon. He could even trample a ruler-level creature with his current strength, let alone old mags whose strength had declined significantly. Mo Fan jumped onto the watchtower after getting rid of the biggest nuisance. If the evil red orb had been able to transform into a human like Lu Kuan, it would be shivering in fear by now. It only came up with the idea of robbing Mo Fan's essence orb out of greed. It did not expect to stumble into a crazy demon king. Chapter 2388. The Worst Era of Mankind. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan took a quick glance at the prisoners who were approaching him. Are they still coming to seek their deaths? Little Flame Bell, teach them a lesson on my behalf. As soon as Mo Fan summoned Little Flame Bell, a blinding light descended from the sky like the rise of a phoenix. The little porcelain doll instantly transformed into an imperious empress. Her long hair was like a blazing red waterfall. She was also draped in a cloak formed with burning petals. Her smooth skin was brimming with scorching heat. Flame Bell Empress was able to walk freely in the air. She hovered between two super-level prisoners. The two mind-controlled mags had an urge to betray their master after seeing her terrifying flames. Flame Bell Empress was a real ruler-level creature. Mags who had yet to achieve the peak of super-level were like little kids in front of a ruler-level creature. They would only stand a chance by attacking as a group, and these prisoners were no longer at their full strength after being in captivity for a long time. Only 2 super mags? They were not even enough for Flame Bell Empress warm-up. Mo Fan knew the huge fuss he created must have gotten Lu Kuan's attention. The evil red orb must have been in Prison Mountain for some years. It had absorbed a huge amount of soul energy and was close to establishing its own faction. To the others, it was a devil that could take over a human's body at any time, but in Mo Fan's eyes, it was a mature flat peach that would only be born once every 1,000 years. It was the best time to eat it. The evil red orb was embedded at the top of the watchtower. It wanted to grow a pair of legs and run away when it saw the greed in Mo Fan's eyes. Don't come any closer. I'll call the cops if you do. Mo Fan could not care less about the evil orb's desires. Lu Kuan had been nurturing such a valuable thing in Prison Mountain. He did not mind reaping the harvest. Others would be wary of being devoured and taken over by the evil orb, but Mo Fan was not scared at all. To be frank, the essence orb he was carrying on his waist was actually the evil red orb's father. The essence orb began to devour the evil orb. It was absorbing the energy of the prisoners the evil orb had gathered from their hatred, as well as its own energy that it had nurtured after staying in the prison's environment over a long time. The essence orb was taking huge bites at a time now. Mo Fan could feel the energy that he had consumed in his demon form was replenished in just a few seconds. He felt even more confident. The red aura circling the evil orb began to dissipate, and its color was changing gradually. It eventually reverted to a lifeless and dull grey orb. It looks like there's some residue left. Mo Fan noticed his essence orb was already full. A few wisps of red energy were still circling the essence orb like a bunch of orphans with nowhere to go. This was a little troublesome. First of all, the energy of an evil orb would not dissipate on its own. The leaked energy of an evil orb had caused a plague in Croatia, resulting in a huge panic. Second, Little Loach was reluctant to absorb this not-so-pure energy. It was a soul container with misophobia. Mo Fan was still feeling troubled when the red energy began to flow toward his space bracelet. It felt like something else was absorbing it. Mo Fan was puzzled. He opened the space bracelet and noticed the semi-manufactured universe vein he had received as the deposit for this job was absorbing the residual energy. A semi-manufactured universe vein was like a half-filled core. The universe vein rapidly evolved after absorbing the energy leaking out from the essence orb. Oh my, is it going to evolve into a complete universe vein? Mo Fan was overjoyed. The difference between a semi-manufactured universe vein and a complete universe vein was incredibly huge. Mo Fan could feel his remaining elements stuck in the advanced level were about to break through their limits as the semi-manufactured universe vein was absorbing the energy. It is high quality, too. Mo Fan blurted out in joy. He had obtained a complete universe vein prior to finishing his job. Mo Fan did not expect the evil red orb to possess so much energy. It had somehow given him a complete universe vein. He would soon have a fourth super element. In an abandoned building on the outskirts of Magic City, a man in a red shirt stood on the edge of its roof with a long list in his hand. Are you sure the government won't notice them if they go missing? Lu Kuan asked. An old man in a tuxedo behind him smiled. His teeth had an icy glow in the dark. There are too many towns and villages around the Magic City after it was promoted to a headquarters city. No matter how careful the officials are, they won't be able to keep track of everyone and settle them down. Some people might have gone missing after they were relocated to the headquarters city. It's not so easy to track them down now, the old man replied in his deep voice. Very well. Prison Mountain has almost reached its full capacity. We'll transfer these people to our new place, Lu Kuan agreed. Your fruit is already mature, isn't it? Once you absorb it, I believe the old senior hunters of this country will no longer pose a threat to you, the old man noted. It's true that I no longer have to be wary of them. Does that mean we can proceed with our plan more blatantly? We have been so cautious over these years. I almost have a feeling I've become a human. I so wish we could hunt our prey, drink human blood, and collect hatred freely, turning this city into a capital of sin. Even the air would be rich and mellow, like red wine. The hunters would be shivering in fear as we rule over them. The living humans will be given to us as offerings and slaves. The old man was overwhelmed with excitement. During the Dark Age in Europe, when the land was crawling with darkness and the soil was covered with fresh blood, the vampires were able to live in their castles with thousands of servants. Hunters? They were just wild animals that could put up a slight resistance. But now, the mutant races could only live in the sewers. They had to act like thieves just to steal some blood to drink. Most annoyingly, when the old man was walking in a dark alley, the women always assumed he was a pervert stalker. Those asterisk. He was planning to bite their necks and drink their flesh blood, which might end up taking their lives. He was not a mere pervert who was lusting over their booties. He recalled how the pedestrians always carried plenty of crosses on them when they were out on the streets at night in Europe. Humph, look at the people nowadays. They have lost their basic fear and respect of the blood tribe. It is the worst era of mankind. Have some patience, now isn't the time for it yet. Lu Kuan was being more cautious. The invasion of sea monsters was going to bring more chaos to human society. It would create a great environment for them to feed in. They had to take their time. He was planning to nurture a few more fruits, similar to the one in Prison Mountain. It was not late to create their own world once they grew stronger. Chapter 2389. Elder of the Blood Tribe. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Something has been bothering me for a while. Is the glowing vein on your wrist some kind of rare ability? The old man asked Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan glanced at his wrist and noticed the glowing vein had dimmed suddenly. His expression sank as he stared at the mountains to the north in shock. Who dares touch my belongings? Lu Kuan was enraged, and his eyes turned bloodshot. He was behaving like a calm businessman just a moment ago, but his entire body turned blood red, as if something terrifying was about to burst out of his flesh. It gave the old man a fright. He had noticed the glowing vein for some time, but he had never had the chance to ask what it was until now. Someone is going after my fruit. Kuns snarled with a twisted expression. His face seemed to have developed a few different layers. A few different faces took turns surfacing. They were twisted with anger and hatred. The red fruit at Prison Mountain? You have nurtured it for 3 years. The old man did not dare finish the sentence. He asked, could it be the hunters? I don't care who it is. He's going to regret he was born in the first place. Has it finally begun, my master? The old man licked his lips with a sinister expression. Go and keep him there. I'll be there soon, Kuns ordered him. That's fine, but you won't mind if I cross the line a little to replenish my strength, right? The old man asked. Kuns acknowledged the request with silence. The old man's eyes glittered. He could finally take human blood freely. Even if the hunters were involved, they were merely asking for their deaths, trying to go against a powerful creature like Kuns. A dark red cape appeared behind the old man out of nowhere. The cape immediately split into two. The old man's backbone suddenly erupted from his body and merged with the cape that had split into two. The spinal column and ribs extended like a pair of wings. The wings grew out instantly. There was still blood and ooze on them, like an insect that had broken out of its cocoon in fast motion. The old man took off into the air and told Kuns, perhaps I'll have already taken care of the thief before you arrive. The dark red wings beat rapidly, with outstanding flexibility. The old man flew across the sky like a mysterious bat, glowing eerily. At Lukwa town, the clear night sky was shrouded by a thin mist, blurring the moonlight. Even the street lamps were having difficulty lighting up the streets. There was no sign of pedestrians on the streets. Most people were already fast asleep at this hour, except for the factory still operating in Prison Mountain. Mo Fan had no intention of overstaying his welcome. He knew something was coming when he picked up a strange scent in the air. He walked down the street and saw an old man approaching him. The old man was wearing a fine tuxedo with a dark red cape draped over his shoulders. A street lamp was right above him, but it failed to project the old man's shadow. Mo Fan, take a closer look at the mist, Leng whispered. Mo Fan looked around and noticed faint airflows that looked like tiny red strings. One end was extending to the old man's nose, the other end connected to the nearby buildings. Mo Fan, the balconies, Leng pointed at the buildings. The residents who were supposed to be fast asleep had woken up. They were standing on the balconies, the roofs, and close to the windows with their eyes closed, like they were still asleep. The red strings of air were being drawn from their eyes, noses, and ears. More red threads appeared in the mist. The old man was greedily drinking down the blood of the sleepwalking residents, like several thousand tubes were connected to him. Mo Fan stared at the old man in astonishment. He was clearly a member of the Blood Tribe. The Blood Tribe Mo Fan knew only dared to sneak around in dark alleyways and climb into someone's room through the windows after they were put to sleep. Most members of the Blood Tribe did not dare harm a human, as it might expose them. The Magic City had many members of the Blood Tribe, but the hunters often turned a blind eye because the Blood Tribe members were no longer behaving like savage creatures. They drank human blood without taking lives. The Blood Tribe would also refrain from drinking blood from the same person twice in the same month, so they would not harm the person. However, the old man standing in front of Mo Fan was powerful enough to put the residents of the town into a sleepwalking state while drinking their blood from several streets away. He's an elder of the Blood Tribe, Leng judged. What do you mean? It means he's been around for at least 1,000 years. He's among the first batch of the Blood Tribe, similar to Bowler, Leng clarified. Oh, are those people going to be fine? Mo Fan asked, worried for them. For now, but if he keeps drinking their blood, they are all going to die. He's using their blood to strengthen himself. You must defeat him as soon as possible, or he will gradually become stronger, Leng warned him. Mo Fan nodded. TSK, the old man chuckled eerily. He stared at Mo Fan and sniffed his scent. What fresh and flourishing blood, the blood of a young and powerful mage like you is supposed to be part of a delicate collection in my cellar. The blood of these mundanes doesn't really fit my tastes as a high-level member of the Blood Tribe. I seriously wonder why the younger generation is willing to live like street rats, just to drink blood that tastes like piss. The old man began speaking. I'm the Duke of Xiom, born in 1029 and died in. Mo Fan was already charging at Duke of Xiom before he could finish introducing himself. Mo Fan rammed into Duke of Xiom like a lightning tank. Electrical arcs crackled along the street as the collision sent the Duke of Xiom flying into a car park full of abandoned cars, smashing several rusted trucks to pieces. The spare parts of the truck scattered in the air. The lightning arcs ignited huge sparks in the air. The Duke of Xiom was enraged. He climbed to his feet and took a deep breath from the blood strings being drawn to him. The blood of the residents was still flowing into his nose even after he was knocked flying by Mo Fan. Don't you feel ashamed not knowing whose hands you are soon going to die at? The Duke of Xiom snarled at him. Chapter 2390. Weird Movement. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. I'm Mo Fan. Can you please die as you have wished? Mo Fan suddenly appeared in front of the Duke of Xiom. He had used Blink to instantly appear in front of the vampire. The air Mo Fan was carrying was being manipulated by chaos magic. The Duke of Xiom reacted very quickly, dodging to the side swiftly, but was still lifted off the ground by a strange force. The Duke of Xiom was flying upward due to the reversal of gravity. Heavenly Flames pattern. A huge burning pattern appeared under Mo Fan's feet. The thick flames formed a magic gate. The gate was connected to the Earth's crust. The lava in the Earth's crust emerged from the gate in the form of a terrifying pillar, heading right at the Duke of Xiom. The Duke of Xiom was devoured by the pillar of lava, and quickly turned into a burned corpse. His remains slammed heavily into the ground. Mo Fan took a deep breath. Using a few different spells in a short period of time was like sprinting while not breathing. He needed some time to catch his breath. To his surprise, the burned corpse on the street crawled back to its feet. It stood there motionless. The holes under its nose shrank rapidly. Thick red strings instantly flowed into the corpse, like thousands of streams gathering in the same spot. The burned corpse was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flesh that was scorched by the flames began to repair itself as new skin grew over its surface. The corpse had fully repaired itself before the flames even dissipated. The recovery speed was several times quicker than healing magic. It was absolutely shocking to see. It has recovered so quickly. Mo Fan knew the Blood Tribe had the ability to heal their injuries by drinking blood, but the old man's regeneration was insanely fast. Mo Fan had yet to catch his breath. I was asking you to remember my name, you idiot, the Duke of Xiom yelled at him. He was supposed to be a god of death. He could not care less about ordinary people's names, but they should remember the name of the god of death. Years from now, whenever he revealed his name, mundanes should immediately submit themselves and offer their fresh blood. Their blood is so disgusting. The quality of human blood has deteriorated significantly compared to the old times. The Duke of Xiom lifted his arms. He was drinking the residents' blood recklessly despite his complaints. It had been a while since Mo Fan had last met a hypocrite like him. Back in my time, you didn't even have the right to kneel before me, let alone have me bury you with my own hands, the Duke of Xiom grumbled. He sounded like being sent here to take care of Mo Fan was just a filthy job. Mo Fan was done catching his breath. You still look like you have lived in the sewers after being around for 1,000 years. A sore bug will forever be a sore bug, no matter how long it has lived. It will never become a real dragon, don't you understand? Mo Fan taunted the talkative vampire. As he thought, even the slightest disrespect was enough to drive the 1,000-year-old vampire crazy, not to mention Mo Fan striking the needle on the head. An inferior species like you will never understand the nobility of our lineage. Dragons are just bigger-sized lizards in our eyes. The Duke of Xiom floated up into the air. Mo Fan's dark vein became restless, sending a shiver down Mo Fan's spine. He turned around and saw the Duke of Xiom was already behind him with his fangs exposed. The fangs were as long as fingers and as thin as needles. Mo Fan threw a punch out without any hesitation. The fist ignited huge sparks in the air and fired a burning fist at the vampire. The Duke of Shion burst out laughing as he dodged the flaming fist with a weird movement pattern. His back was facing Mo Fan like a model on a stage as he delivered his speech. I once had a vast territory. I only drank the blood of beautiful young virgins. My time will soon return. The darkness will finally conquer the world. The mutant races will rise as your masters. Mo Fan was releasing lightning from his hand. He gathered several hundred lightning arcs before hurling them at the Duke of Shion. The lightning swept forward, leaving behind a burning smell. The Duke of Shion was still giving his speech in a disdainful tone. However, his voice was coming from a different direction now. The previous figure with its back facing Mo Fan had turned into black mist, dissipating in the lightning. The Duke of Shion appeared 10 meters away from Mo Fan. He was walking around casually while provoking Mo Fan, as if he was just fooling with him. Mo Fan was not frustrated after missing his attacks. He was watching the vampire carefully. The vampire's movements were unpredictable. Did he have a few shadow clones, or was he relocating himself with a spell similar to Fleeing Shadow? A fleeing shadow would leave traces behind. It was impossible for the vampire to blink to a different spot. Mo Fan was struggling to figure out the vampire's ability. He was not in a rush to attack the vampire, either. Who's there? Why are you casting destructive spells here? Please show us your permit, or we'll arrest you according to the law. A few people who were dressed as city hunters arrived while Mo Fan was fighting the Duke of Shion. A middle-aged man stood at one end of the street. A female wind mage was hovering above the roofs. 3 city hunters were surrounding them from different directions. Back away, don't come any closer. Mo Fan frowned. He was surprised that a squad of city hunters had arrived so quickly. Is that a joke? We are city hunters who protect the city. You should be the one backing away, the wind mage hovering above the roof shot back. The wind mage owned a set of magic wings. A pair of blue wings were draped over her shoulders. She was looking down at Mo Fan and the Duke of Shion from above, talking in a proud and arrogant tone. TSK, TSK. A strange chuckle suddenly appeared beside the wind mage. The wind mage did not notice a face had appeared beside her neck. Before she could react, the Duke of Shion had already torn her neck in half. Fresh blood sprayed out of her like watermelon juice. Damn it, don't they have any common sense as hunters? Mo Fan cursed loudly. Mo Fan was obviously scolding the wind mage. How foolish was she to fly into a danger zone just because she had magic wings? Mo Fan used to be a city hunter. The first thing a squad of city hunters should do was evaluate the danger level of the demon creature they were going up against. If the demon creatures were far too powerful for them to handle, they should notify the South Wing platoon and request backup. Mo Fan had already told them to stay away, but the wind mage insisted on delivering her life to the enemy. Julie, a young man on the roofs, yelled angrily. He was ready to jump into the sky to save the female mage called Julie. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Stay away if you aren't a super mage. Mo Fan was previously on the ground, but he suddenly blinked over to the young man and held him down. Super mage. The young man was stunned. Chapter 2391. The One Who Makes the Rules. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo Fan did not have time to waste on the young man. He used Blink to relocate himself, and reappeared in the air. The silver light of the space magic gave him a clear outline in the dark. Double Blink, the captain of the city hunters at the end of the street, exclaimed. Everything had happened in the wink of an eye. Mo Fan was clearly on the street just a second ago, but he immediately went to the roof to stop the young man, before promptly reappearing in the air beside the wind mage and the vampire. The Duke of Shion was about to stick his fangs through Julie's neck when Mo Fan grabbed his hair from behind. Mo Fan pulled the vampire's hair to prevent him from killing the wind mage. He flung his arm with great force and threw the vampire away. The vampire slammed into the ground, smashing the concrete to pieces. Even the windows of the nearby cars were shattered into pieces. It dramatically displayed how shocking Mo Fan's strength was after imbuing his arm with space magic. "Every time I want to enjoy something delicious, there's always someone like you around to disturb me," the Duke of Shiom roared like an enraged lion. His hair and beard were drifting wildly in the air. A black mist spread from him, countless wings beating wildly inside it. Sets of sinister green glowing eyes appeared in the mist. Mo Fan wanted to get closer to the vampire, but the black mist drove him back. The bats in the mist shrieked. They were not only flying at Mo Fan in a huge swarm, but toward the people in the houses too. They broke in through the windows, the door cracks, and the ventilation. The vampire desperately needed more fresh blood. He was no longer satisfied with the rate of transmission from the threads of blood alone. He had ordered the bats to feed on the people directly. There were shocking numbers of the bats. Mo Fan only managed to eliminate half of them using a few fire spells. The other half broke into a nearby apartment. Mo Fan was feeling restricted. After all, his super magic could easily raise the whole street to the ground, but he would endanger many innocent lives if he used a super spell. The disgusting vampire was using it to his advantage. He was blatantly feeding on the residents. Mo Fan glanced at the temporary settlement 300 meters away. It was exactly where the little girl lived. There were too many bats for Mo Fan to handle by himself. The greedy bats were not going to spare even a single drop of blood in their prey. They were going to reap all the citizens' lives. What kind of monster is that?" the young man blurted out in astonishment. It felt like the whole town was being swarmed by the dangerous bats. "It's a ruler-level creature," Mo Fan responded. "Go protect the people. There are too many of them." "We won't be able to handle them all," the middle-aged captain protested. The city hunters had thought it was just a little disturbance. It was not their first day of work, and they thought they could handle the disturbance with ease. To their surprise, they had stumbled into a ruler-level member of the Blood Tribe. The city hunters were well aware of the existence of the Blood Tribe. The Blood Tribe was responsible for many cases with missing leads, but the city hunters always had trouble arresting them. However, they had only encountered the weaker members of the Blood Tribe. The commander-level Blood Tribesmen that had been around for more than 100 years were already terrifying to them. They never thought they would encounter a ruler-level Blood Tribesman who had been around for 1,000 years. If they went too close, they were simply presenting themselves as food, just like Ju Li. "Blood cage," a pleasant voice uttered imperiously. The noisy town suddenly fell silent after the words. A huge cage formed from veins of blood emerged in the center of the town. The bats shrieked in agony as they exploded into pieces. They were so close to reaching their prey. Most of the residents were standing there in their sleep, just waiting to be fed on. However, the bats had died in a strange way before they could take a bite. "Who is it? Who is it? Who dares to challenge my authority?" the Duke of Shiom snarled. That blood cage was obviously a power of the Blood Tribe. Another member of the Blood Tribe had appeared and killed all his bats. An alluring figure slowly descended from the blood-red sky. A pair of wings like those belonging to a dark elf stood upright behind her. Even her ears and eyes were brimming with extraordinary charm. She did not have the disgusting appearance of a primordial vampire like the Duke of Shiom. She had a unique beauty instead. "It's you again. Why are you behaving like a slave to the humans, despite having our noble blood?" the Duke of Shiom scowled. "Old monster, this time you won't have the chance to climb out of your coffin again. I'm going to smash your soul into pieces." Liu Yu walked down a tall building. She was not taking the stairs. She was walking casually along the wall of the building. "You fought him before?" Mo Fan asked in surprise. He's one of the mutants that doesn't obey the rules. I only learned about his existence in recent years. He murders people and breeds living humans in captivity. He has also done a lot of disgusting things. I've tried asking the Enforcement Union for help, but for some reason, the Enforcement Union isn't too concerned about him," Liu Yu spat. It seems like the Magic City has a lot of filth and darkness we aren't aware of, Mo Fan mused aloud. An existence like the Duke of Xiom would never behave himself as a human and drink only a mouthful of blood without harming his prey. His fangs had torn open countless victims' necks. But the Magic City was just too big. Its population was easily over 10 million, not to mention it had been upgraded to a headquarters city. As more people moved to the city, it was difficult to keep track of the missing people. Mo Fan would not be surprised if the Duke of Xiom had fed on thousands of people. There's someone even more terrifying behind him, Liu Yu noted. I think we have a rough idea who it is, Mo Fan confirmed. They mainly target people who have recently moved to the Magic City. They use their influence to disguise it as a proper enterprise and hide their crimes, Liu Yu went on. Liu Yu had heard rumors from the mutant races, but had never had the chance to find out the truth. The leaders among the mutant races were similar to the old demons in the sacred city. They either had minimal differences from humans, or it was almost impossible to track down their whereabouts. Liu Yu had only confirmed the Duke of Xiom's existence after seeing him today. Your control over the mutant races is like child's play in our eyes. Why would we ever allow ourselves to be controlled? The Duke of Xiom shouted. Controlled? A red demonic figure appeared behind the Duke of Xiom. Its aura outlined a ghastly bulky figure, like an emperor's throne. We are the ones who make the rules, the red figure proclaimed. Chapter 2392. In Looking for a Dog. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The laws of a country were designed to benefit the common people. But those who decided the laws had countless ways to escape punishment even when they were the ones breaking the laws. Lu Kuan. Mo Fan stared at the red figure. Lu Kuan had finally shown himself, and seemed completely fearless. He was not worried even though his identity was exposed in a human town. He was acting like the place had always been his kingdom. He had only come to punish the people who had disobeyed his rules. It looks like we have found our thief. Lu Kuan went closer and stared at Mo Fan. Things are simple since you already knew the secret of the evil orb. I'll treat the half-matured evil orb as a gift to you. What do you mean? Mo Fan was confused. Don't you desire power? I can give you everything you want. The Magic City is so big. It's an endless supply of energy. Why would I be fussed over a little prison mountain? I can give it to you if you like it, Lu Kuan said generously. I bet there are conditions, too, Mo Fan harumphed. Of course, you can become a person who decides the rules too. Lu Kuan said. Are you inviting me to join you? Mo Fan was surprised. Either way, you are one of us too, am I right? Lu Kuan stared at the essence orb on Mo Fan's waist with a smile. Unfortunately, we are different by nature. Besides, I'm a hunter, and you are a demon. Mo Fan shook his head, decisively rejecting Lu Kuan's offer. Was Lu Kuan trying to bribe him? Who did he even think he was? I don't think we are that different. You are just an evil existence that escaped East Guardian Tower by taking over a human's body. Do you really think of yourself as a human, making rules as you please? Mo Fan half laughed. Oh, so you know who I am? First, my name is Kazuaki. I escaped to China after my friend set me up. I changed my name and started a new life again after driving the demon in me away. Is there any problem with that? Lu Kuan demurred. What about Prison Mountain? Those prisoners are behaving like puppets, Mo Fan pointed out. Have you counted how many people I've taken in after they lost their homes because of the headquarters cities? Lu Kuan asked in return. I've also given criminals a new purpose for their lives. I've contributed greatly to society. The Prison Mountain you went to has helped build thousands of kilometers worth of dams to prevent people from becoming food to the sea monsters. I've never hurt them, nor have I taken a single life. They work for me, and in return, I provide them with food and shelter. Even the government has given me an award in recognition of my service. Most importantly, I'm only taking away their negative emotions. anger, laziness, gambling obsessions. If this place is my little kingdom, I bet you won't find a more benevolent king than me. Lu Kuan raised his voice as he was speaking. He seemed extremely pleased with the things he had built. He had no reason to fear a hunter like Mo Fan. Hunters were the ones breaking the rules most of the time. They often destroyed lives when they were fighting in the city. On the other hand, he had built a town without crime, pain, and conflict. You would know better if you have been to other settlement towns. The rich are selfish, and the poor are lazy. It might seem like everyone has their freedom, but are their lives different from being captive in a prison? Are they really better than Prison Mountain? Lu Kuan pressed confidently. A splendid speech, no wonder you can disguise yourself as a successful entrepreneur. It sounds like you have completely merged with your disguise. Mo Fan gave Lu Kuan a round of applause. How impressive. A man like him should consider being a politician. It was a waste for him to be an entrepreneur. There had been a great shift among the councilmen recently. Why didn't he consider joining the election? The Lu clan had plenty of resources to support him. Have I said anything wrong? Lu Kuan asked confidently. Well, I just happen to be looking for a pet dog. I can provide my dog with a safe home and at least a meal of spam once every 3 days. The only downside is it will have to wear a collar around its neck whenever it goes outside. Nothing else, Mo Fan answered. Lu Kuan was struggling to understand what Mo Fan was trying to say. What do you think about the conditions? Mo Fan asked. Not bad for a dog, I guess, Lu Kuan said indifferently. So, why don't you be my dog, then? Mo Fan proposed. Lu Kuan's expression darkened. It was obvious he was trying his best to withhold his anger. Enough with your high-sounding speech, how long are you going to stick to your disguise? I know better than anyone what you really are. Mo Fan swore at him. If the people were truly living a peaceful life, why did the little girl not hear from her father for a few days? If he was truly building a crime-free town, why did he allow the vampire to drink the blood of thousands of people and treat them like his blood bags while they were asleep? It was wicked to exploit the people and harm them directly. It was even more wicked to enslave the people first, then exploit and harm them so they could not even put up a fight. You could have joined us, but you chose death instead. The red aura around Lu Kuan grew stronger. Master, there's no need to reason with this idiot. He doesn't understand the brilliance of the Dark Era. He has no idea of the difference between us who are in power and the mundanes, the Duke of Xiom spoke up. A terrifying shadow was moving inside the red mist behind Lu Kuan. His skin was turning blood red, like it was brimming with an evil power. He no longer looked as vulnerable as a human. His flesh was far stronger than the flesh of demon creatures. A red tail poked out from Lu Kuan's suit. His fingers turned into long claws, and 2 horns were growing out from his forehead. He had a tail, claws, and horns. Mo Fan had never seen a creature like it. He wondered how shameless Lu Kuan was to claim he was still a human. Why would he transform into such a ghastly creature if he was really a human? The red demon had completely taken over his body. Even his red soul was brimming with violence and greed. Another hunter is going to die at my hands. They keep wanting to pick a fight with me. I wouldn't mind killing them all. Lu Kuan slid forward, stirring up a huge wave of soil behind him, and blew the cars on the street into the shops. The glass and shells shattered into pieces as the supports collapsed to the ground. Mo Fan and Liu Yu backed away simultaneously. Liu Yu, can you deal with that vampire? Mo Fan asked her quickly. Got it. Liu Yu nodded. Chapter 2393. I can control humans. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Liu Yu stepped aside and spread her arms. The strange mystical wings on her back extended out. She flew to the abandoned car park, sticking close to the ground. Lulwa town was severely polluted, as it was an industrial area. To the west of the town was a huge scrap iron factory. Half of the town was piled up with scrapped cars, motorbikes, and machinery from huge cities like Shanghai, Suzhou, and Hangzhou. In the other direction stood Lu Kuan's property, Prison Mountain. The scrap factory was relatively normal. A relative of the Zhao family was probably managing it. Compared to Prison Mountain, it was in utter chaos. The workers were lazy, and it was unlikely that anyone was still at work past midnight. Liu Yu had chosen it because she was worried the Duke of Xiong might endanger the lives of the residents. She was unable to stop the elder of the blood tribe from drawing blood from the local residents. He was able to drink the blood of every person he had hypnotized within 2 kilometers. The ability's area of effect was shocking. It was like installing a tube into everyone to draw their blood, but since the rate was extremely low, the people would not be in danger for the first few hours. That being said, she could not afford to let the bats do their job. The bats were able to drink human blood rapidly and spread diseases through the wounds they inflicted. Liu Yu, is the area with the scrap factory deserted? Mo Fan asked her. There aren't many people, but you should ask the city hunters to seal off the area as a safety precaution, Liu Yu replied. Mo Fan nodded. He could not afford to start a fight on the street since it was no different from throwing grenades around in a residential area. It was the only reason Mo Fan had given Lu Kuan and the Duke of Xiong so much time to speak. Luckily, Lu Kuan had chosen to be a high-level tyrant. He could not care less about the residents' safety, but if too many lives were lost, it would attract a lot of mags who were not affiliated with the enforcement union. He had a business to manage. Once he took care of Mo Fan, he had ways to clean up the mess and retain his disguise as a successful entrepreneur. However, if large numbers of the residents were killed, his disguise would quickly be revealed. It was not yet the time for him to throw away his disguise. Mo Fan backed away to the area with scrapped cars. Lu Kuan went after him. They no longer had to worry about hurting innocent people. Telekinesis. Mo Fan used his space magic. The rusted cars in the junkyard began to vibrate, producing piercing clanks. Lu Kuan had a blood-red shadow behind him as he arrived. Mo Fan's eyes were already emitting a strong silver light by the time Lu Kuan saw him. Most shockingly, the heavy junked cars, scraps, and spare parts were floating in the air around him. There was nothing supporting the objects, nor was there heavy machinery to lift the junkers up, but the rusted cars were circling Mo Fan like he was manipulating a magnetic field. A Chevrolet Enjoy flew at Lu Kuan with a loud rumble. Lu Kuan took half a step back. The car dove straight into the ground and snapped in half like a sword, a clear display of the momentum it held. More scrapped cars were falling down at Lu Kuan. The spot he was standing on was enjoying a rain of cars with spare parts scattered in the sky and tires flying around. Lu Kuan crossed his arms in front of him. His demonic red aura formed a special barrier that tore everything that touched it into pieces. It was impossible to identify the model of the destroyed cars. Go! Mo Fan set his eyes on a crane. The crane's hoist swung wildly and hit Lu Kuan right through the rain of scraps. It broke the red barrier in front of Lu Kuan and sent him flying. Wrecking balls! Mo Fan's eyes glittered. There were a few wrecking balls nearby being used to flatten the cars. The 3 wrecking balls were lifted off the ground before flying at the spot Lu Kuan was falling on in series. Lu Kuan crawled to his feet with bloodshot eyes. He reached out his claw and swung it around, slicing the 3 metal wrecking balls apart like they were just meatballs. Such a boring trick. Lu Kuan shouted disdainfully. Acid fountain! Lu Kuan opened his mouth and started spitting out a pillar of water like a fountain in a park. The corrosive blood-red liquid spread in all directions after it reached its highest point. Some of it fell on a piece of iron and melted it instantly. Normally, a corrosive acid could only damage leather products, but Lu Kuan's acid fountain could even melt through metal. If it was sprayed on a living human, not even the bones and teeth would survive. Mo Fan was treating the scrapped cars as his weapons. The abundant supply of scrapped cars in the junkyard could pose a threat to even a ruler-level creature. To his surprise, Lu Kun was able to spit out an acid that could melt away metal. There was only soil and the stinky melted metal goo left in no time. The area felt a lot more spacious than before. So you can control objects, right? Lu Kun burst out laughing. Mo Fan did not know why Lu Kun was feeling so proud of himself. He was only probing Lu Kun's strength during this first round. It was not like Lu Kun was overwhelmingly stronger than him. The outcome might be different if Lu Kun had eaten the evil fruit in Prison Mountain. Slaughtering wind slash, a mage suddenly yelled from 1,000 meters away. Mo Fan was overjoyed. He did not expect the South Wing platoon to arrive so quickly. The man might be able to ease his burdens a little. However, Mo Fan was startled when he noticed the slaughtering wind slash was coming at him. He quickly dodged to the side. The slaughtering wind slash was shockingly powerful. It almost sliced the junkyard in half even though it was coming from 1,000 meters away. The junkyard was piled with scrapped cars that had not been melted by Lu Kun's acid fountain. The slaughtering wind slash ended up shoving the cars to the side like two waves of metal. The strong wind left a few cuts on Mo Fan, even though he managed to dodge the critical hit. His clothes were ragged and stained with blood from his wounds. I can control humans. Lu Kun laughed hysterically. Mo Fan noticed the Wind Mage was wearing the uniform of a prison guard after taking a close look. It was one of the prison guards whose mind was being controlled in Prison Mountain, a very strong Wind Mage. You have committed a serious offense, as you attempted to destroy Prison Mountain and release the criminals in it. I don't care who you are, but I have the right to execute you on the spot, the prison guard shouted at him. Mo Fan frowned. It sounded like Lu Kun had even sorted everything out. No one would know what happened if he died here. Chapter 2394. Fossilized Whale Tail. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The prison guard had an impressive cultivation. Mo Fan was constantly on the run dodging his wind magic. Meanwhile, Lu Kun did not stop attacking even though he had the help of a powerful wind mage. He was roaming around close to Mo Fan in a strange manner. He was leaving after images all around the place as he was moving. Mo Fan felt like a dozen Lu Kuns were attacking him with their claws. The sharp claws possessed immense strength. A single swipe could slice a heavy truck into a few pieces. Mo Fan might lose a part of his body if he was careless. Luckily, Mo Fan had the dark vein to warn him of incoming danger. He was able to react quickly, before the dazzling red claws could surprise him. Otherwise, he would only have lasted for a few minutes while being attacked from both sides. The blood-red claws with 6 digits swept at Mo Fan like crescent blades, leaving 6 deep gashes in the concrete. Mo Fan formed a wall with his will and barely stopped the claws from tearing through his body, but he was forced backward from the impact. He felt a little dizzy after taking the hit. He shook his head and saw the Wind Mage circling rapidly in the sky. He was producing a tornado in the shape of a drill, treating himself as the eye. Piercing howls echoed in the sky as the wind drill came right down at Mo Fan. He did not have any defensive moves left. He could only harden his skin with his earth magic. Mo Fan was knocked flying by the wind. It easily shredded his hardened skin. The scrapped cars were shredded into metal powder which scattered everywhere. Mo Fan was covered in blood. Wounds spread across his entire body. The wind drill returned like the pendulum of a clock to give Mo Fan another taste. Blood Pact of the Earth, Fossilized Whale Tail. The soil began to rise like waves across the ground. A strong movement built up under the ground as Mo Fan's blood continued to fall on it. Bang! A huge wave appeared following a deafening roar. An ancient creature lifted its enormous tail and slammed it down on the ground. It was the tail of an ancient whale. It was the size of a small mountain when it rose up. The tail was stunning, even without it revealing its actual body. The tail did not look like it belonged to a living whale. It seemed to be part of a fossil instead. The tail slammed into the ground after rising into the sky. The wind drill had encountered something it could not penetrate for the first time. The heavy blow also knocked the wind mage over 1,000 meters away. The ground kept shaking after the fossil whale disappeared. Sand poured down from the sky. Mo Fan took a deep breath. He had finally managed to turn the tables a little. The attack should have broken a few of the wind mage's bones. Mo Fan turned around and focused his attention on Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan was extremely cunning. He had quickly backed away to a safe distance after he noticed the unusual movement under the ground. Otherwise, the fossilized whale tail would have injured him too. Lu Kuan was clapping his hands as he returned. Interesting. Lu Kuan was a little surprised by Mo Fan's ability. Mo Fan's earth element was only at the advanced level, but its strength had even exceeded the super level by a small amount. It turned out the man who had dared to throw a tantrum in his kingdom had some tricks up in his sleeves. It explained why Mo Fan was able to take away his evil orb so easily. Mo Fan was panting heavily. He was similarly shocked by Lu Kuan's strength. The blood pact of the earth was an instantaneous ability that did not require any actions from him. Most people would have underestimated its power. Mo Fan had abused it many times to inflict serious injuries on his enemies, but to his surprise, Lu Kuan had backed away as soon as he noticed it. Lu Kuan had extremely sharp senses, as if he knew he could not withstand Mo Fan's blood pact of the earth directly. As Mo Fan thought, the higher the level of a red demon, the more sensitive it was to potential danger. Either the red demon had some special ability to foresee danger, or it was a very experienced fighter. Mo Fan recalled how Lu Kuan was able to predict his meeting with Mochizuki Chihaya. He was more leaning toward the first possibility. The red demon was able to sense danger beforehand, similar to his dark vein. It was troublesome to fight an enemy like this. It was difficult to inflict any critical damage on Lu Kuan. Even if Mo Fan pretended he was at his limit, Lu Kuan would still be aware of the trump card Mo Fan was holding in his hand. Your power to control objects isn't that effective, but my power to control humans is different. Lu Kuan did not attack Mo Fan right away. His eyes emitted a red light once again. A few people dressed like prisoners and prison guards approached rapidly from the direction of Prison Mountain. Their trails in the air split the clouds into several lines, allowing the light of the stars and the icy moon to sprinkle down on the town, giving it a weird atmosphere. There were 4 of them, 3 prisoners and 1 prison guard. To Mo Fan's surprise, they were all super mags. They seemed to be taking orders from Lu Kuan directly. They had not shown up when Mo Fan was at Prison Mountain. Each of the 4 mags were as strong as the previous wind mage. Once the wind mage recovered from his injuries, Mo Fan would have to face 6 strong opponents by himself, including Lu Kuan. Mo Fan's face went grim. He was initially planning to use his King of Hell form to defeat Lu Kuan so he could end the battle as soon as possible. However, judging from the circumstances, Lu Kuan would either flee for his life or summon more prisoners and guards from Prison Mountain to wear him out after learning his true strength. Mo Fan would not be able to kill Lu Kuan. I can only fight him in my current state. If he has a sharp sense of danger, it's very likely he will just leave once I merge with Little Flame Bell. Mo Fan thought. Mo Fan was confident in his strength when he was in the King of Hell form, but would Lu Kuan really stay and fight him after he was possessed by Little Flame Bell? Lu Kuan had extraordinary speed. He could leave a dozen afterimages behind himself. The Flying Creek Snow Wolf could only leave 6 afterimages at most. Mo Fan also had no idea if Lu Kuan had already shown his full speed. The Red Demon was extremely cunning, not to mention its ability to alter its appearance. It would be even more difficult to track it down once it escaped today. Little Flame Bell, you handle the prisoners and guards, Mo Fan told her. Little Flame Bell nodded. Little Flame Bell had no trouble handling for lesser super mags herself. Mo Fan decided to have a battle of life and death with Lu Kuan. Chapter 2395. I Will Live for Eternity. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Little Flame Bell engulfed herself in flames. The pitch-black sky was tinted scarlet as she rose into it, the clouds burning like the braziers of a sacred altar. The 3 prisoners and 1 guard were all capable of flying. They lifted off and took the fight into the sky when they saw Flame Bell Empress flying away. Flame Bell Empress thoroughly displayed her prowess. Not only was she not struggling to fend off the 4 super mags, her flames rapidly overshadowed their ice and water magic. Another ruler-level creature. The city hunters in the town were dumbfounded. Super mags were already at the peak of human society, but the ruler-level creature was able to take on 4 of them at once. It had completely toppled the city hunters' understanding of things. The powerful energy leaking out from such a high-level battle could easily crush them into powder if they came within a kilometer, let alone took part in it. Ju Li was extremely lucky to be able to survive the fangs of the ruler-level vampire. "What should we do now?" a young city hunter asked blankly. The fight between the 2 members of the blood tribe was just as shocking. For half a kilometer around them, pools of blood would erupt from the ground at times. The Flame Bell Empress was fighting for super mags in the sky. The constantly shifting colors of the destructive spells were sprinkling down on the town. "It's fine, I've already contacted the South Wing platoon. A South Wing mage is on his way." Not every South Wing mage was on standby all the time, thus they could not send back up to the scene, right away, whenever a high-level fight broke out. "Just one? Can he really stop them?" the captain asked helplessly. Multiple super mags were currently involved in the battle. If the South Wing platoon only sent 1 or 2 South Wing mags, they might end up watching the battle from a safe distance, just like the city hunters. "This is getting interesting, but that's fine, too. I haven't been getting much exercise ever since I became Lu Kuan." Lu Kuan grinned. Lu Kuan was now completely different from the guy managing the Lu clan's mansion. He had put in a lot of effort to disguise himself perfectly as a real human. However, he must have left a lot of traces while transforming from a savage demon to a cruel tyrant. Otherwise, how had Senior Hunter Leng had his eyes on it? A demon a senior hunter was willing to pay his life to take down was not going to stop at taking away the negative emotions of the workers in a business. After taking a deep breath, the red demon asked with a twisted expression, "You have a unique presence of the shadow magic. I'm curious, where did you obtain such a pure dark energy?" Mo Fan had obtained the dark vein in Xiamen. "It's fine if you don't want to tell me. I'll dissect you slowly and learn it for myself, just like I knew the little girl with you was the daughter of someone I have killed," Lu Kuan went on. The smile on his face twisted even further. Mo Fan was shocked. Did Lu Kuan know Lingling was a senior hunter's daughter from the beginning? Did he know the contents of the job letter, then? If he knew, he would not have allowed Lu Qingyao to take his blood samples so easily. "Look at who I am now," Lu Kuan suddenly said in a strange voice. Mo Fan was distracted by such thoughts. When he refocused, he noticed Lu Kuan's face had changed. It was a square face with thick brows. It was not necessarily handsome, but it had a unique charm. Mo Fan had seen the face before in some old photos. It was Senior Hunter Leng. Lu Kuan's face was exactly the same as Senior Hunter Leng's. Did the red demon also steal Senior Hunter Leng's flesh and memories? "Ha ha ha," the red demon burst out laughing. Mo Fan was withholding his anger. Even though he had never met Senior Hunter Leng, he knew Senior Hunter Leng was a great man, judging from how well he had taught Lingling. Not only did the red demon kill Senior Hunter Leng, it even stole his memories and put on his face. "No, you didn't take over his flesh and his memories," Mo Fan said after thinking about it further. "You aren't wrong about that." The red demon soon returned to Lu Kuan's appearance. If the red demon was able to claim anyone's body and memories, Mo Fan believed it would have been better for the red demon to disguise itself as Senior Hunter Leng. Senior Hunter Leng had a formidable background and outstanding cultivation, making him the perfect candidate for the red demon to disguise itself. The red demon might have killed Senior Hunter Leng, but it did not take over Senior Hunter Leng's memories and body. "But it's true that he died at my hands." "He was really stupid," Lu Kuan grinned. "He might have been reckless for going after you without knowing your true strength, but he wasn't stupid. He left a job letter, Mo Fan replied with a cold grin. What about it? Lu Kuan sniffed. Do you really have no idea what the job you gave to me was? Mo Fan asked. Lu Kuan seemed confused. It was true that he did not know the contents of the job letter. It's the same job letter Senior Hunter Long left in the past. I shall put an end to it on his behalf today, Mo Fan said. What was the job letter? What was in it? Lu Kuan suddenly yelled. To find you and kill you. Mo Fan shouted back at him. Lu Kuan went berserk as soon as he heard the words. He was scraping at the ground with his claws, like he was trying to dig up an ore vein. For some reason, he was throwing a tantrum like an abandoned mad dog after learning the contents of the letter. You want to kill me? Everyone wants to kill me. But can you really kill me? Lu Kuan screamed. His eyes were about to fall out of their sockets. The horns on his forehead extended, almost dangling in front of his face now. The tail on his back grew further and was now covered in red scales, like the tail of a mutated crocodile. His feet had turned into claws now. His 6 toes sank into the ground. I will live for eternity. Wherever there is hatred, there is me. The red demon had completely lost its mind. Its red aura surged out at the town like a sandstorm. Mo Fan was puzzled about why Lu Kuan had lost his calm after hearing the contents of the letter, but he did not think it was a bad thing. It meant Lu Kuan was not going to run away. Mo Fan swore to complete the job that had been left unfinished for so long. Chapter 2396. Lightning of Hatred, Torture Instrument. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The red demon walked toward Mo Fan. Every step it took formed a terrifying swamp of blood. The red demon was letting out a strange sound, like the mixed cries of prisoners imprisoned in a pitch-black dungeon. There were even screams of women among them. Lu Kuan's face was shifting continuously now. It generally resembled Lu Kuan, but it was also mixing with a few other faces. They had all struggled prior to their deaths. They were yelling to vent their frustrations and hatred, taking turns appearing on the red demon's face. How many vengeful spirits has Lu Kuan absorbed? The lust of the living world and the greed of the deceased who were not willing to part from the world had given birth to the evil orb, which had now grown into a red demon. The 2 longhorns touched one another. Red lightning burning with flames appeared in loud crackles and whipped into the demon's surroundings. The lightning did not have a target at first, but Lu Kuan adjusted the horns and pointed them at Mo Fan. The red lightning suddenly lunged at Mo Fan like an instrument of torture. ZRRRT, tilde. A red bolt smashed a rusting truck into pieces. Mo Fan was standing right behind the truck. He was terrified when he saw the truck being torn to pieces. A few hundred lightning whips were taking form in the area, and a single one of them had already shown such great power. Once they had taken shape and lashed out at him aggressively together, wouldn't he be dead for sure? Mo Fan had no choice but to run. He escaped to the area storing waste products behind the junkyard. The red lightning whips turned the scrapped cars and machinery into flying debris. The tires, screws, and metal scraps scattered in the air before pouring down like rusting steel rain. Mo Fan had already sustained a few injuries. He was greeted with new wounds no matter which direction he fled in. He reached the pulverizing zone of the junkyard. A few autonomous machines were still operating there. Huge scraps of metal were being delivered along on conveyor belts. The heavy machines were smashing them in doleful rhythm. However, the powerful red lightning whips finished the job in less than a minute, turning the metal scraps, including the machines, into yet more debris. Their impact sent the scraps flying like waves, sending the sharp screws, metal scraps, and glass shards into the air. It was a terrifying sight. Are you a rat from the sewers? Is running away the only thing you can do? The red demon snarled at him. It's time to show you my true power, the red demon said murderously. It was not only directing its murderous intent at Mo Fan, but every living creature who had opposed it. Lu Kuan raised his head. This time, his horns were not just rubbing against one another. The tips of the horns were fused together, like wires igniting a spark. A red circle appeared above Lu Kuan and spread horizontally above the ground. The red circle ignited blinding sparks across Luqua town, and even Prison Mountain in the distance. Little flame bell scorching flames had tinted the sky. To supplement them, countless spitting sparks were igniting on the ground like fireworks. Instead of a dazzling show of colors that would make one's heart pound heavily in excitement, the deadly sparks were sending shivers down the spines of those watching. The red sparks turned the whole town into a sea of red. The sparks did not occur randomly. They were originating from the bodies of the residents in the town. Every person contained some degree of hatred. Their hatred was the red demon's source of power. The town and its businesses were a miniature version of society. The evil they were nurturing might not be visible on the surface, but that did not prevent its existence. Lu Kuan was transforming the hatred and evil in everyone's heart into visible sparks of power, which were providing the red demon with more power. The sparks were able to combine with one another into more shocking red lightning. Similarly, the lightning could also continue to combine to grow stronger. The lightning soon took the shape of lightning whips, batons, pitchforks, saws, and other instruments of torture. The evil inside the people of Prison Mountain and Luqua town was providing Lu Kuan with energy. Mo Fan was not only fighting the red demon, but the combined demon was being nurtured by tens of thousands of people. How are you supposed to fight me when you are supplying me with power, too? Lu Kuan burst out laughing. Mo Fan lifted his gaze. A red spark had appeared above him too, originating from his heart. It was the same as every other spark around him. You are no different from the others. How are you going to beat me? It is you who nurture me and make me stronger. Lu Kuan swung his claws at Mo Fan, followed by several lightning whips. Mo Fan had nowhere to dodge them. He could only resist them directly. The whips were not just targeting his flesh, but his soul now. Mo Fan could clearly sense his magic weakening. Have a taste of your own hatred. Lu Kuan raised his hand and absorbed Mo Fan's red spark. It combined with the other sparks from the town. An enormous stick slammed down on Mo Fan's head. Bang! A huge lightning explosion left a deep pit in the spot Mo Fan had been standing on. Fresh blood was running down the side of Mo Fan's head. How did it taste? Lu Kuan laughed. Look at you, you are feeling angry again, which is going to supply me with energy again, Lu Kuan mocked him. You think you are doing everything for these people, but will they even acknowledge your sacrifices? They organize protests and complain when you arrange settlements for them. You gave them jobs, but they are too lazy to do them properly. Humans are destined to be parasites. They will only destroy and nibble away at resources as long as they are alive. Chapter 2397. A single gold spark. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. But I've turned these parasites into diligent worker bees. Even the government has given me the honorable title of the best entrepreneur. What right do you have to eliminate me by carrying the hunter's flag? Did you forget that you once lived here, too? You were one of the parasites, too. Lu Kuan kept attacking Mo Fan with the crimson instruments of torture while provoking him verbally. Do you think you are special because you have risen from a parasite to a swap, then to a dragon? Do you think you can step forward to call down the flames of justice? Lu Kuan raised the instruments once again. He was controlling countless crimson torture devices and lashing out at Mo Fan. It was like Lu Kuan was trying to indoctrinate him. Lu Kuan was able to peek into fragments of Mo Fan's memory ever since his hatred spark had appeared. He had learned Mo Fan was set up to live in this settlement. He was one of the refugees who had lost their homes. Lu Kuan was delighted by his discovery, as if he had found the weak spot of his enemy. He kept hitting the man on the same wound. No one could persevere under such torture. It was not just a physical brawl. Lu Kuan was damaging Mo Fan's soul, too. Oh? Did you also visit your old house? Lu Kuan continued to pry into Mo Fan's past. It turned out Lu Kuan was unable to see Mo Fan's complete memories. He could only peek into the segments whenever Mo Fan produced a red spark with his negative emotions. Let me see. TSK, such a pitiful little girl. She lives in a temporary settlement and even has to share the toilet with a few different households. The lock of the toilet's door is always broken. She's a smart girl. She tanned herself, put on boys' clothes, and cut her hair short because her neighbor is a jobless pervert in his 50s. Her classmates laugh at her, the women on the streets accused her of being an illegitimate child, even her father thinks of her as a burden and does not bother going home to look after her. What a great seedling. How much hatred would she accumulate, growing up in such an environment? I bet she wishes to kill the old pervert. She must hate her students and teachers as well. She must be holding a grudge against her father for not being able to rent a proper house and having to rely on the government's aid. I wonder if you can withstand her hatred? How amusing, you are trying to save these people, yet they are the ones going to kill you. Do you understand what you are fighting against? Lu Kuan kept attacking Mo Fan verbally while laughing hysterically. Lu Kuan was able to strengthen the hatred Mo Fan produced to inflict damage on Mo Fan's soul. No one could possibly defend their soul from their own hatred. Similarly, if Lu Kuan used the hatred of someone Mo Fan admired to attack him, it would severely injure Mo Fan's soul too. A human soul was made up of all kinds of willpower. The red demon not only wanted to tear Mo Fan's flesh into pieces, it was going to break Mo Fan's will at the same time. The two horns were connected once again. Lu Kuan was going to release the red wave of energy to stir up the hatred in the residents' hearts. This time, he was searching for people who were related to Mo Fan, especially the little girl Mo Fan had met. He was going to attack Mo Fan with the hatred sparks from those Mo Fan knew. It could not be any crueler or more effective. Lu Kuan was brimming with excitement. He could not help but think of what a genius he was. Why did he not use the same trick to defeat Senior Hunter Leng? It would have saved him a lot of trouble. Senior Hunter Leng had inflicted serious injuries on Lu Kuan, forcing him to disguise himself as a human for many years without daring to expose himself. It was different now. He had grown a lot stronger. Lu Kuan continued to dig up the evils in the hearts of the residents as the red circle of energy spread throughout the town. Dark red sparks blossomed like fireworks throughout the town. Hatred was only a temporary emotion in a human heart, but the evil inside a human heart could be deeply rooted there for a long time. The evil thoughts were hidden in the deepest places of a human heart. Even the kindest person could give birth to evil when they felt they were wronged and treated unfairly, turning them into an evil crook. How wonderful! Lu Kuan thought. If such a small town can already nurture so much evil, what about all of human society? The hatred of strangers could only damage Mo Fan's flesh. Lu Kuan was focusing on gathering the hatred that could damage Mo Fan's soul. The little girl was his priority. Once Mo Fan saw the evil in the little girl's heart, he would be extremely disappointed. The red spark that belonged to the little girl. Lu Kuan was getting impatient. However, when he was about to absorb the hatred of the little girl, he realized there was nothing hovering above her. Nothing at all? The red spark that belonged to the jobless man in his 50s who was only a wall apart from the little girl could almost form a lightning bolt, but there was nothing above the little girl's head at all. Lu Kuan only noticed some minor red strings above her. These red strings consisted of the little complaint she had for not being able to answer a few math questions, her disappointment in her father who had not come home for a few days, and her annoyance at having to face her classmates who were going to laugh at her tomorrow. Those minor emotions were just the pure NAVE thoughts of a little girl. They were not even enough to be considered negative emotions. Her emotions were not strong enough to form a spark, let alone a torture instrument. Damn it, is she a retard? The red demon yelled in complaint. The teenage years were supposed to be the best time for one to give birth to one's evil thoughts. Those evil thoughts would easily take root in their hearts with only a slight push. Why was the little girl's head full of such insignificant stupid things? What about her evil scheme of disguising herself as a little boy? Does your face hurt? Mo Fan was amused when he saw the red demon's flustered reaction. Real innocence was not referring to being naive and ignorant, but the ability to maintain a pure and kind heart while being surrounded by the evils of the world. Mo Fan had not listened to a single word Lu Kuan had said. Greed? Laziness? Reluctance to improve? A bunch of parasites? A huge river was filled with countless waste, trash, and debris, but as long as he was able to dig up a single gold nugget from it. Even Mo Fan had enough hatred to form a spark, but the little girl did not. Mo Fan had never thought of himself as a kind and heroic person, but he had met many of them in his life, and to Mo Fan's relief, the little girl was also one of them. It did not matter if others were evil, but as long as there was one pure-hearted person in this town, it was worth it for Mo Fan to take this fight to the very end. Chapter 2398. It will only grow my radiance. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephizid. Edited by Aelrianth. The red demon had directed its energy at a little girl with no hatred spark in order to damage Mo Fan's soul. In the end, it had failed to collect anything useful. It had no choice but to use the hatred of the little girl's neighbor, a jobless man in his 50s, as the core, and wrap it with the sparks of the other residents. A crimson torture prong soon took shape, floating above the town. Aren't you done with your tricks? Mo Fan was swaying a little, but it did not prevent him from releasing a pure and dark energy. The truth was, Mo Fan was grateful to the little girl. She had accidentally stopped the red demon from attacking him continuously. The little time she had bought for Mo Fan was plenty enough for him. The negative emotions Lu Kuan was gathering were dark and evil. They were helping Mo Fan create a perfect environment. Pure darkness was being born in the dilapidated and filthy swamp. It could be used to destroy, but it could also be seen as redemption. The darkness had been spreading silently, and it immediately turned into a fierce sea when Mo Fan summoned it. The land was swallowed by the sea of darkness. The waves rolled fiercely with suffocating pressure, like they were stirred up by a huge storm. The sky was tainted by Flame Bell Emperor scorching flames, and in the middle between the sky and the ground were crimson sparks and lightning brimming with evil and corruption, providing the red demon with his weapons. A huge poker fell from the sky to attack Mo Fan. Mo Fan stood on top of a wave of darkness. His confident eyes emitted a sharp light. Shadow Fiend, Ghost Destroyer Ship. A dark ship rose up from the shadows amid the howls of the waves. Its magnificent appearance stood out on the shadowy sea. Its sails were broken and its hull was damaged. It did not have the modern and luxurious look of a modern destroyer. Its majestic appearance resembled something that had survived countless battles over the centuries. The Ghost Destroyer ship sailed with the waves and wove through the dense sparks of hate like a phantom. Its tall mast was slicing through everything like a black spear. The damaged hull was like a fearless warrior born from the darkness, knocking the filthy evil miasma to the sides with its body. The Ghost Destroyer ship rammed its way through the crimson lightning and scarlet instruments of torture. It was snuffing out the red sparks as it sailed through the darkness. It had consumed all presences of evil. The Ghost Destroyer ship eventually broke into pieces. Its debris scattered into the air as it collapsed. On the other hand, there were no red sparks left behind. Lu Kuan was sent flying by the massive blow as the ship died. The Ghost Destroyer ship left him with serious injuries. Mo Fan had endured the hits from the torture instruments not because he did not have an opening to launch his counterattack, but because he needed a power that could destroy the red demon's hatred and shatter its true form. The anger which had appeared when the red demon mocked him was a source of power for Mo Fan as well. As a shadow mage, wasn't the evil and filth the red demon had gathered a great source of power for Mo Fan? An untainted soul was able to grow stronger even while being surrounded by more evil and filth. Mo Fan was simply refining his darkness, his own version of a spark amid the anger, greed, jealousy, and hatred. The Ghost Destroyer ship was the outcome. It did not sway as the black tide was carrying it, nor did it tremble amid the storm of crimson lightning. It dared to challenge the terrifying sea, even if it meant crashing into pieces. It was an embodiment of Mo Fan's will. Hardships, disasters, poverty, and obstacles had never stopped him nor killed him. They had only helped his radiance grow. You are just some filth born from evil thoughts. Chapter 2399. The Client. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lu Kuan was losing his life essence. Mo Fan had already walked up to him. Lu Kuan tried to limp away and escape. Unfortunately, Mo Fan not only controlled a swamp of darkness, but an entire sea of it. How could Lu Kuan possibly walk out of the vast sea he had already lost his way in while trying to create his own kingdom? He continued to leak out his life essence, which was absorbed by Mo Fan's essence orb. The essence orb was filtering out the filth in Lu Kuan's life essence. It was a pity that the orb only served as a container. It could no longer store more life essence, as it had already reached its capacity. But to Mo Fan's surprise, Little Loach was finally willing to accept the energy after it was filtered. It began to absorb the life essence of the red demon after it was purified by the essence orb. Little Loach's color brightened. The nether river inside it had expanded significantly, with no visible ending now. A little upgrade. Mo Fan lowered his gaze and noticed the little pendant now had a brighter sheen. It doesn't seem like it, but it must have refined a high-quality soul essence. The red demon was still running away, getting weaker as it lost more of its life essence. It went from limping to crawling on the ground. It was aging rapidly as it lost more of its life essence. You have reached your end, Mo Fan informed it. I'm indestructible, the red demon protested weakly. Some people will always be remembered. Their spirits were passed down over 1,000 years and are forever lasting. As for you, you might be able to come back to life again, but you will always be trampled to death by those people. Mo Fan slammed his foot on the red demon's back with a wide grin. Besides, I can already trample you to pieces, when I'm not even one of those guys who have been worshipped for 1,000 years. The red demon stopped struggling. Its life essence was rapidly drawn away, and refined into pure energy. The red demon was about to perish. It could no longer run away this time. If it was fighting against someone else, it could have split itself into wisps of red energy and fled for its life. Senior Hunter Leng had failed to kill it because it had so many ways to guarantee its escape. However, Mo Fan had the essence orb, which was born from the same source as the red demon. The essence orb could easily devour the little clones the red demon split itself into, leaving it with no chance of escape. What difference is killing me going to make? The red demon shrieked. Nothing, I'm just happy about it, Mo Fan replied lightly. You have no idea what you are doing, you are actually helping something that is 100 times worse than me by killing me, the red demon screamed. Oh, since you are going to die anyway, why don't you tell me something useful before you are gone? Mo Fan asked the lingering spirit of the red demon. Do you think I'm the first red demon? Do you think it's all over? Mo Fan was surprised by the red demon's words. Kazuaki was supposed to be the first red demon. Mo Fan had already verified it with Mochizuki Ken. However, it was impossible to figure out how many red demons had been formed between Kazuaki and Mo Fan's harvesting this one. Was Lu Kuan not the first red demon? But he was clearly Kazuaki. Do you know who the client of your job is? Do you know why that job letter ended up in your hands? Lu Kuan laughed, but it was filled with despair instead of pleasure. Just say it if you want. I'll find out the truth if you don't. You don't have much time left, Mo Fan reminded him. Ha ha ha, don't you feel strange why Senior Hunter Leng's job letter only reappeared after so many years, and happened to fall into your hands? Lu Kuan blurted out. Mo Fan had long had the same question. Do you think I was the one who killed Senior Hunter Leng? It's true that I took part in it, but I was just his little pet dog. It was he who taught me how to disguise myself as a human and how to expand my influence. Do you know the other hunters who were invited here have their own jobs, too? All of you are doing him a favor. He's going to become unprecedentedly stronger. Can't you guess who he is now? Lu Kuan turned into a puff of smoke and dissipated in the air after finishing his last sentence. Mo Fan felt like Lu Kuan was behaving like he had joined a strange cult. That being said, the client he had mentioned was definitely worth investigating. After Lu Kuan perished, the residents of the town instantly passed out. The prisoners and guards also fell unconscious, worn out from overdrawing their energy. Only a deep slumber could maintain the minimum functions for living. The release of negative emotions was a subconscious means of self-protection. When someone was worn out by fatigue, they would grumble first before adjusting their schedule to get some rest. The residents of the town had been unable to rest ever since their minds were controlled. It was a form of psychological torture. They would all eventually reach their limits. Lu Kuan was obviously not doing them a favor by motivating them to work diligently. He was merely extracting their life energy. Even machines would overheat after excessive work, let alone humans. Mo Fan stayed behind and waited for the Magic Association to send someone over to clean up the mess. It was not going to be an easy task, but it was the Magic Association's responsibility anyway. It was none of Mo Fan's concern. Lingling, you may rest in peace now. I mean, your father can rest in peace now, and you can finally let it go. Mo Fan patted Lingling's head. Lingling's new hairstyle was already an indication that she had grown up. It was time for her to let go of something that she should have done a long time ago. That thing wasn't the first red demon, Lingling declared. I know, but you don't have to take its words seriously, Mo Fan told her. But it did reveal some important information to us. Lingling seemed perfectly calm. What did you learn? Mo Fan asked her. My father put up the job a long time ago, but it only fell into our hands right now. The only explanation is that the first red demon killed my father and took away his memories. The first red demon went to the Hunter Union disguised as my father to retrieve the job letter that would cause it a lot of trouble. Mo Fan felt a shiver running down his spine after hearing Lingling's analysis. The red demon could indeed take away a person's memories. If it had killed Senior Hunter Leng, it would surely know about the job letter. It explained why the job letter had only fallen into his hands after so many years. Mo Fan was roughly convinced that Lu Kuan was only a clone of the first red demon or another red demon that was born later. I think the client of this job is the first red demon, Kazuaki. After all, he was the only being that had access to my father's letter, Lingling said firmly. Chapter 2400. The 8 Soul Frames of the Temple of Evils. Exodus Tales. Exodus Tales. Translated by Zephyzid. Edited by Aelrianth. Lingling's speculation was bold, but fairly reasonable. Otherwise, why had the job letter only appeared after so many years? If Senior Hunter Leng had opened the job to every hunter in the world, the job would still be available in the Hunter Union, and would have become a high-ranking job. The only problem was, if the first red demon Kazuaki was indeed their client, why did he want them to kill Lu Kuan? Mo Fan recalled Lu Kuan's strange behavior after he learned the contents of the job letter. Now that he thought about it, the red demon had acted a little crazy after it found out it was betrayed by its superior. Why did the first red demon Kazuaki want to kill Lu Kuan? Mo Fan could not figure out the answer. Lingling was also thinking the same question. I can't think of an explanation right now. Perhaps Lu Kuan has been doing things too recklessly, and might have exposed the first red demon's secrets. Lingling rubbed her temples. If she could not find a valid explanation, her speculation would be flawed. She would have to visit the Hunter Union to find out more about the job. Perhaps the job letter was delayed because of some other reason? 8 evil gods are worshipped in the Temple of Evils, a pleasing voice suddenly spoke up. Apa's alluring figure walked out of a silver rift and stretched out like she had just finished taking a nap. Did your hibernation finally end? Mo Fan rolled his eyes. I don't hibernate, I just sleep a little longer sometimes, Apa's replied with an innocent smile, like she was in a great mood. What were you saying, you snake? Lingling interrupted them. Apa stuck her face closer to Lingling and noticed her new hairstyle. She burst out laughing. Lingling, a middle-part hairstyle might make you more feminine, but it doesn't fix the problem of your bust size, Apa's mocked her in return. All right, That's enough. You shouldn't be arguing as soon as you see one another. Apers, what do you know? Mo Fan intervened. I wasn't too sure before, but I was convinced after the Red Demon killed the little Red Demon. Apers was aware of the existence of the Red Demons now. Apers did not show Lingling any respect. She deftly snatched up a pen and a notebook from Lingling's bag. She drew 8 evil temples on a blank page in the notebook, each occupied by a special soul. She quickly wrote the name Kazuaki on one of the temples. She then wrote the name Senior Hunter Leng on another temple. What does this mean? Mo Fan and Lingling were confused. You two have underestimated the Red Demons, especially the first Red Demon. Apers drew a question mark on the rest of the temples. Don't keep pausing, just tell us already, Lingling said. The first Red Demon is collecting these 8 souls, with Kazuaki as the host. Kazuaki represents the soul of justice. Senior Hunter Leng is the soul of righteousness. Apers wrote the titles Soul of Justice and Soul of Righteousness on the roofs of Kazuaki and Senior Hunter Leng's temples. Mo Fan and Lingling exchanged glances. Lingling began to recall something. She said, I read something similar in Grandfather's room, but it wasn't as detailed as what she's saying. How is this related to the reason why Kazuaki wanted Lu Kuan dead? Mo Fan asked, totally blank. Normally, souls of the dead linger in this world because they still have some wishes that are unfulfilled. They are unwilling to leave until they see the outcome. It's the same for Senior Hunter Leng. His character represents righteousness, but he died at the hands of evil. He is qualified to be a soul frame in the Temple of Evils, Apers told him. Mo Fan still did not understand. Apers rolled her eyes and explained in a simpler way, fine, think of it this way. You are right that the first Red Demon Kazuaki is the client of the job. He gave you the job letter so you would kill Lu Kuan for him. The reason is very simple. The first Red Demon is collecting the 8 soul frames of the Temple of Evils. Each soul frame represents a unique trait of this world. They consist of the 4 souls of the good, the soul of justice, the soul of righteousness, the soul of loyalty, and the soul of resolute. They also include the 4 souls of the evil, the soul of violence, the soul of greed, the soul of jealousy, and the soul of hatred. Kazuaki is the soul of justice. Senior Hunter Leng is the soul of righteousness. These souls all have unfulfilled wishes that tie them to the world. Only when they are freed from their ties will they be able to enter the Temple of Evils and be upgraded into soul frames. The way to free them from their ties is very simple too, by fulfilling their last wishes. Senior Hunter Leng's last wish was to complete his job and kill the Red Demon. There's no way Kazuaki was going to kill himself to fulfill Senior Hunter Leng's wish, so he took out the job letter and hired you to kill Lu Kuan. Lu Kuan is also a Red Demon, albeit a little one, but it is enough to fulfill Senior Hunter Leng's final wish. Once Senior Hunter Leng's final wish is fulfilled, he will be upgraded to a soul frame in the Temple of Evils. These soul frames are what the Red Demon is after. Apers did not really explain it in a simpler way, but Mo Fan was able to understand some of it. Does that mean Mochizuki Ken is here because his job is to fulfill Kazuaki's final wish? Mo Fan asked hesitantly. I believe you can guess what Kazuaki's final wish was, too, or perhaps Kazuaki has already fulfilled his final wish. The Red Demon just needs some confirmation. After all, Kazuaki is the Red Demon's host. Apers said. What about the other soul frames? Mo Fan had to ask. It basically proved everything Lu Kuan said prior to his death was real. They were all working for the first Red Demon, Kazuaki. Anzark's speculation was on point, too. The whole thing was a big operation, with every hunter handling a small branch of the operation. They were not allowed to communicate with one another to ensure the confidentiality of the operation. Do you remember the girl called Yuria from the Alps Institute? The girl whose grave was dug up and whose soul went missing. Apers prodded him. Mo Fan was stunned. He had even asked the Queen of the Netherworld about it, but she reacted strangely and warned Mo Fan not to investigate the matter any further. Did the Queen of the Netherworld already sense that the one who stole Yuria's soul was the first Red Demon? Yuria represents the soul of loyalty. She was loyal to the Alps Institute, but she was executed because of it. Her blood tainted the flowers, but the flowers did not blossom, so she allowed herself to bleed to death in order to prove her loyalty.